7 years ago, on the day of the disaster, the city lived its own life. Noticing the red light, the girl turned around. Then the horror called the dungeon breakthrough began, after which monsters began to emerge from their portals, and as a result of the incident, many people died. Trying to escape from the monsters, they zealously called for help. Looking at the bloody photo of his family, the protagonist noted that his parents were also gone then, and that day he lost everything in an instant. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly while bloody tears flowed from his eyes. He swore that he would definitely become a hunter and tear all the monsters to shreds. 7 years later, the memorial park of the disaster. A guy was sitting on a bench with a travel bag, mentally noting that he was kicked out of the hunter training center. Looking with blue eyes, he asked what kind of hunter he was. A male voice addressed the member Han Sunjun, noting that he wanted to tell him directly. Looking at the brunette in front of him, the man told him not to come to the hunter training center anymore. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was wrong and why he was being kicked out. The tall man ran his hand through his hair and said that he knew that a normal awakened only needed a few months to complete the training at the training center to become a hunter. Looking down at the guy, he noted that however, the problem was that he had been here for 7 years. The brunette looked at him from under his brows with displeasure. The coach frowned and said that since it had come to this, he wanted to be honest, noting that he had no talent at all and, in a word, was just trash. Sunjun listened with shock in his eyes to his words about how if they allowed him to stay here, the image of their center would also become shitty. The other participants gathered behind him, and someone said that when they saw him coming and training every morning, his tenacity was amazing and they even felt sorry for him. His comrade noted that there was no need to feel sorry for him, because he was a fool who did not know his place. Standing aside, the guy listened to his question about how it was even possible that after 7 years of training, his stats had not increased. The brunette sharply squeezed the tin can with the drink. Biting his lower lip, he mentally asked that if we do not even talk about opening unique characteristics and acquiring skills, why did not even the stats increase? Sitting on a bench, the main character heard a question from the side. Did she remember how dad died? A woman with a child was standing aside, who said that he knew and remembered everything. The girl with a helmet on her head smiled and said that when the monsters attacked, dad fearlessly died, saving people until the very end. Her mother sat on her knees, saying that everything was right, and then asked what to do if difficulties arise in life in the future. The child replied that she needed to gather her courage and Sunjun's eyes widened as the girl exclaimed that she should never give up. The mother hugged her child and praised her. Suddenly, they perked up, looking to the side. A boy stood next to them, bowing. A moment later, he took off as soon as the woman tried to find out who he was. Rushing forward, the brunette thought that it was true that 7 years had passed. As a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, he noted that he couldn't just give up like that. Running across the square, he mentally exclaimed that he would never give up. After a while, it began to rain. The protagonist knocked on the front door. A few moments later, it opened. A large man appeared, asking the participant to leave. Standing in front of him, Sunjun asked him to help him pass the hunter exam one last time because he couldn't give up like this. The man fell silent. Frowning and baring his teeth, he called the guy a piece of shit and asked why he still couldn't understand. The brunette opened his mouth in shock. The curator poked his finger at his shoulder, asking if he had come to forcefully return the money he had wasted, and then asked if he would calm down if he simply returned half of it. The protagonist muttered that it wasn't so. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that it wasn't about the money at all. Receiving a sharp blow to the face, he began to fall backwards. Sunjun landed on garbage bags and bins. Turning to the door, the man smirked and asked him not to lie at least to him. Looking at the guy, he called him scum. The brunette wilted, sitting in the rain in the garbage bags. Looking down with a gloomy gaze, he thought that if only he had a unique characteristic too. Without getting up from his seat, the protagonist thought that if he had even a little talent, then a small drop fell into the water. A blue sign appeared with the words that the trial tower praised him for his iron will. Sunjun, who found himself in the water, opened his eyes wide, wondering who was praising him. He began to be pulled into a puddle of rainwater. Looking with frightened eyes, the guy indignantly asked what was happening now. A loud scream was heard throughout the area. The curator ran out of the house, ordering him to shut up. However, there was no one near the garbage bags anymore. He looked around, picking up the brunette's cap. Throwing it into the trash can, the scythe called him a weakling. Meanwhile, the protagonist fell into the abyss of water. Puffing out his cheeks, he tried to hold his breath. Suddenly, the water threw him out and he began to fall down. A blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the test tower had selected all suitable candidates from Earth. Reading the text, Sunjun wondered if this was the second disaster. His eyes widened when he was asked to choose a difficulty level, noting that the reward he would receive would depend on it. Biting his lip, the guy thought that he did not understand what was happening now, but looking at the 3 difficulty levels, he mentally noted that his intuition told him to use this chance. The brunette pressed the button. Suddenly, his cool bright light The system noted that it hoped that he would receive a satisfactory result from the suffering he received, and then it was said that he would soon go down to the first floor of the test tower. The protagonist looked with surprised eyes. The system noted that all the statuses of taxes and injuries of the candidate were currently being healed, after which the loading of the first floor of the test tower began, for which he needed to prepare. Sun Ji-yoon found himself in the desert. His eyes widened. A notification about issuing a weapon appeared on the blue screen, after which a sword appeared. It pierced the sand in front of the guy. The system noted that the theme of this trial was survival, the reward for which was unlocked unique characteristics. After reading this, the brunette froze in shock. Remembering how he trained in the center, he thought that he would receive what he had worked so hard to obtain for the past 7 years. Smiling like a madman, the protagonist thought that this was just madness. He walked towards the sword. Suddenly, the sand under his feet shook. Falling forward, Sun Ji-yoon loudly asked what was happening right now. Horror froze in his eyes when the system noted that the training trial was about to begin, and the selected difficulty in the Tower of Trials was hard. A huge sand golem appeared above the brunette. Looking up at it, he noted that he could not believe it. The notification said that he needed to survive for a limited time, and his remaining time was 9 minutes 58 seconds. Sun Ji-yoon began to run away from the golem. A blue screen appeared in front of his face. Horror froze on his face. It was noted that the punishment for failing the test was death. Loudly, the boy ran along the sand. Looking back sideways, he wondered if he could really escape from it like this. Looking at the running monster, he thought that it was faster than he thought. Stepping on the sand, the brunette mentally noted that it was because of him that it was impossible to run for 9 minutes without rest with his endurance. The protagonist continued to rush forward. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, he mentally noted that the system even gave him a weapon ordered him to survive, so he did not have a rich choice. Without slowing down, Sun Ji-yoon thought that either he would die here trying to escape or die in battle. Dedication. Looking back, he wondered how he could defeat this creature. Suddenly, he remembered the gloomy faces that called him a fool who does not know his place. Opening his mouth, the guy thought that this was enough. It was as if the curator was slapping him with a cone, saying that he was just a worthless person. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist wondered what would happen if he tried to run away now. Jumping to the side, he thought that he could not allow this to happen. The brunette, tightly clutching his sword, thought that he had been trying to become a hunter for 7 years, and when it came to theory, he could say that he knew more about his feat than other hunters. He thought that running away was not an option, and he needed another way. Thinking about the monster that was still rushing after him, the protagonist mentally noted that usually, monsters like him would stop moving if they destroyed the core. Climbing the mountain of sand, he thought that however, the core was usually in hard to reach places. Heading to the top, Sun Ji-yoon thought that if so, he pressed himself into the sand again. Jumping forward, the guy thought he would just make it easy. He did a somersault with his sword catching on the sand. The brunette slowly went down. The golem jumped after him and fell. It started to roll down the slope. The protagonist lowered it to him. Jumping up, he realized that now was the time. Finding himself on the golem, Sun Ji-yoon spun that he could reach it. He smiled smugly. After that, he hit the core on his chest. The sword slightly cut the stone. The guy's mouth opened in shock as the sword was thrown back in his hands. There was a small crack on the core. When the monster smiled, he thought that this core was much stronger than it looked. Gritting his teeth tightly, the brunette cursed with a frightened face. He swung again, thinking that if he could hit again. A huge hand grabbed him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist screamed loudly, thinking that he knew it. The golem brought it close to his face and he began to hear words about how he was worthless, pathetic, and just a fool who did not understand his place. Sun Ji-yoon tightly gripped the hilt of his sword with a bloody hand. Fury flashed in his eyes as he ordered all the voices to be silent. Throwing the sword, he angrily repeated. The blade hit the core. The golem opened its mouth in confusion and the system noted the destruction of his words. A piece of the monster with Siemens began to fall. A notification appeared saying that the remaining time was 7 minutes 8 seconds and that he had completed the training test. The monster began to fall apart. After a while, Sun Ji-yoon ran in a pile of sand. Starting to rise, he wondered if he really did it. He knelt down, trying to figure out if he really saw this sand golem. The guy smiled contentedly, thinking that he really defeated it. He stood up, and the system congratulated him on successfully spawning the first floor of the trial tower. The brunette noted that he was able to survive. The information on the blue screen said that as a reward for clearing, he would receive a unique characteristic. As a reward, he would receive 1,000 points, and as an additional reward, he would receive the skill Quick Recovery of rank E+ and 500 points. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing in front of the screen, he mentally said that he could not believe it. Looking at his hands and imagining many gloomy faces, He thought that he had put in a lot of effort over the past 7 years, and the only thing he received in return was disdain and ridicule. He was notified of the unlocking of the unique characteristic Necromancy rank F. Sun Ji-eun froze, mentally noting that now he could become a hunter. However, sadly lowering his eyes, he thought that all this would only happen if he survived. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Seeing the red and black clot of energy in front of him, the brunette wondered what it was. Holding his injured shoulder, he asked if it was true that a black fog had appeared where the golem had died. He touched it. Tablets appeared with words stating that his unique characteristic had been activated, and then he was asked if he wanted to absorb the soul of the sealed golem. Looking with shocked eyes, Sun Ji-eun wondered if this black fog was his unique characteristic. He pressed the button with a positive answer. Shreds of energy began to emerge from the core, heading towards the guy. His eyes widened in surprise. A blue tablet appeared with words stating that he had absorbed the soul of the sand golem, and that his skill had increased by 7%. The guy bent over and froze. He looked at his hands with puzzled eyes. Suddenly, bloody energy began to seep into his chest. He breathed heavily until it sank completely. A notification appeared that the number of souls was a 5th. Imagining the core, the brunette thought that he could feel this soul, and then wondered if this meant that he could store souls if he absorbed them. He closed his eyes, thinking that if he were to use it like this. The system noted that he could increase his stats by absorbing. Strength was increased by 3, and endurance by 2. The protagonist began to float above the ground. Opening his mouth in surprise, he thought that he felt like energy was filling his body. He mentally noted that his stats had indeed increased. Remembering how he was kneeling in the training room, Sun Ji-eun thought about how he had not been able to lift them for the past 7 years, and he finally managed to do it. His unique characteristics appeared. It was said that the main effect was to absorb the souls of the dead and use them as you wish, and the additional effects were a permanent increase in stats and the storage and use of souls. The boy smiled mischievously, thinking that if he came back with this skill, he could become a hunter. A portal appeared in front of him, and the system asked him to go to the waiting room. The brunette looked at the portal. Heading towards it, he said that he thought he had no choice but to go there. The portal began to open in a different place. A moment later, the protagonist fell out of it. Lying on the cold floor, he muttered that his wounds were worse than he thought. Suddenly, a green light appeared, and his eyes widened. Standing up, Sun Ji-eun looked at his hands and Sagami, where all his wounds healed, and did the body heal after the test. Starting to walk forward, he noticed that in such a spacious room there was only one bed. He lay down on it. Looking at the ceiling, the brunette wondered what he should do now, and was he really able to get out of this tower? He tried to understand why she called him here. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A screen appeared in front of him with the words that the following 5 commands are now available to him: information, smear, community, inventory, trial. The guy stood up, reading that, saying the command will lead to its activation. He began to slap himself on the cheeks, saying that for now he was focused on survival. The brunette activated the trial. The system noted that the time until the trial of the second floor is 23 hours 21 minutes. Sitting on the bed, he noted that he still had many trials ahead of him. Then he activated the community. A notification appeared that he entered a community of difficulty. A chat opened in which people asked to explain what was happening here, asking for their stats back, and someone wrote that 2 had not been a hunter before. The main character mentally noted that now he understood what was meant by the community. Frowning, he thought that everyone in the chat was confused, and besides, it seemed like people who weren't hunters were also dragged here. Suddenly, an admin entered the community and locked the chat. Sun Ji-eun perked up. The admin wrote that he had important information to share with those who had passed the tutorial trial. Sitting on the bed, the guy thought that maybe he would tell them how to return, and that he found it difficult to remember everything. The admin wrote that he would teach them how to use the points they earned during the tutorial trial. That points were a currency used in the trial tower to buy from the store, and that points could be given out or received from others through the community. The brunette read the messages with fear in his eyes, that they couldn't get even a drop of water in the trial tower without points, and points could only be obtained through trials. Imagining himself dying of thirst and hunger, the protagonist thought that, in other words, he needed to do his best to get used to the rules of the tower. And the fact that he couldn't even get water without points meant that he needed to pass the challenges to earn points to survive. The admin wrote that that was all and exited the chat, unblocking it. The protagonist touched his face, saying that he thought he could become a hunter if he just came back. He looked away. Looking at the sword on the wall, Sun Ji-eun said that he couldn't do much with just a sword, and then activated the store. After a while, he covered himself with a shield. The guy swung his sword, thinking that all the hunters had lost all their stats when they entered the tower. He kicked off the floor with his foot, mentally noting that, however, it should be easier for them to master the skills they had previously mastered. The brunette with the sword jumped to the side, thinking that this is why he can't forget that he is not on the same starting line with them, and if he does not train, he will not be able to catch up with them. After a while, he was lying on the floor exhausted. A soft light appeared around his body. The protagonist stood up and stretched his body, saying that thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, he can train without problems and prepare for the next trial. He froze when his stomach growled loudly. Sunjun opened his inventory, asking what to do with his hunger. He looked at the contents of his inventory. Clenching a piece of dried meat between his teeth, the guy thought that he only had 40 points left after purchasing, and if not for the additional reward, he could not even dream of a shield. The system said that the remaining time until the second trial was 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Looking at the blue screen, the brunette mentally noted that time flew by unnoticed, and even the restless chat fell silent when it was almost time for the second test. Frozen, he wondered if he could survive again. The protagonist frowned, telling himself that he would definitely survive. There were 10 seconds left until the second test. The countdown continued. The waiting time was up. The system asked Sunjun if he was ready for the second floor test, and he answered positively. After that, he began to dive into the portal. A moment later, the guy found himself in the forest, and notifications began to arrive that he had entered the second floor of the hard difficulty test tower. His eyes widened in surprise. The brunette muttered that this time he found himself in the forest. The system noted that the goal of this test was assassination, and that he needed to kill the chieftain of the orc tribe in the allotted time. They showed the chieftain with staffs in his hands, who was directing his army. The protagonist found himself at the edge of a cliff. He saw a small camp below. With his mouth wide open, he asked if the orc tribe was there. Looking closer, Sunjun saw many green monsters below. With fear in his eyes, he asked if they really wanted him to go to a place teeming with orcs and kill their leader. The sun was shining on the camp. There were 2 guards at the entrance. A guy was watching him from the bushes. Frowning, he thought that in normal dungeons, if the orc tribe had a guard, then he should consider that they also had a huntsman. Looking at the large muscular monster with glowing eyes, he thought that he was not sure that he could defeat even the orc hero, let alone this entire crowd of monsters. Imagining the team of hunters, the brunette mentally noted that in order to defeat the orcs, at least an E-rank hunter would have to form a group, so his chances of winning were close to 0. Looking at him with a gloomy gaze, he wondered what he should do now. The protagonist sank completely to the ground, thinking that first of all, he should retreat and think about a strategy. And then, he smiled, thinking that there was one way he could pass this test. In his hands was a torch. Sitting on the ground, Sunjun noted that he had collected enough logs. He stared at the fire. Opening a blue screen, the guy stuck the torch in it. It appeared in his inventory. Smiling contentedly, the brunette noted that it really worked. Birds flew over the green forest. Watching the orcs, the protagonist noted that they looked like lazy pigs, but in fact, they were a very conscientious race. Hiding behind a tree trunk, he thought that the huntsman should go hunting in the morning and return by sunset, so there was plenty of time. Imagining the crowd of green warriors, Sunjun thought that he had only one means to break through the numerical superiority, which was the biggest obstacle to the goal of this trial, and that was fire. He furrowed his brows confidently. The boy watched the entrance to the camp. Sitting by the trunk of a tree, he mentally noted that according to the Hunter Association, the orc sentry did not stand guard all the time, but returned to the village during meals or rest breaks. Rushing forward, he threw the torch. Running through the forest, he threw fire into the trees. After a while, the forest along with the camp began to burst into flames. The orcs began to run with buckets of water, trying to put it out. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the camp, the protagonist thought that when the fire completely engulfed the village, he would no longer have to worry about running into the orc rangers returning from hunting. Watching the monsters running through the forest, he made a mental note that he needed to catch at least 2 orc workers before the flames consumed the population. One of them broke away from the majority. The monster began to collect water from the river and turned around when he heard the sound. Suddenly, Sunjun plunged his sword into his back. A red and black outline of a soul began to appear around him, and the system asked if he wanted to absorb the orc's spirit, to which the guy answered positively. Smiling, he said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. As the energy passed into his chest, a notification appeared saying that he had absorbed the orc's spirit and his mastery increased to 9%. Then another tall orc approached him from behind. The brunette, gritting his teeth, began to turn around, recognizing the sentry in him. A moment later, he blocked his blow with his sword. Frowning his dark brows, he activated absorption. A blue light appeared, and the system noted that he could increase his stats using the spirits he owned, and his strength was increased by 4 and his agility by 2. The protagonist swung his sword furiously. Meanwhile, the fire was spreading. After a while, Sunjun absorbed the orc's soul, activating the accelerated regeneration skill, and that he could again increase his stats using the spirits he owned. The guy clenched his fist, seeing that his stamina was increased by 4, strength by 2, and agility by 3. He thought that now he did not risk dying when meeting another sentry. After a while, the sick man came out of the fire. Some orcs looked at him with frightened eyes. Frowning, he mentally noted that there were 3 orc hunters and 1 sentry in front of him. Looking inside the camp, the protagonist thought that he needed to add the barely old chieftain, a total of 5. Looking towards the chieftain, he thought that if he carefully went around the sentry, he could easily reach the chieftain. Running forward, Sun Jiun attacked 3 monsters in a row, thinking that thanks to the absorption of the sentry's spirit, the workers did not pose any threat to him. Confidently looking forward, he perked up. He saw another one behind the orc. The guy put up a shield, blocking its blow. Gritting his teeth tightly, he held the shield. Trying to get to the chieftain through the monster, the brunette mentally noted that the sentry had moved away from the chieftain, and apparently, he decided to refuse to perform the duties of a bodyguard next to him, and in fact, this sentry was the last obstacle. The protagonist swung his sword furiously. With a sharp blade, he pierced the sentry. Fire began to gather above the chieftain's staff. Sun Jiun climbed onto the body of the dead monster. At that moment, the chieftain pointed the flame at him. His eyes widened. A beam of fire hit him. The old chieftain laughed harshly. Ahead, in the thick smoke, a silhouette of a man was emerging. Shock appeared in the monster's eyes. The guy was clenching his teeth tightly, holding a shield in his hands, and above his head hung a sign that he had received the achievement He Who Withstood the Flames and that he had acquired the skill Burn Resistance rank F. The brunette, his eyes flashing, bared his teeth and said that he was finished. He headed straight for the monster. The chieftain waved his staff again and screamed loudly. A moment later, his hands were cut by the protagonist's blade. The orc screamed in pain. He froze, looking at the protagonist. A second later, he ran into the tent. Sun Jiun bared his teeth, looking with malice. The settlement followed. With one swing, the guy cut the fabric at the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The monster was sitting on the floor, hugging 2 trembling children. A green hand reached for the brunette's pant leg. A monster was sitting at his feet. Seeing him crying and grabbing his pants, the protagonist wondered if they really cared about their family too. He froze and darkened. The voices of his parents appeared in his head, telling him to run away, saying that at least he should definitely survive. A broken frame with a family photo lay on the bloody floor. Opa reached for the dagger behind his back. A second later, he swung it. Sun Jiun hit him on the head with the hilt, exclaiming that they, monsters, were not like him at all. Looking at the green monster, he thought that the 2, even if there was a chance that they would become ghosts, following in his footsteps, he would still exterminate them all. The chieftain ran towards him with another orc. The guy swung his sword. A moment later, the system congratulated him on overcoming the 2nd floor of the test tower. Looking at the battered shield, the brunette noted that it had become unusable, but it was thanks to it that he was able to survive. Opening the blue screens, he said that this time he was again on the verge of failure. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that the number of applicants had been reduced by almost half. His eyes widened. A certain person wrote in the community that he had figured out how to return to Earth by sending a letter with a question. Sun Jiun imagined many people walking in the sun in the park. He mentally noted that information was one of the 5 commands used in the test tower. The guy opened the tab with the question and read that he could write a question that the administrator would answer after processing was complete, and that each time he entered a new floor, 1 question ticket would be added. The brunette frowned, thinking that it turned out that he could use the right to send a letter with the question he was interested in here. It was noted that the chat naturally formed an atmosphere for exchanging information obtained during the sending of questions to the administrator. He collected the key points minus some small details. It was also said that after overcoming the 5th floor, temporary return stones will go on sale, with the help of which it will be possible to return to Earth for several days. And after the 8th floor, as it was said, a large-scale expansion of the system will be carried out and items will go on sale that allow you to finally return to Earth. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that if he returned to Earth with only the skills that he had now, then, having improved his characteristics, he could become a rank hunter. A blue screen appeared with his unique characteristic Necromancer F rank, mastery 65%. Sun Jiun ruffled his hair, saying that on Earth, his abilities would be called Jack Flood. He bit his sad look, saying that he could hardly overcome the 2nd floor, and he was very far from the 8th. He said that in any case, you need to think positively, and that the stats that I always had at 0 were enduring, approaching the average of 20 points. Then his status window appeared, which said that his strength was 18, endurance 15, personality 14 plus 5, and mana 7. The guy dropped his Olympian on the floor. As a blood-black aura flared in his chest, he mentally noted that he needed to absorb the 5 spirits that he had obtained by risking his life. When he absorbed them, his strength became 27, endurance 25, agility 28 plus 5, and mana 13. The brunette opened his eyes in shock, thinking that the strength was simply overflowing him. He abruptly ran forward. Starting to run on the ceiling, the main character thought that he was beyond human capabilities, which he could only read about in a book before. He jumped off the stream. A moment later, his face distorted in surprise. A loud crash was heard. The protagonist was lying on the floor, slammed into the wall. Wiping the blood from his nose, he said that due to his rapid growth, his body had not yet gotten used to the new sensations, and then activated the store. Sun Ji-eun took the dead giant shield for 21 points. Activating the inventory, the guy noted that now was the perfect time to use the rewards from the previous trials. He looked at the E+ rank Black Iron Sword, which added 5 reaction speed, 10 attack speed. He also had a D rank Assassin's Cloak, which reduced sensitivity by 10% and which increased movement speed by 15% for 1 minute when agility is below 50. The brunette put the items on himself. He sighed, thinking that he could get used to this equipment before the next trial. The protagonist rushed forward. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. Sun Ji-eun swung it, mentally noting that he would become so strong that no one would be able to catch up with him. Water flowed down the stalagmites in the cave. Inside it, a guy appeared through a portal. The system noted that the 3rd floor of the high difficulty trial tower had been entered, and the theme of this trial was a duel. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise, asking if he was in the cave. He raised his head, looking into the crevice above. The protagonist perked up when he was notified that a dark guardian would appear in 10 seconds. He got into a fighting stance, thinking that like the sand golem, it could appear from anywhere, so he had to be on guard. There were 5 seconds left until the dark guardian appeared, 3 seconds, 1 second. The system notified of the guardian's appearance. A human shadow appeared behind the protagonist. His eyes widened. The shadow guardian attacked him with a weapon. After that, he smiled contentedly. Sun Ji-eun bared his teeth in anger. The system notification said that he needed to defeat the shadow guard, his double. Gritting his teeth, he turned back. Sun Ji-eun kicked his opponent. They stood opposite each other. The triplet licked his sharp fangs with a grin, and the guy was breathing heavily. When the accelerated regeneration skill was activated, he mentally noted that if he had not reacted in time, his spine would have been broken. The brunette pursed his lips, thinking about the shadow pose. Equipment clanked in the cave. Looking at the exact same fighting stance of the enemy, the protagonist wondered if this creature was imitating his movements. He ran forward, thinking that he needed to clash with him in battle to test his guess. Sun Ji-eun abruptly rushed past the enemy. He looked back in confusion. Suddenly, blood splashed to the sides. The guy stopped some distance from the shadow guard. He frowned. The brunette saw how the monster's wound began to heal. He angrily clenched his teeth. The protagonist grinned, noting that he also had a recovery skill. The enemy ran at him. The monster just as unexpectedly rushed past. Sun Ji-eun put his foot forward, thinking that he was right that this monster was repeating all his attacks. He hit the guard, not allowing himself to be attacked. The guy ran forward, mentally noting that in this case, he could use the weaknesses of his swordsmanship to crush this creature. A fierce fight began between them. The protagonist swung his sword. Suddenly, the tip of the sword appeared in front of his face. The sound of a blow was heard. The opponents jumped in different directions. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise, mentally asking what just happened. The sword flew up in the air. The monster began to powerfully attack him. Sun Ji-eun clenched his teeth, wondering if he was imagining things, and then wondered if this one had really managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. The monster and the guy jumped back. The monster perplexedly shook itself. Black and blue energy began to blaze from the brunette's body, and the system noted the activation of the exclusive effect of the killer's cloak, which increased movement speed by 15%. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if this fight dragged on, he would be in danger, so he needed to deal with it within 1 minute while the timer was active. The guard bared his teeth and growled. Sun Ji-eun rushed forward at great speed. He rushed straight at his opponent. A second later, he dodged the blow. Grouping himself, the guy hit the monster again. Then he put his sword to its throat. Then the enemy pierced it. The brunette smiled contentedly, thinking that he had succeeded. The guardian screamed in pain and began to fall backwards. Extending his arm, he cut off the protagonist's arm that held the sword. Sun Ji-eun looked at the splashes of blood in shock. A moment later, he screamed loudly. Squinting his eyes, the guy told himself to pull himself together since this was not the end. Looking at the monster, a question arose in his mind. The brunette frowned, wondering why he was not moving. He mentally noted that even though that creature had a good healing skill, it still took some time to recover. While his bloody hand with the sword lay to the side, the protagonist thought that he should kill the Dark Guardian right now, but it was unclear how he could do it without a sword. He breathed heavily, seeing that the remaining time of the skill was 11 seconds. Sun Ji-eun put a shield in front of himself, mentally noting that perhaps he was going to real madness now. Putting his leg back, he rested his foot on the ground, thinking that it would be better to pull off such a crazy trick than to die. The guy rushed forward. His opponent perplexedly shook himself. The brunette approached him. The monster bared his teeth and swung his shoulder. Meanwhile, the protagonist ran at him with a sword. A moment later, he hit him. The monster flew away from him a huge distance. Dust rose in the air. The wounded monster, twisted, lay on the ground. Blood flowed down his face. Sun Jun stood next to him with a shield and swung. Baring his teeth, he wished death to his opponent. A moment later, he hit the monster. His head flew to the side. The system congratulated him on passing the 3rd floor of the testing tower. Then he entered the waiting room of the 4th floor, and all of the guy's wounds were healed. He looked at his hand, which was previously cut off. He touched the wall with it and looked at it. Then the brunette punched him. The wall was covered with huge cracks from the impact. The protagonist smiled widely, noting that this was a flawless healing. A notification appeared saying that the number of souls in his possession was a 5th. Remembering how he sucked in the Dark Guardian, Sun Jun mentally noted that this was the spirit of the double that he had lost his mind in the cave after passing the trial of the 3rd floor. Looking with surprised eyes at the bright light from his chest, the guy thought that the consistency of the spirit was so dense that it could not be compared with the monsters that he had absorbed earlier. A notification appeared saying that the mastery of the unique characteristic necromancy had reached 100%, and the rank of the unique characteristic necromancy was raised by 1 level to E rank. A 3rd additional effect appeared, which, when absorbing the spirit of a skillful person, gave a certain probability that one of the skills imprinted in the soul could be given. After reading about it, the brunette's mouth dropped open in shock, wondering if he could really absorb skills. Thinking back to himself in the orc camp, he mentally noted that just like how he was able to obtain accelerated regeneration only after being on the brink of death several times, skills could never be obtained with a snap of a finger. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in his entire life, the thought of being given such a mind-blowing unique characteristic had never crossed his mind. And of course, it shouldn't be overlooked that the description said likelihood of acquisition. He said that he thought he just needed to check how lucky he was, that's all. Blue screens appeared in front of him, indicating the entrance to the high difficulty 4th floor community. Sun Jun said that this was his 3rd time returning to the waiting room, so the environment already seemed so familiar to him, as if he was at home. He perplexedly perked up. The chat was bursting with messages that apparently the 4th floor test would not be individual, but a group one. Looking at the screen, the guy wondered if it meant that there would be a joint test and a team of players would be formed. A certain player wrote that he might be exaggerating, but he was sent a response saying that the theme of the next test would be a competition. He asked if this would mean that the players would have to kill each other. The brunette froze in horror. Remembering the pools of blood, he wondered if it meant that in the next test there was a chance that he would have to kill a person. The system noted that the selection of candidates was complete, and that the 4th floor test was beginning, which would last 24 hours, and the condition for successfully passing the joint test was to defeat the Goblin King within the allotted time. The fortress wall of the castle appeared in front of the players. It was noted that the condition for failing the test was the destruction of all the candidates selected for the team or the passage of a certain amount of time, and that the penalty for failure was death. The protagonist moved to the floor. Other players appeared in front of him. They were standing on the ground, on which a pentagram was drawn. Sun Jun pursed his lips, thinking that he was embarrassed, since recently he only crossed paths with monsters. He looked away when a player suggested introducing themselves to each other, since they were now a team. The brunette with a staff in her hand said that her name was Lee Heian. She smiled and added that she specializes in providing support to the team and was also an E-rank hunter on the outside. The girl turned around when another player noted that in that case, he thought that their team was not a complete bunch of scum. Lee Sung-hoon threw a large two-handed sword over his shoulder and introduced himself, saying that he specializes in close combat and was a D-rank hunter on the outside. Sun Jun frowned, thinking that unlike this, hunters of this rank always behave politely on Earth. Looking at them, he said his name and that he also specialized in close combat, but was not a hunter on the outside and was only undergoing training. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth and asked if that meant he was just a cadet. The guy perked up and darkened when he was ordered not to get underfoot. He looked up. Looking at the man, the brunette said that he nevertheless believed that he was a good fighter and could handle the role assigned to him. Sung-hoon frowned and replied that if he decided that he was only causing harm, he would immediately eliminate him. Imagining the dark, mocking silhouettes, the brunette thought that he had long been accustomed to such looks. Frowning, he handed over his weapon, thinking that for a moment he had managed to forget about his past. The brown-haired man turned around and looked back, calling out to the cadet and telling him to stay behind and take care of the small mobs. The protagonist mentally noted that not only was he annoying him, but he could also confidently say that his abilities were more than enough to return his words in kind. Looking at the large gates of the fortress, he concluded that the Tower of Trials was all about skills. System notifications began to appear with words about how to cooperate with his team members and complete the trial before the other team, and then they noted the opening of the main gate of the citadel. The gates began to lower. Goblins immediately burst out of them. Sung-hoon took the blow of 3 of them. Covering himself with his sword, he loudly asked how the goblins could move in such a battle formation, and then began to demand Sun-joon to fight. The guy looked at him with a gloomy look. Standing by the corpse of the slain goblin, he noticed that the 2 mulattoes did not look in his direction. Heian exclaimed behind him that her spell would be completed any minute. The brown-haired man holding back the monsters shouted, telling her to stop chatting and make some kind of buff as soon as possible. The girl replied that she had already used all her support spells. The brunette approached her and addressed her, saying that it seemed that he needed help, and he left her for a while. Heian, with a worried look, told him to stop. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward. The huntress frowned, asking who would cover her from behind if he left. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw many goblin corpses to the side. The brunette, frozen in place, said that she could not believe her eyes. The remaining goblins attacked. Sung-hoon, blocking the blows, cursed loudly. One of the monsters was spinning a mace on a chain. Then he threw it at the man. The blow sent the sword flying out of his hands. He landed on the ground. The goblin jumped on the unarmed brown-haired man. Looking at him with frightened eyes, he indignantly asked why he was so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet. At that moment, the main character attacked the monster. The man froze with surprise in his eyes. The monster perked up, seeing the corpse of his comrade. Sun-joon stood in front of his teammate. Without turning his head, he told Sung-hoon to stand aside. The hunter opened his mouth in confusion. Flashing an evil look, the guy told him not to get under his feet. With lightning-fast movements, he began to kill his opponents. When the corpses flew in different directions, a notification appeared that he had received the title of Goblin Hunter. Watching, the man opened his mouth wide in horror. The hero walked between the goblin corpses, absorbing dark energy. He frowned and noticed that the black haze of his unique characteristic remained invisible to their gaze, so he could absorb souls as much as he wanted without any problems. Notification: increased stats using spirits you have. Strength increased by 3, agility increased by 4, endurance increased by 2, toughness increased by 7. Absorbed one of the Goblin Guardian skills. The brunette shuddered in surprise and read about the new skill. Skill: Guardian Sensitivity F Mastery 0%. Effect: the overall field of view expands, making it easier to notice approaching subjects. Sun-joon's eyes widened and he looked to the side. Now he understood what it was like to see the world from a wider angle. The guy grinned, happy about another jackpot. He came closer to his teammates. Sung-hoon smiled tensely and said that luck was on the cadet's side since he was only up against weak goblins. The man added that, be that as it may, the young man had tried hard. The protagonist and Heian looked at their comrade in silence. The brunette pulled up his hood and said that from now on he would be leading the operation himself, moving in the vanguard. He suggested that this formation would bring the greatest benefit to the team. Sun-joon looked closely at the man and asked if he had any objections. The knight frowned, then looked away and replied that so be it. The hunter asked if there were any other instructions. The hero said that he should simply protect Heian, nothing more was required of him. He turned to the girl with a request to provide support and provide orientation on the terrain. In a word, to do the same as before. The sorceress smiled and agreed to work productively in the remaining time. She extended her glowing hand forward and resumed searching for her target. The hero continued attacking the goblin squads, absorbing their souls and increasing his skill level to 12% for now. Time remaining, 14 hours 37 minutes. Night had fallen. The trio walked between the debris. The girl noted that although the goblins had been attacking with varying frequency, everything was too quiet now. The brunette stopped and looked ahead, then suddenly rushed forward without explaining anything. His teammates hurried after him in surprise, asking what had happened. Heian looked ahead. In front of them was a square with a fountain strewn with dead goblins. Sun-joon assumed that the other contenders had already been here. The man looked around in amazement and asked if the rivals really had rocket turbines instead of legs. The hero touched the monster's blood and noticed that it was still warm, which meant they could catch up with their competitors if they hurried. If the other team won, they, who failed the test, would die. The brunette raised his head and said that they had better hurry. The goblins were running to attack. Someone stood and hit his shield with a sword, attracting the monsters. One of the monsters looked back, feeling someone step on him. The guy with the blades was sitting on the goblin's shoulders. He grimaced and muttered that he was already sick of hunting goblins. The hunter expressed hope that this was the last fight before going to the boss. The monsters rushed at him. The player jumped up, dodging the attacks. He bared his teeth and his eyes lit up. A few moments later, the guy was already standing among the corpses. The knight and the wizard looked at Lee Seon and praised him for a job well done. The assassin grimaced and complained that he had to do everything alone. He turned to a knight named Lee Jin-hoo and asked if he liked skimming off all the cream. The other man smiled awkwardly and asked him not to say that. Seon snorted and demanded that he go and open the boss room. In front of them was a tall gate with an eye. The assassin looked at his retreating teammate and said that he wanted to finish everything quickly and have a good rest. The guy turned around and promised that he would open the door immediately. The knight turned away and grimaced, thinking that the hunter treated him like a little dog. Notification: condition fulfilled. All members of the challenger team have entered the Goblin King's Spire. The boss battle will not begin until only one of the two teams remains. Jinwoo shuddered when a red wall appeared in front of him. Notification: it will be impossible to escape from the current location at this point. All team members raised their heads. An energy cube covered the entire space around them. Sion frowned and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The wizard twitched and drew the assassin's attention to look away. The protagonist's team was approaching them. Sun Jiun looked at his opponents grimly. The opponents looked at each other, and Sion cursed and muttered that he wanted to end it as soon as possible. The protagonist frowned and said that he would fight alone, and asked Heian to provide him with a buff that increased agility, and all the other buffs could be provided to the gladiator. The girl looked closely at her companion and said that she had seen with her own eyes how strong he was, but perhaps humans would be scarier than all of these monsters combined. The opponents looked at them menacingly. Sun Jiun turned to his partner and replied that if he felt that he was in danger, he would immediately give a signal. Until then, he would count on her support. The sorceress held her staff out in front of her and said that she would do her best. Agility increased by 2. The agility boost effect lasts for 10 minutes. The hero moved forward, his body surrounded by a glow. The guy thought that he was convinced that he had already surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. In addition, he had just killed more than 30 goblins. Sion took a fighting stance and ordered the team to prepare for battle. Sun Jiun rushed to attack, deciding that his current self was strong enough to cope with this test. The guy quickly approached the opponents. The assassin frowned and sweated. He suddenly jumped behind the knight and ordered him to immediately use his shield at full power. Jinwoo frowned and activated his defense. A golden energy field appeared in front of the three. The protagonist swung and hit the shield, cutting it into pieces. The enemy team shielded themselves with their hands from the gust of wind. Sun Jiun immediately rushed forward, attacking each of the opponents. Heian and Sung Hoon looked at him in shock. The brunette exchanged glances with the enraged assassin. The guys entered the fight, exchanging blows. Sion gritted his teeth, parrying the blows. The brunette thought that his opponent's skills were clearly inferior to his, but, surprisingly, he easily repelled all the attacks. His eyes flashed and decided that he should act more decisively. The warrior appeared behind the enemy and cut the air with his sword, confident that now the opponent was finished. The assassin parried the attack with his blade. Sun Jiun was stunned by his skills. The enemy gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned. The hero guessed that the assassin was able to see the trace of the blade aimed at him. Sion jumped back, but then a shield appeared in front of his face. The guy frowned, realizing that this limited his field of vision. The brunette appeared from under the shield and pierced the enemy in the chest. Sion coughed and was indignant. What bad luck. Notification: congratulations, you have completed the special task. Bonuses will be added to the reward for completing the 4th floor. The teammates approached the hero. The girl noticed that his hands were shaking. She looked at him worriedly and asked if everything was okay. The guy's face looked detached, but he answered that everything was fine. Heian looked closely at her comrade, guessing that he was in shock because of the murder he had just committed. It seemed to her that the hero was a strong and cold-blooded person. Sun Jiun turned to them and asked if they were ready to go to the boss right now. The partners confidently agreed. Blood spurted from the Goblin King's mouth. The brunette pierced him with his sword, jumping from behind. Notification: the test target, the Goblin King, has been destroyed. The boy jumped to the floor and the body of a monster fell behind him. Sung Hoon looked at the hero in shock and thought that he must be a monster. Notification: congratulations, you have passed the 4th floor of the trial tower. As a reward for breaking through, all stats have been increased by 4. As a bonus reward, the skill instant acceleration was received. Teleported to the waiting room. The gladiator turned around and said that he would leave them first. The hero stood in front of the sorceress. He said that he hoped that she would return safely. The girl looked at him carefully and said that her words may have been out of place, but the boy only did what he had to do. The bodies of the defeated players lay behind them. Heian added that someone had to kill the enemy team anyway. If the hero had refused, she would have joined the fight. The brunette looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He smirked and replied that after her words, his soul felt better. The guy looked questioningly at his partner, who pointed her finger into the air. A notification window appeared in front of him. The challenger Heian sent you a friend request. The girl turned around and said that, one could say, the test of the 4th floor was completely passed due to his power, so she had a feeling as if she was indebted to him and this made her a little uneasy. The sorceress blushed slightly and asked to find Heian from the White Guild in the future when he returned to Earth. The hero watched her in surprise until she disappeared into the portal. Sun Jiun turned around to look at the dark energy swirling nearby. Left alone, he had to make a decision. Glowing cores hung over the bodies of the dead. Would the guy decide to absorb a human soul or not? When he made sure that he was capable of something like this, he postponed the absorption process for later as he felt that he was about to cross an irreversible line. Now the hero has made up his mind. He jerked his hand, and energy began to emanate from the dead man's body. Sun Ji-eun stretched out his hand, absorbing the power, and thought that although he had no intention of killing people to become stronger, in a situation where he had no choice, he would have to resort to murder. In addition to his original desire to become a hunter, new ambitions were already beginning to sprout in his soul. The trial tower had given him a chance, and he would take full advantage of it. The hero wants to continue climbing to the top of the trial tower. The brunette passed through the portal and entered the waiting room of the 5th floor. Notification: system expansion begins. A ranking system for applicants has been created, and the results of the trials are being summarized. The guy looked at the system window in surprise. The window required entering a nickname. Sun Ji-eun thoughtfully touched his chin and then entered the word. Your nickname has been changed from Sun Ji-eun to Hunter. The results of the 4th floor trial are being summarized. 1 Kim Seung-hoon, 2 Lee In-hoon, 3 What's an alias change, 4 Hee Sun-ah, 5 Artisan of the Brain, 6 Overpowered Sword. Everything was in plain sight. The guy tapped the screen to check if he was somewhere on this list. The hero's eyes widened, finding himself in 16th place. His 4th floor challenge breakthrough time: 11 hours, 14 minutes and 51 seconds. 4th floor challenge breakthrough process: SS+. 4th floor challenge clearance result: B+. 4th floor challenge overall summary: A. The brunette looked at the notification and noted that his ranking was much higher than he thought. Applicants who made it into the top 50 would be designated as pioneers. Those who received pioneer status would receive an advantage on the 8th floor. Notice, if you maintain the pioneer status until the 8th floor, you will receive the Halo privilege. The hero wondered what that could mean. He swiped the system menu, deciding that he would figure it out when the time came. Notice, please select a spirit to absorb from your existing souls. Number of souls in possession: 4/15. Dark energy swirled in the hero's chest. Increase stats using the spirits you have. Now he felt that he had finally crossed the boundaries of human capabilities. The boy clenched his fist, feeling a new strength. Purchase of the Homecoming Stone. You can now leave the trial tower for 3 days and return to your original location. Sun Ji-eun took the weapon and squeezed the artifact to see if it could move along with his equipment. Absorbing the Homecoming Stone, destination: Earth. The brunette smiled and thought that he was finally returning to Earth. The challenger Sun Ji-eun confirmed his intention to return. The young man began to fall down. The absorption process began. The final destination is Earth. The boy screamed when he saw his body being sucked into the funnel. Notification: you have safely returned to your original place of residence. In 3 days, you will be moved again to the trial tower. The curtains fluttered in the wind. The hero opened his eyes while lying on the bed. He stood up and looked around. The guy had indeed returned to his home. Sun Ji-eun leaned back on the pillow, deciding that he could get a good night's sleep, because compared to the bed in the waiting room, his sleeping place was a real heavenly bed. The brunette grimaced, feeling an unpleasant smell. The hero sat up, realizing that he had better wash himself first. He looked down and found a shield and sword on the floor. The hunter picked them up and was glad that he could take items from the trial tower with him to the ground. This meant that other challengers could do so too. The guy frowned and muttered that he needed to act as quickly as possible. Soon the number of those returning to the ground would increase, which would lead to a sharp increase in the number of items and a drop in the prices of hunter equipment on the market. Sun Ji-eun looked at the equipment, deciding that he needed to get rid of it as soon as possible. The problem is that only those with the hunter qualification can sell items on the market. Initially, the hero only planned to apply for the hunter exam and pass it during his next return. He looked at his phone and muttered that he had a lot more to do than he thought. The cadets were training on the training field. The supervisor watched them from above. The man turned around when he heard the phone ring. He picked up the phone and introduced himself as Hwang Manhwa, an instructor at the White Lotus Training Center. The hero gave his name and asked if he remembered it. The interlocutor bowed his head in annoyance and replied that he remembered. He added that the guy could apply for a refund online. Manhwa was surprised to hear that the young man did not ask for a refund of the tuition fee he had paid. The supervisor looked out the window and asked if he would regret his decision. The brunette answered in the negative and added that he would have one request. The man sighed tiredly and said that if he was going to ask for permission to resume training at the center again, he would be refused. Sun Ji-eun asked for help in passing the hunter exam. The instructor frowned and reminded him of how his midterm assessment went. He was given an F rank, and that was a stretch. The man began to say what would happen if a person without unique characteristics and skills took the exam, but the guy interrupted him. He asked if the supervisor couldn't help him, even though the young man refused to return the money. Manhwa shuddered and replied that he could calmly change his mind because money is never superfluous. The hero smirked when he heard such an answer. He looked forward decisively and offered the instructor to make a deal. All he had to do was arrange for the guy to pass the hunter qualification exam today. Sun Ji-yoon got out of the shower and dried his hair with a towel. He looked in the mirror at his body, his pumped up muscles. The brunette examined himself and concluded that, proportionally to his progress, his body had changed a lot too. The hero got dressed and muttered that now was not the time to admire his beloved self. He needed to hurry to take the exam. The guy went out into the hallway and met his neighbor. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her and thought that he really missed such a normal everyday life. He bowed and greeted the girl. She turned and greeted him back, thinking that this was the same neighbor who had been trying to become a hunter for 1,000 years. The brunette passed by, smiling and wishing her a good day. The woman blushed slightly and muttered if this guy had always been so tall. The hero waved his hand near the road, but no taxi stopped. He thoughtfully looked away. A few minutes later, the guy was already racing forward, jumping between the roofs of houses. Sun Ji-yoon grinned and muttered that running to the destination was also a good option. The guy pushed off and thought he would soon be there. Hunters Association. The brunette entered a tall building and stood in front of two men. The young man smiled and said that he had not seen the instructor for a long time. Manhwa chuckled and replied that not much time had passed since their last meeting. The hero looked at him confidently and said that he had been through so much in the last few days that it felt like 100 years had passed. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. The young man confirmed that the days had not been easy. A man in a suit approached them and introduced himself as Kim In-hoo, the examiner who would be evaluating the test. He looked at the hero and said that he probably knew that, at the instructor's request, he would not have to take the theory test and interview. The examiner asked if the cadet had any questions about the exam. The brunette answered negatively, and the interlocutor invited him to follow him. Sun Ji-yoon stood in a large pavilion, holding a sword in his hand, and the man watched from above. Manhwa looked at the interlocutor and reminded him of his request to expel the guy as soon as possible. In-hoo replied that there was no need to worry because the monsters with the worst compatibility with the examinee were prepared for testing. The examiner looked at the guy and said loudly that he could choose the difficulty of the exam from 1 to 10 as soon as he was ready. The hero frowned and thought that he had always chosen the first difficulty level in this exam before and lost to the goblin every time. All because he was weak. The supervisor grinned and muttered that he would definitely choose the first difficulty level. He was interrupted by Sun Ji-yoon's voice, who chose the 10th difficulty level. The man shuddered in surprise and asked again. The brunette looked at him with a smirk. The instructor grimaced and said that he was a sick bastard. Notification, exam begins. Firebird hunt. A flaming monster appeared in front of the guy and screamed. The hero twitched. The notification said that the movement was slowed down by 25% due to the skill predator's roar. The blade of the sword cracked. The instructor grinned and thought that the boy would never pass the exam because he had slightly adjusted his weapon. Manhwa looked down at the hero, expecting his humiliation. The firebird flew up, blowing heat on the boy. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes sparkled, looking at the approaching enemy. The instructor remembered the day he passed his exam. Having finally become a hunter, he thought that he was the best. However, gradually the gap with his peers began to widen, and in the end, the man gave up trying to fill this gap. The world of hunters is based on innate talent. He accepted this fact and stopped trying to change anything. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they cannot overcome. The man was sure that everyone did this, not just him. Therefore, the instructor believed that it was time for the main character to give up too. Sun Ji-yoon put out his sword to parry the blow, but suddenly the blade cracked. The brunette looked at the blade in surprise and jumped back. The boy thought that even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way it could crack so easily. The hero frowned and glanced sideways at Manhwa, guessing his plan. The curator smiled ominously and wondered what the boy would do with the broken sword now. The monster rose higher with a scream and attacked with a fireball. Sun Ji-yoon frowned and decided that he was even glad that things turned out this way. The perfect situation to test the skills he managed to get on the 4th floor of the test tower. Instant acceleration. The brunette crouched, then pushed off and landed on the ceiling above the bird. The hero smiled slyly and thought that this was much better than the increase in movement speed when using the buff of the assassin's cloak. The monster growled and began to prepare for another attack. Sun Ji-yoon pushed off and plunged the broken blade into the enemy's eye. The bird howled in pain. The guy landed on the floor and muttered that the sword was, as expected, too short. He picked up one of the slabs from the floor and swung it at the guy, managing to slice his head in half. The slab smashed into the wall, breaking through the crossbars of the balcony where the men were standing. The curator turned around, dumbfounded, and asked what the hell this bastard was doing. The exam was over. Congratulations. The monster fell down. Sun Ji-yoon waved his hand and asked if the audience was okay because he didn't expect the tile to fly to them. The brunette smiled decisively. The woman smiled widely and handed the hero a hunter's card, congratulating him on successfully passing the exam. The guy accepted it with gratitude. The interlocutor said that since he was registered with the Hunters Association, he could now officially engage in hunting activities. He looked at her and clarified whether she meant entering the dungeon and selling items. The woman answered in the affirmative. Manhwa slammed the table and asked the man sitting opposite how this could even happen. The examiner promised that the guy would fail within 10 seconds, but in the end, he passed the test in that time. Enhu straightened his tie and muttered that the interlocutor really knew how to joke. The man looked at the instructor and declared that he had done everything in his power. Based on the stated data, Cadet Sunjun would never be able to pass this test. Manhwa frowned and asked if it was possible to assign the youth a lower rank. The examiner was surprised. Where else could it be lower? He killed a monster in 10 seconds, which is aimed at cadets who received rank D at the midterm assessment. If the hero was assigned rank D, he could appeal. Sunjun entered the conference room and said that he received a hunter's certificate. Enhu coughed and congratulated him. The guy came closer and looked at the curator, noticing that he did not look very well. Manhwa smiled tensely and congratulated the interlocutor on his status as a hunter. The hero looked at him and said that, if his memory serves him correctly, the man reached rank C before retiring. The man tensely asked him what he meant. The brunette tilted his head and said that the instructor said that he considered him scum, but perhaps he really was that scum. Manhwa's face was distorted with hatred. The instructor swung at the young man, shouting that he had completely lost his fear. The examiner tried to calm him down. The hero smiled and thought that, contrary to expectations, the man had easily fallen for his provocation. He deftly dodged the fist and hit his opponent in the stomach. The brunette frowned and said that he had just acted in self-defense. Sunjun slapped the curator and added that this was his response to aggressive actions. The man recoiled, not understanding where such strength came from for a C rank. The guy stood in front of the examiner. He looked at him carefully and asked if he was really offering him a job as a direct employee of the Hunters Association. Enhu answered in the affirmative and added that his salary would be 1 billion won, and a larger amount could be discussed. The man said that the hero would only benefit if he accepted his offer. Sunjun looked at the card and muttered that such an amount was a good start. Enhu smiled and said that he had simply seen his potential. The guy said that it seemed that the difficulty level of the exam was adjusted arbitrarily. The interlocutor shuddered and sweated. The brunette turned around and said that he would not make a big deal out of it, but it was not in his rules to make a deal with someone he did not trust at all. The hero threw the examiner's business card and left. 2 days later, on TV, the host reported that there were rumors that a mysterious phenomenon called the Trial Tower had been observed among hunters lately. The hero closed his laptop and muttered that everyone finally knew about the Trial Tower. He took the chest and the stone and held the phone in his other hand. Sunjun said that he got rid of the equipment at a very good price. After all, these 3 days were spent very productively. It seems that your time on Earth is coming to an end. Notification: in a few seconds, you will be transferred to the Trial Tower. The brunette looked at the system window and said that he would do it with pleasure. Time is up. You return to the Trial Tower. Now he is again looking forward to his further progress. The guy found himself in subspace. The hero smiled and said that upon his return, he would again have a lot of things to do. The space around him gradually took on the appearance of a room. The hunter looked down and found himself on a bed, so he returned to the tower. Sunjun sat up and muttered that, as expected, you can freely move items between the tower and the real world. The chest and stone lay on the floor nearby, and the hero hurried to throw them into his inventory. The hero pushed off and jumped to the floor. He began to stretch his arms, deciding to warm up and, without wasting time, challenge the 5th floor. Notification: you have earned the achievement First Return. The skill Eye of Truth has been created. The hero's eyes began to glow purple. Mastery: none. Effect: using mana, you can obtain information about the target you are observing, as well as determine whether the opponent's words are true. The guy looked at the system window and concluded that, in addition to obtaining data about the object of observation, he was even able to distinguish between lies and truth. The brunette smiled and exclaimed that this was a real jackpot. Thunder Sword purchased, 55 0 points will be deducted. Hunter Scout Shield purchased, 38 0 points will be deducted. The hero swung his new weapon. Although he had shelled out a ton of points for the sword, he really liked its options. 10% chance to apply the lightning effect when hitting an enemy. The guy decided that it would definitely be useful. A notification window appeared in front of him. You are ready to begin the test on the 5th floor. Sunjun resolutely jumped into the portal, determined to begin the test after so much time. Entered the 5th floor of the test tower. Selected difficulty: hard. The theme of this test is hunting. Remaining time: 24 hours. Condition for successful completion: defeating the werewolf boss in the Wolf Ravine. Conditions for failing the test: the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a werewolf headband. The penalty, in case of failure, is death. The hero found himself in front of a high mountain with the moon shining above. He smiled and clutched his sword. Werewolves gathered around him. The animals growled and rushed to attack. In a few precise movements, the guy cut them down, making his way forward. Sun Jun kicked another enemy. The wolf flew to the side, and the guy was indignant. Why are they so puny? The werewolf hit his big paw. The hero shuddered and looked in that direction. 3 large white wolves stood in front of him. The beaten dog whined pitifully. The white monster roared and bit into the small wolf. The large monsters began to surround the hunter. He looked up warily. His eyes sparkled in anticipation. The trial tower never disappoints. The wolves rushed to attack. The player pushed off and swung his blade, saying that he was even starting to enjoy the trials. He delivered a slash and muttered that he might be slowly going crazy. The blade swept across all the wolves, leaving wounds on them. Mastery of the hunter's dagger skill reached 100%. The hunter's dagger skill was increased to rank E+. The accelerated regeneration skill was increased to rank D. The guy landed on the ground, feeling his strength growing. He frowned and thought that the hunter's dagger skill he had obtained on the 3rd floor had also almost reached its growth limit. He needed to obtain a new swordsmanship skill. 2 wolves jumped from the boy's back. The hero turned around and said with a smile that they could continue to attack without stopping. His back was to the scattered corpses that emanated dark energy. The boy raised his hand, absorbing the power, and noted that he had already managed to hunt 3 times, and it turned out that the sword lightning effect appeared even less often than he thought. You have absorbed several spirits of the crazed wolf. Mastery has increased by 16%. The brunette looked at the system window and noticed that the mastery of the unique characteristic was also steadily increasing. If he gave it his all, he would be able to achieve an increase in the rank of his unique characteristic. He moved on, reaching almost the middle of the wolf ravine. Sun Jun stopped. There were corpses of wolves lying around. The hero assumed that there was a conflict in the pack. The boy crouched down to the body and realized that the cut was too clear, which meant it was made by a sword. He looked at the rock and thought that the marks left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Hunters used the eye of truth, and his eyes turned purple. He looked at the wall. A trace of aura, rank D. A trace left after a rather skillful aura neatly split the wall. The boy stood among the defeated monsters, wondering if aura was also one of the skills. Sun Jun frowned and thought that there were too many nuances that did not fit in his head. He felt somehow uneasy. Suddenly, a howl was heard. The hero jerked forward, realizing that it was somewhere nearby. He rushed along the gorge until he noticed something in front of him. Ahead was the entrance to a cave from which a roar was heard. A werewolf flew out of it. He hit the ground several times. The brunette looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Notification: the boss werewolf required to pass the trial has died. Investigating the cause. Loading. The hero looked at the monster lying at his feet and could not believe that the trial target was dead. Analysis complete. The brunette jerked and looked at the system window. An intrusion was detected in the Sun Jun challenger's trial. The trial target has been changed. Kill the challenger from another dimension who has intruded into your trial. A man in armor came out of the cave. The hero looked at him, processing the information. He realized that the trial tower existed in several dimensions at once, other than Earth. The hunter squinted, trying to understand how the enemy had ended up here at all. The knight looked at him and said that he did not expect the challenger from the underdeveloped world to still be alive. He clarified that the hero was the master of this trial. The man pointed his sword at the boy and decided that he was silent because he was paralyzed by fear of his impending death. The brunette smiled nervously and thought that this bastard was also cuckoo. They stood opposite each other. The hero looked ahead and thought that he did not expect a situation where the target of his test would be killed by an intruder from another dimension. However, he was very lucky that the test did not fail. The brunette frowned. The enemy assumed a fighting stance, and his sword began to shine. He asked if the boy was so scared that he could not utter a word. In that case, the knight decided to end his suffering right then. Sun Jun frowned, noticing that the enemy was advancing. The enemy quickly ran forward. The hero kicked the werewolf's corpse, throwing it towards the intruder. The wolf flew at the knight, but he cut it with his sword. He looked away. The brunette ran around him and swung his sword, saying that he was caught. The guy jabbed his sword at the armor, but then his eyes widened in surprise. The blade slipped, although the hero was going to cut the enemy in half. The enemy swung his sword and said that the young man was caught here. He brought down a blow on the hunter, who barely managed to cover himself with a shield. The defense split into pieces. The guy was thrown back and slammed into a rock. Sun Jun coughed in pain. The brunette grabbed his broken arm and clenched his teeth. The enemy came closer and was surprised that the young man blocked the aura. If he allowed himself to be cut in half, he would have met a quick and painless death. The hero frowned and shouted that he had never heard of any invaders. The knight came closer and replied that the barbarian had no way of knowing what a floor infiltration was. The boy sweated and muttered in horror why something like this had happened in his trial. The enemy looked at him menacingly, radiating an aura, and told him not to hold a grudge since the tower was originally such an unpredictable place. He would rather leave long conversations and end everything. The brunette put out his hand and asked the enemy to stop. The hero frowned and asked him to tell about the floor invasion. The knight silently looked at the boy, but still decided to tell since the boy was dead anyway. Sun Jun looked closely at his interlocutor. The man said that among the options of the system, the expansion of which occurs from the 8th floor, there is the so-called floor invasion. If you buy a ticket for it in the store, you get the opportunity to interfere with other people's trials. The hero sat opposite the enemy, asking if he really came from another dimension. The knight clarified whether the boy thought that he came from some other world. Sun Jun stood up and muttered something like that. His eyes lit up from using the Eye of Truth. The man shuddered as he looked at the hunter. Notification: your opponent's words are true. He did not lie. The knight extended his sword and exclaimed that the brunette had just committed an extremely unpleasant act. He dared to judge his words and actions. The hero smiled and replied that he could not do anything about it. The opponent swung his sword and asked how the barbarian brat dared to be insolent to him. The brunette straightened up and said that he had obtained information, so he could also share one funny fact. The interlocutor stopped and looked at him questioningly. The young man was holding his injured hand and said that due to his pain tolerance, the injured limb was practically in his way. In other words, he was holding it not because it was unbearably painful. The hero let go of his hand and the accelerated regeneration skill was immediately activated. The boy healed himself and said that he thought the enemy would only share information if the boy looked pathetic. The knight's eyes widened in surprise. He swung his sword and asked if the hunter was testing his healing skills. The man added that if his strength was only what he had demonstrated earlier, then he would not escape death. Sun Jun threw the sword from the ground and smiled. The boy grabbed the handle and said that his strength continued to grow rapidly. Notification: increase stats using the spirits you have. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 5, durability increased by 7. Blue energy emanated from the hero. The enemy shuddered and was surprised that the boy had a unique characteristic in addition to the healing skill. The exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak is activated. Movement speed plus 15%. Remaining time, 59 seconds. The brunette crouched, pushing off the ground and, with a flash of his eyes, used instant acceleration. The man stared in shock at the challenger from the 5th floor, who for some reason had so many skills. The hero rushed to attack. The opponents began to exchange blows. The knight recoiled and muttered that it was only the 5th floor, so why did the hunter have such outrageous stats? He touched the sword, accumulating aura, and called the young man a damn barbarian. The brunette frowned, noticing the attack. He dodged, and the sword pierced the rock. The opponent turned and swung the blade towards the young man, cutting the stone. The hero was surprised and jumped. Aura is a high-level skill, so such a blow can cause serious damage. However, the guy was definitely ahead of his opponent in terms of stats, so he easily manages to avoid critical hits. Sun Jun frowned and thought that the real problem was that armor. The man grabbed the sword with both hands. His equipment was high level, and it couldn't be destroyed by the protagonist's current abilities. The youth jumped up, continuing to strike from different directions. If he continued to strike again and again, there would be a chance. With another swing, the blade of the sword sparked. An electric discharge pierced the enemy. He grunted in pain, trying to understand what it was. Notice: Thunder Sword. 10th chance to apply the lightning effect when hitting the enemy. The brunette smiled and muttered that this was what he needed. The knight fell on his back. The hero approached the enemy. He looked at him carefully and thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would have been more troublesome, but fortunately, his risk was worth it. The man grunted and his body trembled. He looked at the boy and said that he should have won in the first place. The intruder muttered that he was just a challenger from the 5th floor, so how could that be possible? Where did he get so many skills? Sun Jun squeezed the handle of his blade and said that the other man was very stupid if he relied entirely on his one high-level skill and armor. He swung his sword and said that it was time to meet his end. The man extended his hand and exclaimed that he could give him answers to all his questions. The brunette frowned and said that there was no need for that. The hero pierced the enemy with his sword. Blood spurted. The knight's hand trembled and went limp. The hunter straightened up and thought that it was getting easier and easier to kill each time. He stepped back and swung the blade. If the boy felt awkward piercing someone else's flesh, it would have been a much more serious problem. Notification: congratulations, you have passed the 5th floor of the testing tower. A purple aura emanated from the invader's body. The brunette shuddered and extended his hand, hastening to use absorption. You have absorbed the spirit of the challenger Kata Drax. Mastery increased to 15%. The boy looked tensely at the energy in his hand and noticed that he almost missed the opportunity to absorb his soul. It turns out that if you die in another dimension, you simply dissipate like a mirage. The hero stood in the ravine, not understanding why the reward message did not arrive. Notification: the difficulty level and the reward do not match. The reward content has been completely revised. The young man turned his head in surprise. As a reward for breaking through, the skill 3 absolutes was received. As a bonus reward, you received 75 points. As an additional bonus reward, you received 35 points. The hero was happy that instead of the promised C rank reward, he received an A rank. The invading knight must have been strong enough for the system to consider the difficulty of the completed trial to be much higher than originally stated. Sun Jun smiled and said that he still couldn't believe that he had managed to hit such a jackpot. Entered the waiting room of the 6th floor. You have been healed of all debuffs and injuries. Information about the challenger Sun Jun will be displayed on the trial summary board. The guy walked through the portal and, taking off his equipment, put it in his inventory. One way or another, he encountered an invasion from another dimension. The hero sat down on the floor and thought that the trial tower really could catch you off guard. The hunter tried to save as many tickets as possible for sending questions to the 8th floor. The guy frowned. The system window indicated that the current number of tickets was 5. The hero began to type, deciding that it was time to ask about the floor invasion and whether it was possible to find out about it in advance. Your question has been sent. The brunette winced when he received the reply. He looked at the email in surprise, which had arrived so quickly. It read as follows: Floor infiltration is a system that allows you to enter the trials of a challenger with whom you have a gap of no more than 10 floors. However, you can only invade personal trials, and special and combined trials cannot be invaded. It is a system that expands from the 8th floor and is currently unavailable. The guy frowned and concluded that it was like breaking a ladder for someone climbing. He wanted to scroll down, but a notification appeared that this information was not available on the current floor. Since the request was only half fulfilled, the ticket to send a question would not be used. Sun Jun stared at the system window in shock and realized that the ticket to send a question was not all powerful either. He swiped the screen and thought that he was glad he had saved the ticket. The hero smiled and said that it was time to use the items he had grabbed from the ground. The brunette reached into his inventory and pulled out a chest, a broken shield, and a stone. Notice, use the Kroken Magic Tower's restoration chest to restore this hunter's shield. The remaining uses of the chest have been exhausted. The shield was restored to its original form. The guy admired that the performance exceeded all expectations. Notice, use the Purity Stone. The item shone in the hero's hand. The brunette rubbed his neck and muttered that buying a Purity Stone might seem like a waste of money, but he believed that the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes from bathing was worth a few thousand won. The 6th floor trial will begin in 1 hour and 12 minutes. The hero opened the system menu and decided to check the trial results board and look into the community if he had time. Ranking table: 1 Kim Seung-hoon, 2 max level sword, 3 hunter, 4 Hee Sun-ae, 5 Oh Chun-seok, 6 Princess Sudi. The guy stared at the rankings, seeing himself in 3rd place. He had risen quite a bit from 16th place. Sun Jun touched his chin thoughtfully and asked if this made him any closer to gaining the benefits of a pioneer. He would have to go all the way to the 8th floor to find out. Entering the community. Difficulty: high. Players were trading skills that were useful for killing and robbing each other. Someone was indignant that they were animals, not people, since they only thought about someone's death. An argument broke out over this. The chat turned into a field of chaotic madness. The hero stared at the messages, trying to understand what had happened. The mental resistance skills that were being actively traded now have the attractive effect of reducing some mental shock, but at the same time they are a double-edged sword. Even if you use the skill to let go of your heartache every time, it won't change the essence of the problem. Sun Jun frowned when he saw the message. Dear all, did you know that the bastard who suddenly leaked the information about the 4th floor trials changed his name to Princess Sudi? It was the same challenger who spoiled the atmosphere in the 4th floor community chat. The hero remembered that he felt like he was deliberately inciting everyone to fight each other. Sun Jun frowned and asked if it would be the same this time. The guy swiped the screen and muttered that he should remember this person's nickname well. The system asked if he was ready to begin the trial on the 6th floor. The portal opened. The trial of the 6th floor begins. Difficulty: high. The theme of this trial is occupation. Remaining time: 50 minutes. Condition for successful completion of the trial: within the allotted time, capture one of the strongholds in any direction. Condition for failing the trial: the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a random chest. The penalty in case of failure: death. The hero looked ahead, passing through the portal. In front of him was a sea with small platforms fixed to it. The selection of challengers is complete. Work together with your teammates to pass the trial. Sun Jun looked at the portal and, frowning, asked why his teammates were taking so long to appear. A spear flew out of the passage. The guy grabbed it with his hand and pulled it forward. Holding the weapon, the guy appeared. He looked at the brunette with fear and fell to the floor. The hero approached him and said that attacking his own team is unacceptable. The player frowned and said that if the guy entered the community, he should already know what's what. Murder is the easiest way to get achievements. The brunette looked at him in surprise. He squeezed his weapon and asked if the main thing for them was to earn as many achievements as possible, no matter at whose expense. The interlocutor bared his teeth and exclaimed that the hero's hypocrisy was beyond all bounds. He suggested looking around before playing the role of a conscientious and honest person. Screams were heard everywhere. Players were killing team members, shouting that only the tower should be blamed, not them. Someone did not even hide their greed in an effort to earn a new achievement. Sun Ji-yoon stood and listened to the cries for help. The interlocutor asked if he now understood what was what, calling him a hypocritical bastard. Someone swung a sword and pierced his comrade. Many were fighting to the death. Someone shook hands, deciding to join forces in such a difficult situation. The girl and the plump guy looked around at those around them. He smiled, glad that he met a person who thought the same as him. She noted that many were committing disgusting betrayal. The interlocutor nodded and said that they should come to their senses. The girl, smiling, plunged the blade into his chest and agreed that they needed to assess the situation with a sober mind. She grinned ominously and smirked that the guy, without really understanding, was shaking his opponent's hand without a drop of doubt. Notification: you have earned the Vile Killer achievement. Durability increased by 1. The young man fell backwards in front of her. The protagonist looked in her direction, and his supposed partner, smirking, said that he, too, was eager to get achievements. He suggested that the brunette stop acting like a saint. The hero silently looked away. The interlocutor grabbed the blade, deciding that his opponent was distracted. He cursed and rushed into the attack, aiming for the eye. Sun Ji-yoon did not even flinch. The guy quickly appeared behind the player and pierced him with that very spear. The enemy coughed and desperately wondered what kind of lightning-fast movement that was. Notification: you have earned the traitor achievement. Strength increased by 1. The hero frowned and thought that this was weak. Special and combined trials are just big words. Sun Ji-yoon turned around and thought that this trial could safely be called a kind of event especially for him. Here he would be able to improve the mastery of his unique characteristic, and, if he was lucky, maybe even add a couple of new skills to his piggy bank. However, the guy was not going to specifically attack to kill other challengers. The brunette resolutely looked ahead, deciding to simply fulfill the conditions of the trial and fight those who decided to attack him first. The man raised his hand and used Iron Dome, protecting himself with a shield. The sphere expanded. The man smiled and said that this was the perfect trial for him, who had learned water magic. He turned around at the sound and saw the main character running towards him. The guy jumped up and looked carefully at the other player. The man looked up in confusion, wondering who was in front of him. Sun Ji-yoon kicked the dome. The magician laughed and exclaimed that it couldn't be penetrated. However, the defense didn't want to confirm his words, breaking under the hero's blow. The guy flew into the candidate's face with his foot. The magician was thrown to the side and fell on his back. The brunette landed in front of him and thought that although his actions were a little cruel, the main thing was the end result. The other candidates glanced at Sun Ji-yoon in fear, assuming that he was a ranker who looked like a monster and ran in other directions. The hero sat down on the platform and thought that with his actions he could instill fear in his opponents. The other players ran away from him. To be honest, even though he wanted to earn achievements, he didn't want to make unnecessary kills. Notification: stronghold captured. The capture will be interrupted if someone from the other team enters your territory. Don't let the opponent capture your stronghold. Remaining time: 9 minutes 59 seconds. The brunette crossed his legs and concluded that he only needed to hold out for 10 minutes. He put his hands on his knees and thought that the high-ranked challengers who had immediately confirmed their participation in the next trial without using hearthstones on the 5th floor should already be outside the 6th floor. Most of the people around him were low-ranked challengers, so maybe breaking through the trial would be easier than he thought. The trial on the 6th floor makes you think about a lot of things. Mistrust of others. This is the reality of a low-ranked challenger. The darkness and gloom that the trial tower has nurtured. The guy frowned and thought that the fake sympathy was the real hypocrisy. Even if he managed to distract the opponents by switching their attention to another stronghold, eventually someone would die. Notification: an enemy has entered your stronghold, capture has been suspended. The hero looked back questioningly. A group of 4 people was approaching him. The blonde grinned and noted the confused expression on the hunter's face. He said that in this test, a team consists of 2 people, and 4 people suddenly appeared on his territory. The intruder assumed that the guy probably wanted to know what was going on. The brunette looked at them and said that everything was obvious without his explanation. Sun Ji-yoon smiled and concluded that 4 notorious bastards got together and formed a squad of killers to earn more achievements. The blonde grinned and noted that the guy immediately got the gist of it. The challenger added that his sentence would now be carried out. The man bared his teeth and kindly offered the hero to go to the next world. The 2 knights moved to attack. The young man grabbed the sword and assumed a fighting stance. The enemy wizard folded his arms and used heart fusion. The hero shuddered in surprise. By using the unique attribute heart fusion, the challenger Sun Jun now shares the pain of the challenger Kim Jin-han. The magician took the dagger and stabbed himself in the arm. The protagonist gritted his teeth and dropped the weapon, feeling a sharp pain. He looked at the wound with displeasure. The skill pain tolerance is activated. All types of pain are reduced by 15%. The bald man with a shield approached the guy and poured seawater on him. The brunette cautiously covered himself. Notification: you have touched the water of the 6th trial floor. Strength decreased by 10. Dexterity decreased by 10. Endurance decreased by 10. Penalty duration 2 minutes 59 seconds. The boy opened his mouth and noted that, apparently, there was a penalty for contact with water. The opponents were approaching to attack. Both knights swung, striking. The hero thought that this was a terrible deal. Would be for an ordinary player. Sun Jun smiled excitedly. The swordsman swung his blade, but the boy deftly dodged. He raised his hand and said that the strategy of depriving the enemy of a weapon and reducing his stats, admittedly, is pretty good. But they made one fatal mistake. The player looked at the approaching hand in fear. The hunter grabbed the swordsman by the head and stabbed him into the floor, declaring that they chose the wrong opponent. The trio froze in shock. Notification: you have earned the achievement one-hit kill. The skill Contempt for the Weak has been created. The hero straightened up, and the bald knight cursed. Skill: Contempt for the Weak. Mastery 0%. Effect: if the enemy cannot surpass any of the user's stats, strength increases according to the difference in stats. The bald man swung to strike from behind. Notification: all enemy stats are lower than the user's. Contempt for the Weak is activated. Strength increased by 1. The man struck, then looked up in shock. At that very second, the protagonist kneed him in the face. The brunette turned around in the air and kicked the enemy in the head. You have earned the achievement Merciless Killer. Sun Jun smiled. Agility increased by 1. The knight fell to the ground. The blonde gritted his teeth and frowned. The hero moved towards them. The mage looked at his teammate in fear and asked what to do now and whether they should attack at the same time. The swordsman silently slashed his comrade's leg with his sword. The wizard's face distorted in pain, and he fell to the floor with a scream. The protagonist flinched, feeling a pulsation in his leg. The brunette dropped to one knee. Sun Jun breathed heavily, thinking that they only shared one pain between the two of them, but fortunately, there was no real damage. The only problem was that this pain limited his actions. The mage grabbed his leg and shouted, did the man still consider himself a human after such an act? The blade pierced his side. The blonde continued to strike, warning the protagonist not to come closer. The challenger grimaced and shouted that if he took another step towards him, he would slit the throat of this idiot. The brunette straightened up. Thanks to the skill pain tolerance, he was able to move somehow. But the catch was that at such a speed, it was difficult to properly react to the enemy's attack. As expected, there was only one answer. The hunter gritted his teeth and realized that he needed to kill the challenger, who activated heart fusion as soon as possible. The mage screamed in pain from his wounds. The protagonist threw the shield in his direction, cutting off the wizard's head. The guy jerked, feeling pain in his neck, and fell to his knees, trying to breathe. The blonde swung, deciding that there might not be another chance. He jumped, cutting the air with his blade. Sun Jun caught his blade with both hands. The guy looked at his opponent and asked if he was curious about what it was like when the feeling of having your throat literally cut penetrates your entire being. The enemy smiled tensely and muttered that the guy was frostbitten. The brunette broke off part of the blade, grabbed it in one hand and cut off the enemy's head. The blonde, or rather the flying upper part of it, whispered that the hero was crazy. Sun Jun frowned, and drops of blood flew nearby. You have received the cold-blooded slasher achievement. You earned 15 points. Time is up. The stronghold has been captured. The other users began to shout joyfully that they survived. Someone who managed to maintain camaraderie hugged each other. Was it someone's instigation that many people were delighted with the murder at the beginning of the challenge? But in the end, the final winners were those who kept the team together. The hero turned around and noted that there were exceptions. He looked at the guy who was standing there covered in blood and muttering that he did nothing wrong, and that the bastard who couldn't dodge his blow was to blame. The brunette looked at his hand and wondered if he looked like such a monster in the eyes of others. Notification: congratulations, you have passed the 6th floor of the challenge tower. A random draw box will be sent to your inventory as a breakthrough reward. You have received 8,000 points as a reward. Moving to the waiting room. Dark energy emanated from the bodies of the challengers. You have absorbed the spirit of players Lee Song-jun, Kim Jin-han, Song Jin-uk, Han Sik-jun. The guy put out his hand, absorbing the energy. Mastery of the unique attribute Necromancy has reached 100%. The rank increases by 1 level. Necromancy, rank D, entered the waiting room of the 7th floor. The hero exited the portal and noticed that the achievement viewing function was activated. List of achievements: Class S first return, Class A none, Class B none, Class C one hit kill, Class D cold-blooded slasher, Rank E the one who endured the flames, Ruthless killer, Goblin hunter, Traitor, Class F none. The guy carefully looked at the system window and said that, as he thought, the first return was not a simple achievement. He poked the screen, deciding to take a closer look. One hit kill, Class C. The achievement is awarded for killing an enemy with one hit. As a reward, the player receives the disdain for the weak skill. Merciless killer, Class E. This achievement is awarded to those who consistently kill challengers without hesitation. As a reward, the player's dexterity is increased by 1. Cold-blooded slasher, Class D. This achievement is awarded for killing 5 or more challengers in a challenge. As a reward, 15 O points are awarded. The hero thought that he really got a lot of achievements for killing. It turns out that if the player earns an achievement, he will receive various rewards such as skills, points, or stat increases. Sun Jun opened the inventory. Random draw box. In front of you is a box tied with a yellow ribbon from which you can randomly take out one item. When you open the box, you randomly receive one of the items from F to B rank. The boy looked at the trophy in his hand and muttered that the reward for breaking through the 6th floor was a bit ambiguous. If the rank ranged from F to B, then perhaps he shouldn't expect much. He pulled the ribbon and decided to pull out the item and start absorbing souls. Light burst out of the box. The hero looked in surprise as someone jumped out of it. The small green goblin did a somersault and landed on the floor. The boy looked at it in shock. Sun Jun smiled and muttered what kind of Pokemon this was and whether it needed to be caught. The creature frowned, looking at the hero. Sun Jun dashed forward, stretching his hand out in front of him. The little animal dodged his palm at the last moment. The boy continued running forward, trying to catch his target. He pushed off the floor with explosive force. In his last attempt, he managed to grab the little animal. The hero smiled and shouted happily. The captured beast opened its mouth wide and screamed. Then it forcefully squeezed the boy's forearm with its teeth. Pain struck the boy's body, causing tears to appear in his eyes. The little beast jumped to the side. It frowned angrily and bared its fangs. The boy went into a furious frenzy and said that the enemy was quite cute, so he tried to be gentle with him. Jumping up, he said that now the little beast could expect no mercy. The boy made several dashes, but his target jumped very high. The hero looked up and thought. A moment later, the beast noticed that the boy had risen to his height. After somersaulting in the air, the boy looked at his target. He frowned and swung his right hand. His fist was approaching the little beast at high speed. The boy struck the beast's head with incredible force, dealing a critical blow. The place where it hit turned red. The little animal crumbled into pieces, revealing a necklace. The system congratulated the boy and said that he had drawn an item corresponding to the highest class in the random draw box. He looked at the prize and said that if it said the highest class, it meant that his item was Class B. The necklace emitted a blue glow. The system said that it was a pendant made of forged iron, which increased the effects of metallurgy skills and swordsmanship by 7%. And when mana was introduced, an exclusive effect of steel defense was activated, but temporary recovery was stopped since mana was spent to activate. The young man took the pendant in his hand. He looked at it and thought about its description. He poured energy into it and decided to check the effects. The next second, energy enveloped him. The system reported that the pendant activated an exclusive effect, as a result of which the skin began to absorb 10% of all physical damage. He exclaimed in surprise. The beams of light glinted on the surface of the pendant. The guy thought that this pendant had much better parameters than most class items, because it was equipped with both attack and defense, so it was truly a scam item. Putting it on his neck, he happily said that he did not expect anything from this prank, but ended up hitting the jackpot. Suddenly, he froze in place, noticing the messages there that all his mana was depleted, as a result of which the exclusive effect was disabled. He was confused but frowned and said that this exclusive skill absorbs mana at the speed of light. He tucked the pendant under his shirt and thought that he should save mana to use the pendant at a critical moment. He looked back at the system window and decided to check the status window of the unique characteristic that was recently assigned to rank D. The system asked him if he was ready to begin the trial on the 7th floor. The heroes looked up, not understanding what this was and whether there was usually a waiting period before the next challenge was issued. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that if it was possible to start the challenge a little faster, he didn't see anything wrong with it, and he wondered if the others' waiting time had disappeared. The system reported entering a community whose difficulty was high. The tower ghost asked if they knew that the waiting time had disappeared. Reading other people's comments, he decided that as he thought, everyone could now immediately begin the challenge. He pointed his finger at the system window and thought that no one cared about the waiting time having disappeared. After all, no one was particularly interested in the advantage of being the first mover, and the atmosphere in the community was one of desperately wanting to return home. He lowered his head and wondered if this was because most of them were low-ranking hunters. Looking closely at the comments, he thought that compared to the 6th floor, the manner of communication had changed a lot. He imagined the evil faces of people and thought that all these maniacs have now become quiet, and the next one is a personal test, so by entering into a dialogue, no one will gain anything. With a calm expression on his face, he decided that he should also be wary of the murderous maniacs who use the lives of their comrades as simple tools for gaining profit, and most importantly, he hit his fist into his palm and said that he needed to develop skills that would not be shaken by any variables. Opening the system window, he looked at the description of the unique characteristic and looked at it in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he noticed that even more specifics were added to the description of the basic effect. Schematically imagining how souls turn into enhancement, magical power, and a protective shell, he thought that before, the main emphasis was on enhancing skills, but now souls can be used both as magical power and as a protective shell. He waved his hand, opening another window, and said that he hoped that something like an increase in the probability of obtaining a skill would appear because anything can happen, so the ability to protect the body will never be superfluous. He pulled the sword out of the inventory. Throwing it into the air, he decided to check how effective the spiritual shield was. The hero put his hand to the side and said that he should risk it, because even if he cut off his hand, the waiting room was equipped with a healing buff anyway. The sword quickly spun, approaching him. At high speed, it approached the guy's wrist. The next second, a bright red flash lit up the space. The system reported that the spirit absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The sword rose into the air again, energy swirled around it. The system also added that the player's soul had disappeared, and the number of souls in possession was 3 out of 30 positions. The young man looked at the hit site in surprise. Smiling, he decided that the effectiveness exceeded all his expectations. Heroes looked at the number of souls in his possession and said that it was better for him not to absorb all the souls, but to always have a couple in reserve to ensure his own protection. Heroes opened the board summing up the results of the trial. The system opened the player ranking table, on which Sunjun was in 4th place. Frowning slightly, he said that he had slipped to 4th place, and we want but it was a bit of a pity, but it was not so critical, because in order to receive the title of Pioneer, he only needed to enter the top 50. He warmed up and said that he was already tired while checking this and that, but he did not have time to delay further advancement. A portal opened in space. Heroes decided that it was time for him to challenge the next trial. In the darkness in front of him, system windows began to appear, informing him that the 7th floor high difficulty test was beginning, the theme of which would be proof, and 40 minutes were given for completion. The condition of the test was to pass 3 tests within the allotted time, and the conditions for failure, the death of the applicant or the expiration of the allotted time. As a reward for a successful breakthrough, he was guaranteed the skill of Grace of the Wind, and the penalty for failure was equal to death. The young man found himself in the middle of a dark corridor. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what kind of place this was, because the atmosphere was completely different from the previous tests. Walking straight, he thought there that he literally did not feel anyone's presence, and this irritated him greatly. His hair began to flutter in the wind. A bright light flashed at the end of the corridor. A wave of glow quickly overtook the young man, transferring him to the first test zone. The hero found himself in the middle of the desert. The system demanded that he prove that he had overcome all his fears. Looking around, he recognized the surroundings. An endless sand landscape stretched out before him. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The young man thought that everything was as he expected. In an instant, a giant sand wall rose up in front of him. The young man looked up and realized that it was a sand golem. He remembered that in order to successfully pass, he had to break through 3 trials in the remaining time, and he thought that this space was now a reproduction of the training trial, and this meant that during this trial, the 3 trials that he had already passed would be recreated. He frowned angrily, thinking that he could defeat the sand golem with his eyes closed, and wondered if that meant he would be on the 8th floor very soon. He noticed that a large amount of sand was falling down from the golem's shoulders. The monster was getting taller and taller, leaving the boy at the bottom. The boy looked up, noticing the giant monster, and said that he didn't remember the golem being this big to begin with. A bright light was shining in the monster's eye sockets. The boy smirked and thought that he felt like he had been enlarged 3 times. The golem raised its arm. It swung its right hand, slightly leaning towards the boy. The boy took out the sword and shield from his inventory, deciding to try and hit the empty head of the opponent. He rushed straight towards the golem's strike. Deviating from the trajectory, it ran up the arm. The hero frowned confidently. He quickly climbed up the sand, straight towards the monster's head. Finally, he made a dash and jumped away from the enemy's head. He thought that this was all very strange while he was upside down. Nu looked down at the golem and thought that the sand golem's weak point was the core, but he couldn't find it anywhere, and perhaps the more massive the golem, the deeper the core was hidden in its body. Shin quickly turned around and looked at him. The hero frowned tensely. The next second, the monster's hand was quickly approaching him. The golem grabbed him in midair. Sand continued to fall from his hand. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from his palm. The sand exploded, freeing the youth. The boy looked up and said that since he couldn't deal with the enemy in one blow, he should just cut him into pieces. He rushed into battle, delivering sweeping blows to the golem's body. He landed and slid across the sand. Sun Jiun looked at the wounds inflicted. He smirked slightly and thought that as expected, he was just cutting him over and over again, and he needed that you did not find and destroy the core. The monster raised his hands and screamed loudly. The boy said that with his tactics he only attracted his anger. The monster sank to the ground, resting his feet on it. His ankles sank into the sand. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, looking ahead. Quickly straightening up, the monster raised his foot to trample the hero. The boy rushed from the spot, surprised at what was happening. He looked back in fear and said that dodging the blow is not a problem, but if that sand wave falls. The monster's foot quickly approached the sand. The boy quickly ran away from the resulting sand wave. He lost his balance when the shock wave caught up with him. A huge sand explosion thundered in the middle of the desert. Dust and sand began to settle. A golem appeared from behind the curtain. The young man was half buried in the sand. He smiled evilly and said that he was furious. Rising from the ground, he looked at the golem. The young man held his sword in front of him. The golem walked towards him, holding his hands in front of him. The young man began to emit streams of aura using 3 absolutes. The system opened the description of the skill. The hero flew past the golem at incredible speed, cutting off its arm. The monster looked back at the lost limb in surprise. Landing, the guy dealt a few more blows. He cut off its arm with just one attack. He immediately remembered the Dark Knight and thought that when he encountered the so-called floor implantation, he was very angry. Smiling, he also added that now he should probably thank that knight for intruding on that trial. The monster's arm began to recover. The hero thought that although this golem was recovering with the help of sand, he should still continue to cut with his sword until his core was found. The monster bowed down. Heading towards the guy, the boy challenged him and said that he should try to recover after the next one. With a deft movement, he cut the sand body. A moment later, another cut appeared. The boy ran past the golem, cutting off all of its limbs. The monster began to recover again. The tired guy frowned and insulted him, after which he wondered later where his core was. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing in front of the golem, the boy calmly asked when he managed to become such a cutie. The golem suddenly fell into a stupor. He blushed embarrassedly, hearing for the first time that he was cute. The young man noticed that the golem had shrunk and thought that the resource called sand, which the golem's body was made of, could not be extracted from the environment indefinitely, which is why it had apparently shrunk so much. He looked down and thought of something. A mad smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the sword and asked the golem if it wanted to lose some more weight. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Vidya didn't particularly like the continuation. The opponents headed towards each other. The young man turned in the air, approaching the fist. He did a roundhouse kick, destroying the monster's right arm. The hero clenched his teeth hard, quickly moving forward. He rushed past the monster at incredible speed, cutting it into several pieces. The golem's fragments fell onto the sand. He moved his head and wheezed quietly. Having shrunk even more, he restored his body. The golem growled and looked up. The boy frowned slightly when he found the core. He looked at the crystal on the monster's back and thought that the body was covered in a thick layer of sand, so it was extremely difficult to reach forward, and added that he thought about 10 minutes had passed, and there were only 40 minutes to complete the 7th floor trial, and it would probably be better to speed up. Suddenly, he noticed a blow approaching quickly. At the last moment, the boy dodged its trajectory. He continued to dodge the golem's attacks, saying that after the crash diet, he had become much more agile. He rushed behind the monster and said that although he wanted to play with it longer, he did not have time for this. A moment later, the boy pierced the monster's core. The golem opened its mouth and let out a scream. The core shattered into several pieces. The guy frowned. The system reported that he had proven that he had overcome his fear, and the first test had been successfully completed. The golem's body began to crumble to the ground. A bright flash appeared in the air. The young man looked around in surprise, noticing the disappearance of the surrounding space. Frowning, he thought that this was excellent. He stretched out his hand and pulled the golem's spirit along with him. The flow of the soul was attracted to his palm. The young man tried not to let go. A notification appeared above the guy's palm that the absorption had failed. He frowned in confusion and said that the increase in skill had also flown down the drain. The system reported entering the second test zone. The guy found himself in the middle of a burning location. A monster's corpse was lying next to him. The system demanded proof that he had become wiser. He frowned deeply, recognizing the surroundings. An orc village was burning outside and their corpses lay everywhere, that the previous tests were happening again. He lifted the curtain and went outside. The next second, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man noticed that the orc was bowing down in front of his dead comrade. And watching what was happening, he thought that these were orc rangers, and that during the test on the second floor, he destroyed the orc village, so now the subsequent events were unfolding in front of him. Monster touched the artery on the neck of his dead comrade. He sternly looked up at the young man. The orc shook with anger and let out a dull squeak. His eyes were bloodshot. He rose to his feet and let out a loud roar. The young man realized that he was going berserk again, a phenomenon often observed in monsters overcome by anger. He lowered his hands and added that an orc in a berserk state is no longer a hot monster like Irango, so he was very unlucky. The orcs rushed to attack with a battle cry. They were quickly approaching the young man. He frowned sternly and said that they, monsters, should not show the pain of losing a family member. The system reported the activation of the instant acceleration skill and the triple absolute skill. The hero jumped up with explosive force and said that they should not do this, at least in front of him. The orc fell to his knees. The commander of this squad was kneeling in front of the youth, quietly squeaking. The monster was breathing heavily, keeping its head down. Its comrades were lying everywhere next to it. The boy looked at him with disdain and asked the monster there if it felt disgusting, because he was standing there and just watching his family die, unable to do anything. The monster went berserk again. He rose to his feet and swung his right hand. The hero dodged his attack. Energy flashed in his pupils. With a quick dash, the boy decapitated his opponent. He exhaled heavily. The system reported that he had proven that he had become wiser, thus completing the second test. Looking back, the boy thought that this time he could not hesitate. He extended his hand and began to collect souls. He was pulled into the portal again. The system reported the successful absorption of all the orc spirits, as a result of which the mastery was increased by 6% and the number of souls rose to 19 units. The hero clenched his fist with a smile. The system issued a notification that the mastery of the hunter's dagger skill had reached 100%, so the skill had increased to the next rank. Also, the instant acceleration skill had risen one sub-rank higher. The system notified him of entering the third test zone, where he must prove that he had overcome his doubts. The guy looked ahead and said that this time his brain would definitely be blown away. He found himself on a long path in the middle of the water. Greatly surprised, he realized that this was the battle platform of the 6th floor. She looked back and said that since the previous zones were reconstructions of the 1st and 2nd floors, he thought there would be a double from the 3rd floor. He remembered the previous test and said that he was not surprised if such an ignorant test was labeled as wisdom, and he was really going if he hoped to see at least some common sense in the test tower. The young man opened his inventory and took a life potion from there. With a slight movement, he opened the bottle. The guy tipped the bottle over and drank the contents. The potion worked instantly, healing him. He looked at the bottle in his hand. Throwing it into the ocean, he said that he was littering a little in the test tower. A moment later, a giant wave rose behind him. Powerful splashes of water threw up the concrete slabs of the path. The heroes frowned in surprise and said that he only threw a tiny bottle. The system reported the activation of the killer's cloak, increasing movement speed by 15 points. He rushed away from the approaching danger. The boy frowned and thought that the tests that had been played so far were repeating the existing rules, which meant that in order to pass this test, he needed to find and occupy the red tile of the stronghold. The water waves rose up, creating different shapes. The boy also added that until he found the tile, he should not touch this water under any circumstances. Running further and further, he decided that his speed was higher because the wave could not catch up with him. Frowning in surprise, he decided that this was great, because he had to move in the same direction. A powerful splash of water threw the tile under the boy's feet. Falling down, he touched the water, as a result of which his strength, agility, endurance were reduced by 10 points, and the duration of the penalty was equal to 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The water continued to throw up concrete slabs. The guy thought that he even had an idea that the tiles would remain in the same order. Being in the air, he added that it was a kind of hope that there was at least some common sense in the testing tower. He gritted his teeth and used instant acceleration. Leaning against the slab, he made a powerful jerk. With quick movements, he bounced off the next 2 slabs. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he never expected that he could die in such a place. He continued to push off the slabs on his way, running further and further. Noticing a red pad, he headed towards it. Looking at his target, he thought it was the red slab of the stronghold. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that soon, finally, this annoying test would end. The introductory surface swirled into a whirlpool. Several streams of liquid rose into the air at once in order to hinder him. The water spun like a corkscrew and flew over him. The boy said that now the testing tower decided to go completely crazy. He made 2 jerks and headed towards the red plate. Smiling slightly, he realized that there was very little left. The spinning liquid was quickly heading after him. The hero noticed the danger from behind. A powerful blow of the liquid hit him right on the back. The boy's vision clouded over as the water absorbed him. Scarlet energy flared behind him. Streams of dark aura spread through the air. The system reported that the spirit absorbed the damage done to the user, as a result of which one of the orc souls disappeared. More and more energy was growing. It stopped the flow of water. Another orc soul disappeared. The boy looked back and thought that he clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the blow could cause him any damage, the shield blocked it. The hero did a somersault in the air and flew to the side. Having landed, he quickly ran away. The streams of water went after him, when suddenly the remaining time was over. The water froze. The exclusive effect of the killer cloak was turned off. The guy frowned in confusion and thought that now he already had no mana, and if the instant acceleration failed, then it would be the end for him. He gathered scarlet energy in his palm. The hero threw the ball into his mouth. Having pushed it into his mouth, he frowned slightly. An aura began to emanate from his chest into the dark. The system reported that he needed to replenish his mana using the spirit of the orc. The guy thought that this was great, and that his strength had returned. The streams of water, swirling, continued to move. The guy quickly ran away from them. He looked at the red tile and thought that there was very little left. Suddenly, a column of water appeared in front of his face. He opened his mouth in surprise and cursed. The streams of water quickly caught up with him. While he stood in a stupor with his arms crossed, he made a dash forward, wanting to take a risk. The guy entered the liquid. His silhouette began to blur under the streams of water. He broke free from the other side, exhaling heavily. The system reported that the orc spirit had disappeared. The guy was in the air right above the waves of water. Flying down upside down, he bent down heavily. The guy tried to group himself and screamed loudly. He looked at the floor in fear, screaming shrilly. The floor was quickly approaching him. After a little while, the guy hit the concrete with incredible force. 2 orc souls disappeared. He had 12 units left. A large amount of dust rose in the air. The dust cleared. The young man lay in a mark on the surface. He opened his eyes in surprise, noticing something. Swirling waves hung right above him. Their tips twitched, confusing the guy. The system reported that he had proven that he had overcome his doubts. As a result of something, these tests were successfully completed. The water appendage began to lose its shape. A huge amount of water fell on the guy. Being wet, he squinted his eyes and thought that this was a damn test and that it was completed, but for some reason he had to suffer until the last second. Suddenly, system notifications appeared, reporting that he had overcome the 7th floor of the test tower, and as a reward for breaking through, the skill of the Grace of the Wind was received. 15,000 points were awarded and speed boots were sent to his inventory, after which the system reported that he was going to the waiting room. The hero headed into the portal. The spatial gate emitted a light blue light. The young man went to the waiting room. He threw off his coat. Slightly lowering his head, he remembered the past test. The young man frowned deeply and realized that he was close to failure. He bit his lip and thought that in the current situation, he was a little anxious to go to the 8th floor right away, because he did not think that he would continue to be so lucky in the future. Suddenly, he raised his head, feeling a shaking. The system windows opened in front of him. Notifications reported that the number of applicants who passed the tests on the 7th floor exceeded 1,000 people. So the expansion of the system began, the skill store was opened, and an intersection was created in the test, as a result of which a permanent return was possible, and the floor implementation system was activated. Looking at these messages, he thought that this was all what was expected with great impatience, but Cherry Prepare is different. He frowned, noticing the messages that he was the president, who was called the pioneer on all the previous floors, as a result of which he was entitled to choose the halo. The boy imagined a silhouette of a man with bright rays of light coming from him, and thought that the eagle was an advantage that could only be obtained if the applicant had the title of pioneer on all previous floors. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the system notification that the halo affected the unique characteristics and skills of the applicant, so he had to choose wisely. The young man wondered later, had he ever given the tower such advice, because it must mean that the halo was something important. The system gave him a choice of 3 halos: ruler, hunter, and monk. The hero crossed his arms, looking at this, and said that he needed to read the description first. He opened the description of the ruler's halo, which said no, that this is a halo that has different performance depending on the person, and, in fact, it is closer to the universal type than the specialized type, and is closely related to the unique characteristics of the applicant. The potential is greatly increased for abilities such as combat, growth, support, and production, and the unique strength of skills is the synthesis of skills, so this is the most suitable halo for the current applicant. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that it affects all skills and even the unique characteristic. Looking closely at the last lines, he thought that the tower was openly saying that this is the most suitable halo for him. He poked his finger at the system window and said that he needed to look at other options. The system opened the description of the hunter's halo, which said that anyone can easily adapt to this halo. It is closely related to improving characteristics and skills, and the effect of the halo greatly increases the level of skill and stats. The unique power is to increase the level, and this halo is also perfect for the current challenger. The hero looked at the writing with distrust and was surprised that this choice was also not bad. He opened the description of the monk's halo. The system said that this is a halo that is strongly influenced by talent and perseverance, and the longer a person invests, the stronger he will become. But this takes time and talent, and if a person does not have talent, all efforts may be useless. The unique power of the halo is the path of practice, and this halo is not recommended for the current challenger. He waved his hands, dividing the system window into 3, and said that this halo is definitely not for him, so he needs to make a choice in favor of one of the remaining 2. So he lowered his hand and decided to choose it. He pointed his finger at the system window. Shining rays appeared behind him. The system reported that he had chosen the ruler's eagle, and the special effect of the ruler's halo launched the evolution of unique characteristics. She showed him the possibility of developing into the field of necromancy, and said that he could begin to summon or, as a result, be able to use absorbed spirits to revive powerful skeletons. Then she showed him in the form of a magic swordsman and said that his talent for the sword and magic would increase, and the ability to acquire the corresponding skills would increase 3-fold. Then the system showed him in the form of a blacksmith and said that he could also go the way of the creator, and in this case, the talent for creating items would increase, and the ability to acquire skills related to production would increase 3-fold. The young man looked at these options in surprise. He touched his finger to the system window. They say that he has nothing to even think about. He looked closely at the system windows, reporting that the summoner attribute had been added to the unique characteristics of necromancy. Due to this, some effects were modified, and new detailed effects were added. Then the unique ability of skill synthesis was created. The dark energy swirled and began to gather into the youth. The system opened the status window. The hero stepped onto the floor, happy with the end. He looked down as the energy continued to gather in his chest, and thought that the eagle was finally created. The hero poked his finger at the system window, opening the description of the unique ability, skill synthesis, the effect of which allows you to select 2 desired skills and combine them. And if the skill levels differ during the use of the effect, the skill of the higher rank becomes the center of the synthesis. Sun Jun opened his mouth in surprise and thought that by combining useless skills, you can create something new. The thought flashed through his mind that this was really a jackpot. The system asked him to look at the list of skills and select the material to create the synthesis from the skills currently available. The hero looked at the list of his abilities and thought about what to combine. He touched his chin and began to search for skills that he does not use. The hero chose the skill of contempt for the weak and continue the battle. The system asked him if he wanted to continue. The young man pressed the button and decided to continue. The synthesis window of the bright lit up. The system reported the completion of the synthesis of skills. A bright light illuminated the boy's face. The skill of forced breakthrough was created. The young man looked at the description of the skill in surprise. The system reported that the skill allows you to break through unknown forms of restraint, such as skills and unique characteristics, but the user's magic must be higher than the level of magic used for restraint. The hero could not understand how this happened. He thought that he combined 2 lower skills, and that he expected to get an E rank skill, but got a D rank. He smiled happily and decided that this was a really mind-blowing skill. He pointed his finger at the system window. I live to try again. The system asked him to select the material for synthesis again. The hero chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. The next second, he again agreed to continue the synthesis. The system window lit up brightly again. The guy smiled impatiently, expecting a new result. A strong eye skill of rank E was created, which allowed one to provide oneself with some visibility even in bad conditions. The guy fell into a stupor and said that, it turns out, the skill created now was only 1 step higher than those chosen for synthesis. He looked up and thought about what the reason for this was. He mentally imagined the 2 previous skills and thought that they went well together. Then he imagined the 2 skills crossed with each other this time and thought that their combination was not the best. From a first glance it was clear that they were completely incompatible with each other. He fell heavily onto the bed. Looking at the ceiling, he said that he had come a long way from holding the status of a pioneer to receiving the reward of the areola, but for some reason he felt a little strange. Lying on the bed, he wondered if he had really achieved everything through his own efforts, or if he had just been lucky with a unique characteristic. The hero was silent for a second. He jumped to his place and decided that he couldn't lie around doing nothing, thinking about all sorts of nonsense, because it would be much better if he checked the reward he had received. He looked at the description of the skill of the Grace of the Wind, the effect of which allowed him to increase all speeds by 10%. The system reported that this skill could be stacked, reproducing up to 7 times. However, when the limit was reached, a 24-hour cooldown would automatically be activated. Looking at the description, he said that increasing all speeds, this is amazing, and he will also be able to stack this skill 7 times, which means, lost in his thoughts, he thought that he would be able to increase any speed by 70%. The hero imagined himself running forward at incredible speed. The young man imagined a bright glow and thought that this skill does not consume mana at all. Sitting on the bed, he said with a smile that the grace of the wind is essentially a skill that has no downsides. He opened the inventory and looked at the boots. He put on new shoes. The guy looked at the new thing with a smile. The system reported that these are speed boots that increase attack speed by 3% and movement speed by 5%. The young man said that all the rewards on the 7th floor are related to speed, and he is incredibly happy with this arrangement. Suddenly, the system reported that the skill store was entered and that it displays a list of skills available for purchase. Sun Ji-yoon looked at the list and said that, contrary to his expectations, the quality of the store leaves much to be desired, after which he thought that in addition to this, the prices are also incredibly high. He shook his head and was indignant at being asked to pay 8,000 for an instant boost. He pressed the buy button and said that he needed a skill related to magic. The hero imagined coins falling while looking at the messages that he had purchased the magic circuit skill, as a result of which 15,000 points were debited from his account, and he also bought magic resistance for 12,000 points. The system reported that the magic resistance skill grants an effect due to which resistance to magic is created throughout the body. Resistance to other people's magic is increased, but if he does not have the magic circuit skill, the effect is significantly reduced. He recalled the past battle and thought that now that he has the resilience skill, he will not be caught off guard by something like the unique characteristic of heart fusion, which had caused him a hard time in the past. He opened the description of the magic chain skill. His body began to release mana. The magic chain was engraved on his body. The guy gritted his teeth, feeling the heat throughout his body. He began to glow brighter and brighter, emitting powerful streams. The sheet swayed strongly in the air. After a while, it sagged. The guy lowered his legs to the floor. Getting up from the bed, he said that he felt a strong lightness. He took a few steps forward. Sun Ji-yoon stopped in the middle of the room. He lowered his gaze. The youth raised his leg, which was covered in mana. A moment later, he slammed it onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Without taking his eyes off what was happening, he was very surprised. The floor under his foot was shattered. The guy thought that the mana used randomly formed a chain and strengthened his physical abilities. He smiled, clenched his fist, and was glad that he made a good purchase. The hero opened the system window. The system reported that he could use the spirit of the deceased to resurrect the dead nearby, and that at the time of resurrection, the level of the dead would be proportional to the quality and quantity of souls absorbed. The youth said that he was curious about this new ability to summon the dead. He waved off the notification and said that it would be better for him to familiarize himself with it in practice. He placed his hands on his waist and exhaled heavily. He pressed his lips together and considered what decision he should make. The hero frowned sternly and said that he should think about whether to challenge the next floor right now or return to the ground. The dark-haired man was looking at his phone, nervously shaking his leg, and was indignant at the fact that there was no response. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had approached him. A plump man with his team approached him and asked the guy if he was able to gather a team. They were sitting next to a giant gate. The man also said that he should hand over the permission to enter the portal to them. He smiled evilly and added that if the raid in the dungeon did not begin after the specified time, the right to enter would be automatically revoked, so he could just take the appropriate fee and hand the pass over to them. The guy frowned tensely, recognizing the guys who had approached him. He raised his head excitedly and said that he had no intention of handing over his pass to anyone. The men immediately insulted him. The interlocutor grabbed his head and said with a smile that there were a lot of hunters in the park, but no one was eager to join his team. Smiling widely, he mockingly said that he was only an E-rank hunter. The young man was stunned when he heard the question of whether he thought anyone would want to be on the same team with trash like him. The man, along with his team, looked at the guy ominously. The surrounding people discussed how he was being too cheeky, but telling the honest truth. Suddenly, everyone froze in place when someone asked if the team was still recruiting. Sun Ji-yoon walked through the crowd. He held out his ID and introduced himself. Frowning, the guy asked if this was enough to join the team. The saddened man stood up from the bench and said that he completely satisfied all the requirements. The evil man put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he didn't see the line of people waiting or if he didn't understand what was going on at all. The boy let out a sigh and smiled. The man got angry when he heard the words that if he was unhappy with something, he should also apply for the Chiaowan team. The man was very indignant about this. Suddenly, the guy became completely serious and threateningly told the man to remove his hand from his shoulder before it was broken. The guy immediately released his aura, surprising everyone around him. The man turned pale and immediately removed his hand from his shoulder. He frowned in surprise, wondering what kind of energy this was and if he was really a C-rank hunter like himself. The man's allies admired this energy with a smile, thinking that it was released by their captain. The man smiled nervously and thought that this was not his doing. He put his hand to his mouth, awkwardly saying that since there were representatives from the Hunters Association around, he would tolerate such a prank this time. As he walked away, he said that the boy was just lucky. Xiaolin grabbed his head and wondered why everything was going wrong from the start. He looked up at the boy in surprise. The boy called him by name. The boys were standing opposite each other. The hero said that judging by the situation, he felt like he wouldn't be able to find anyone else to join his team, so they shouldn't drag it out and just enter the portal. Xiaolin pointed at himself and the boy with a shocked face and asked if he wanted to go in a two-man team. The boys entered. Xiaolin grabbed the sword and quickly looked back, saying that they actually entered. The hero looked back at him and said that he didn't need to worry about anything so much since he could deal with most of the D-rank monsters. The other man looked at him in surprise. He raised his hand, looked at the boy and asked if the boy had said before that it was his first time in a dungeon. The boy confirmed this and thought that in essence, the trial tower and dungeons were the same thing. The man frowned and said that at first glance his words might seem tactless to him, but their lives were at stake, so he should listen to him carefully. The boy looked at him silently while the man asked him who he thought had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon, an E-rank hunter or a C-rank hunter. The man frowned and said that at first glance it might seem like the E-rank hunter would be the one most likely to die, but in reality, C-rank hunters had a higher mortality rate. He imagined two fighters and said that E-rank hunters were extremely cautious because they knew they were weak, while hunters of a higher rank were overconfident in their strength. He then imagined the spears killing the second hunter and said that the fatality rate was extremely high for that rank. The man then imagined them getting into an accident in a car and said that the same could be said about driving, since the more confident the driver was, the higher the chance of getting into an accident. He lowered his head and said that a place called a dungeon was much more dangerous than the boy thought. He raised his hand and added that since the boy had risked entering the dungeon without a tank and a healer, he became even more worried about this overconfidence. The hero replied that there was logic in those words. The man looked at his face and added that although he was an E-rank hunter, he had a lot of experience visiting dungeons, so he could take on the role of leader of this group. Sun Jun frowned slightly and thought that he also wanted to be the leader. The man bowed after hearing the agreement and thanked the boy for understanding, then said that he was doing this for everyone's safety, so he hoped his offer did not spoil anyone's mood. Words echoed throughout the cave that they needed to continue on their way. The young man decided to trust him. Suddenly, a lizardman appeared in front of them. The man tensely clenched his teeth and said that these monsters are known for skillfully using various types of weapons, so they were unlucky that he was their opponent. He took the lizardman with both hands and said that for starters, he would draw all the attention of this creature to himself, and the hero would attack him immediately on signal as soon as the lizard opened its back. He watched what was happening, thinking that he needed to see how an experienced hunter would deal with such a situation. He opened his mouth and rushed into battle. The man frowned tensely and ran towards him. Suddenly, they stopped a few meters away from each other. The man began to swing the blade in different directions. He continued to strike the air. The guy suddenly realized what was happening. Watching the captain, he thought that they were now measuring strength. He frowned and added that a temporary return to Earth takes only 3 days, and now he has to lose precious time because of some insignificant lizard. The man suddenly looked back at him. The guy stepped forward and apologized. Because he was forced to intervene, the man tried to stop him, saying that it could be dangerous. The hero jumped up, using instant acceleration. A moment later, he cut the lizard into many pieces. Xiao and Balshok, seeing what happened. The young man looked at the parts of the monster and said that he intervened because he was in a hurry. The man looked down at the corpse and said that he understood everything perfectly, because he could have his own reasons for this. The hero also said that he would like to make one suggestion, after which he asked if he could voice his thought. The man immediately nodded and asked to tell everything as it is. The boy pointed at himself and asked him to take the lead. The crowd of lizardmen rushed forward, shouting loudly. The boy rushed past them, cutting down several. The monsters looked back, noticing this. They rushed to attack, but the boy rose into the air, dodging it. Sun Jiun pierced one of them from behind. The man watched in surprise. He looked at the concentrated face of the boy and thought that this was just a one-sided massacre. The lizardman struck again, but missed and cut off the head of his comrade. The hero struck again. With a deft movement of his hand, he decapitated the lizard. The man watched everything with his mouth open, thinking that he probably got to witness the battle of a super rookie who would shake up the hunting industry in the future. The hero plunged his blade into the body of one of the lizards. He took out a green D-rank mana crystal. He threw it into the man's bag with the others. Xiaolin looked back and said that other than acting as a porter, he was of no use, and then apologized for that. One of the lizards approached the guy from behind at incredible speed while he was discussing with the man how much profit each would get. The hero slightly tilted his head, letting the sword pass by. He turned around and swung his left hand. With a single blow, he threw the beast up. He smashed its head against the ceiling of the cave. Rock fragments fell next to the guy. The man grabbed his head, watching in horror. The entire cave was covered in blood. The young man said that they needed to discuss this outside, because if they let their guard down, they could end up in a dangerous situation. He brushed the blood away. The man apologized to him. He began to absorb the souls of the lizards, and thought that he needed to pretend to yawn and absorb all the souls at this time. There was an increase of 0.07%, and that with D-class monsters, he would be increasing the mastery of his unique characteristic for a very long time. Suddenly, a scarlet portal opened. The guys looked back at it. The man thought that being only the two of them, they were able to reach the portal leading to the boss room. He smiled and thought that he did not even have a thought about completing the raid on the boss, or to be more precise, from the very beginning he thought that it would be a great success if they overcome at least half of the dungeon. He looked at the guy from behind and added that he thought the man in front of him was quite capable of clearing the dungeon completely. The hero looked back and asked if the man was okay with this arrangement if they were to invade the boss's room now. The man answered in the affirmative and said that the guy should take a break for a while. The young man reassured him, saying that there was no need for that because he was perfectly fine. A man's voice was heard near the portal and he agreed to enter the portal. They found themselves in front of a giant lizard sitting on a throne. The monster rested his hands on the throne. The young man said that as he had predicted, the king of the lizards was waiting for them in this place. The ally looked at him and asked what he was going to do. The hero asked for some time to think. The man frowned anxiously and asked if the guy wanted to say that he had no clear plan of action. The monster immediately jumped up from his place. The guy smiled and said that it happened just in time. The lizard was approaching them at an incredible speed. The guy frowned in surprise. He made a few dashes back, dodging the spear strikes. Dodging another blow, he thought that the monster was very fast and, surprisingly, considering his size. He frowned and looked up at his opponent. The next second the young man found himself behind the lizard. The guy swung his blade and thought that it was not fast enough for him to match the pace of the fight. The monster immediately attacked him with its tail on the body. The lizard threw the guy to the end of the cave. The man grabbed his head and screamed the guy's name in fear. The young man kicked away a block of stone. Dark energy swirled around his body. The system reported that the spirit had absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The hero smiled and said that this is a good way to test new skills. The man said with tears in his eyes that he thought the guy was dead. The lizard looked at the enemy with an angry expression. Sun Jiun climbed onto the boulder and asked the enemy what had happened and if he cared that not a single stone was left of his throne. The lizard's throne was heavily damaged. The youth asked if he thought it was an ominous omen. The monster threw a copy into the ground and released an aura. Raising its head, it released a powerful beam from its mouth. The youth's limbs were immediately shackled by chains. He was affected by the skill of a slow wave, as a result of which his speed was reduced by 25%. A green sphere cut off the chain. The youth activated a force breakthrough. A pleasant colored energy swirled around his body. The system announced the removal of the slow. The lizard opened its mouth in surprise, noticing this. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that the skill was the result of synthesis, so he had some doubts about it, but the effectiveness was high. Suddenly, the monster turned his gaze to the side. A quiet groan was heard in the cave. The man, bound with chains, fell to the ground and said that his body did not obey. He was scared, but looked at his ally and asked for help. The monster looked at him and growled. The guy frowned in surprise, realizing what was about to happen. The monster turned around and ran towards the man. The hero gritted his teeth, rushed after him and shouted that he was the lizard's rival. Moving at high speed, he tried to catch up with the lizard. Looking at the monster from behind, he thought that the distance was too great. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. His pupils turned scarlet, and he used the summoning of the dead. Two skeletons appeared right in front of the monster. They opened their mouths and rushed to attack. The lizard defeated them without much trouble. The guy watched the bones fall and thought that they were not strong enough to stop such a giant, but nevertheless, he was able to win a second with their help. Having summed up the skill of the Grace of the Wind by 60%, he chopped the monster into several pieces and thought that this second saved a human life. The lizard's face froze with an open mouth. The system announced his death. Streams of dark energy gathered in one point. The system reported that the guy used the absorption of the spirit of the Lizard King to permanently increase stats, as a result of which his strength, agility, endurance, mana and durability were increased by different amounts of points. The hero looked at his chest in surprise. The system also reported the absorption of one of the Lizard King's skills, the Spiritual Eye. The man yawned widely. He looked in front of him and said that except for the fact that all three portals appeared at the same time for power, nothing special happened. He looked back at his subordinate and asked if they noticed anything unusual. The interlocutor answered negatively. The leader, looking at the portal, thought that everything was as usual, because after the hunters of the first squad made a partial raid in the open portal and went outside, the attacking team of the Hunter Association would have to break into the dungeon and finish off the boss. He sat down on the back of the bench and said that it seemed like everyone was in the same hunter association, but he did not understand why only their team did not have a commission fee, after which he insulted the members of the attacking team and said that he was very jealous. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with anticipation of monetary payment. The man said that if the advanced squad completely cleared the portals in the first quarter, then their control team would be able to get their share. Suddenly, he sadly lowered his eyebrows. Smiling slightly, he thought that this would only be possible within a rank hunter and wondered if there was even one high-class hunter who would pull off such a crazy stunt. Suddenly, Xiaolwen and Sunjun appeared from the portal. The leader looked back. Hearing the shout that the advance party of the third portal had finished clearing, the leader was surprised that it was so fast. The subordinate tried to accompany the guy. The leader was surprised that they went to raid the dungeon with only the two of them, meaning that this group couldn't even get halfway there. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing something. The portal behind them began to disappear. He opened his mouth in shock, thinking that the portal that had become colorless meant that. The man smiled widely and finished his thought by saying that the boss's room had been completely cleared. Stumbling, he ran towards the guy. The man, breathing heavily, asked the young man if they had really cleared the dungeon completely. The hero asked him who he was to ask such questions. The interlocutor adjusted his suit and said with a smile that he forgot to introduce himself, after which he gave his name and said that he was the leader of the portal control group from the Hunters Association, who had arrived in this place to monitor the portals that had suddenly appeared in this park. Xiaolwen intervened in the conversation and asked if they had arrived later, that they wanted to buy the rights to occupy the portal. The man confirmed this and said that he wanted to make an offer to the two of them to sell. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that Xiaolwen was not the one who had the right to make decisions in this matter. The leader was very surprised when he was told that the young man had captured this dungeon alone. He recoiled and asked in shock if he really did the cleanup alone, since that meant he was a rank hunter. The guy interrupted him and said that he was a C rank hunter, and that he thought that was not the most important thing right now, after which he asked him to get closer to the point. He frowned and asked how much he wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal for, after which he thought that if it became known that he came from the test tower, then it would add unnecessary problems. The leader coughed and said that if we return to the main thread of the conversation, then their team wants to propose something. The hero frowned in surprise. Hearing the words, he said that they wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal from them for 1,200,000,000 won. A huge stack of papers fell on the table. The girl sat down heavily on them and said that it was very hard for her, because after returning from the tower, all she did was work like a horse. Suddenly, she noticed something. She picked up the phone and wondered who was calling her at such a late hour. The girl looked at the phone screen in surprise. A little earlier, she looked over her left shoulder. The girl looked at the nameplate with the manager's name. She remembered standing in front of three men who said that without a doubt, this incident would lead to revolutionary changes, and then she thought that everyone at the top was really worried. She held her head and said that even if the applicants were hiding their identities, she still didn't think it would be so difficult to win them over. She looked down sadly. She added that she hadn't even managed to recruit 10 people, and all of these applicants were low level, so it was not enough to satisfy the top management. She looked out the window and said that if she thought about it, she had no idea what that person was doing. She remembered how the boy cut down the goblins one by one and thought that the boy was so strong that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he cleared the 4th floor alone. She touched the glass and regretted that she did not propose to him right away. Suddenly, she was distracted by a notification on her phone. She picked it up and wondered who was calling her at such a late hour. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the phone screen. Sunjun had texted her and asked if they could meet up if she had already returned. The boy's balance was 1,291,600,000 won. The boy carefully looked at the phone screen and said that he had earned almost 1,300,000,000 won, and he still could not believe that it was true. He was sitting in a cafe, saying that he felt amazing, when suddenly a golden bell rang. The tired girl flew inside. She noticed her hours waving his hand at her. The girl grabbed her head, approaching the table. The guy thought that she ran with all her might and said that she did not have to hurry so much. Sitting opposite him, she said that he did not even answer her message. The guy blushed, hearing the words that she waited for his answer for a very long time. He sweated nervously and apologized, after which he said that he never read it because he was in a hurry. Smiling, she pointed at him with her fingers and said that then he should treat her to a cup of coffee and cheesecake. The hero replied that she could order whatever she wanted. A little while later, a cup of coffee appeared on the table. The guys sat opposite each other. The girl asked if the guy was going to climb to the top floors of the test tower. The hero replied that he was going to continue his climb in the tower. To be honest, he contacted her because he had a request. He looked her in the eye and said that he needed to join a guild so that he could attack a dungeon during his short return from the trial tower, but he had some conditions. He imagined various hunters and said that the first condition was the right to refuse a summons to the guild. He then imagined the trial tower and added that the second condition was not to interfere with his personal affairs related to the tower, and the third was permission to use the guild's dungeons at any time. The young man also asked if there was a guild that would be willing to satisfy all of these conditions. The young man frowned slightly and wondered if the atmosphere was strange and if he had overdone it. He suddenly flinched when he heard his name. The girl tilted her head and said that the conditions he proposed were absolutely impossible to fulfill, since from the guild's point of view, they did not get anything. She touched his hand, interrupting his words about how he had probably asked for too much. She stood up at her place and looked him in the eyes. Their fingers intertwined. The girl said that he could join her guild. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that she would make these impossible conditions feasible. The young man was lying on the roof of the bus, recalling the past conversation. His hair was fluttering in the wind. The young man said that from raiding the dungeon to selling the right to occupy, and plus joining the guild, yesterday he lived an extremely productive day. Looking up at the sky, he said that anyway, to join the ranks of the guild, there was one task left to complete. He suddenly plunged into the memories of the past conversation. The girl said that he should clear a C-rank dungeon alone, because he should demonstrate his abilities so that it would be easier for her to convince the higher management, because the privilege of free use of the guild dungeons is not available to everyone. The boy looked into her eyes and thought that her words meant that not everyone could bathe in cream using the White Guild dungeon. It had to be at least a rising star or a hunter who had high hopes. He frowned and said that they could prepare everything necessary for the cleanup. They shook hands. The girl added that she would make sure that he would never regret his decision. Standing up, he said that as a warm-up, he thought it would be worthwhile to start jogging from this place. He rested his hand on the roof of the bus. Rising to his feet, he bowed his head. The boy looked up and made a powerful dash forward. People noticed something flying above them at high speed. The girl came to the open gate. She smiled and said that she came to confirm the reservation for the assault on the portal, which would take place in an hour. The interlocutor looked at the tablet and glanced at the girl's ID, after which he said that the attendance was confirmed. He pointed to the resting place and said that there was still a lot of time, so she could sit under this canopy. The girl thanked him. A moment later, she looked back, noticing the guy running up, and in our surprise that she was already there. He looked around. After a little while, the lagging airflow caught up with him. A strong wind began to blow away people and standing furniture. The guy awkwardly adjusted the fallen chairs and apologized, saying that he ran too fast, so it seemed like a shockwave arose. The girl smiled awkwardly and thought about whether he wanted to say that the wind rose simply because of fast running, after which he said that he came quite early. The young man looked at the gate, while the girl wondered what kind of person he was there. She pointed to the portal and said that she had already passed all the checks, so he could let her know when he was ready. The boy replied that he could start the raid right now, because he didn't care. They entered the portal and found themselves in the middle of a wheat field. The guys looked around. The boy was surprised that they were in a field. He turned to the girl and said that if she was in danger, she should immediately let him know this. She replied that she would be completely fine. She touched her chest and presented her necklace, after which she said that she was wearing an artifact that was given to her by the guild because it was an item that had a shield function and a weak invisibility effect. Heian looked at it and said that if she attracted the attention of monsters, she would help him to some extent, so she would try to stay as far away from the battlefield as possible. The hero walked forward, telling her that now he could fight without worrying about anything. He was enveloped in dark energy. The spiritual eye skill was activated. The young man remembered that this was the skill that he received from the Lizard King. He noticed 3 objects approaching. Frowning tensely, he thought that he felt the presence of enemies invisible to the eyes, and added that this is what gives him the spiritual eye. The opponents quickly approached him through the wheat field. The young man watched as they approached very closely. He rose into the air, dodging 3 lizard-like monsters. The monster opened its mouth, looking at him. The girl frowned in surprise, seeing the poisonous fisherman. She took a step forward and shouted at the boy to be careful, because this violated the rules of the dungeon. The young man made several dashes, destroying each of the opponents. The monsters' bodies fell next to him. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, thinking about what she had just seen, because it was some kind of madness. She smiled happily and noted that she had always known that she had made the right choice. The young man continued to fight the monsters running out of the portal. He cut one of them, making a dash to the second. His sword began to emit golden energy. The hero looked away and thought that the appearance of the lightning effect was so rare that he had completely forgotten about its existence. One of the monsters was quickly approaching him from behind. The young man dodged at the last moment, noticing the clenched jaws of the enemy. He grabbed the lizard by the tail. Swinging, he sent the monsters to the ground. The young man hit the floor with the lizard. Straightening up, the guy looked at the monster's body. He waved to the girl and said that he had more or less restored order nearby, so she could calmly approach. The girl thought with her mouth open that he had reached the portal leading to the boss room in less than an hour, and alone at that, but the most surprising thing was that they were now in a dungeon that violated the rules. She remembered the appearance of the monsters and thought that the poisonous fisher was a monster that should not be taken lightly. She looked at the corpses of the monsters and added that one of the monsters recommended for group attacks, even for those same C-rank hunters, is the poisonous fisher, so she still can't believe that he dealt with such a monster so playfully, as if there was a helpless baby standing in front of him. She looked at the guy's back and said that this was far from the limit of his growth. The young man headed towards the portal. The girl added that it was impossible to even imagine what he would show in the future. The hero began to collect the souls of the killed opponents, increasing his stats. He raised his head and thought that with this level, even the boss would not pose much of a threat to him. He looked at the portal and said that they would go to the boss's room. After going inside, they found themselves in a dark and foggy place. A slight light was breaking through the gap between the rocks. The woman called it a little strange. A magic projectile was approaching them from above at high speed, while she was talking about how they had already gone far, but the presence of the monster was still not felt. Suddenly, they raised their heads, noticing the danger. The guy frowned nervously. The monster struck. The guy thought that it was very dangerous. He pulled the girl out from under the monster's attack and ran away. Heian looked at his face in surprise. The beast opened its mouth and began to collect mana. He released a powerful beam of energy. Heian pointed her hand at the danger and told the boy about it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The hero, along with the girl, jumped out of the smoke. The boy stepped onto the stone floor. He crouched down and said that he had moved her there without her consent because the monster looked extremely dangerous, so he hoped for her understanding. The girl got off his hands and said that it was the other way around, because now she was in his debt. They looked at the monster that was looking for them. The boy said that he would leave her to deal with the beast. The girl turned around worriedly and asked him to stop so that she could use the enhancement skill on him, because they could test his personal skills later. He stepped into the abyss and said that he would not agree to that. Frowning slightly, he also added that he would be back soon. The boy fell down like a soldier. He landed right in front of the monster, breaking through the stone floor. The monster opened its mouth and bared its teeth. Sun Jiun ducked, frowned, and activated instant acceleration. The beast planted its foot on the floor. The hero also used the exclusive effect of the speed boots. The opponents prepared for battle. The beast once again accumulated energy in its mouth. The guy raised all speed by 70%. He jumped up from his place and went on the attack. Having run past the monster's face, he did not even look back. The beast turned its head after him. The young man used 3 absolutes and began to strike, cutting the flesh of the beast. Severed body parts began to fall to the ground next to it. The girl watched what was happening from the root of a tree. The system announced the victory over the dungeon boss and said that in 3 hours the dungeon would collapse. The girl smiled and laughed nervously. Looking at the guy, she said that now she was completely confused about who was the monster in this place. They headed towards the Scarlet Portal. The guys went out into the field. The girl said that she never expected that he, being a C-rank hunter, would clear the dungeon so quickly. She folded her hands behind her back and added that he had passed the tests and could now use the White Guild's dungeon, because their guild was not so stupid as to miss out on a talent like him. The hero replied that he was pleased to hear that. The woman turned around and said that she would digress a little from the main topic of the conversation. She presented 3 levels of difficulty and said that when he was summoned to the tower in a trial, the difficulty he initially chose did not matter much, because even at low difficulty, those who showed good progress in passing the trials would face increasingly difficult tasks as the number of trials increased. She schematically presented the exchange of difficulty between high and low levels, after which she added that there was also a reverse process, because even at high difficulty, if the result was lame, the applicant could gradually slide down to low difficulty. She looked to the side and said that based on this principle, the fact that he had achieved such an impressive growth could only mean one thing: his difficulty level in climbing to the top of the tower. The 3 past trials flashed through the boy's memories. The girl finished the sentence by saying that his level was deadly among the top 50 participants on the summary board. She lowered her head and said that therefore she hoped that he would try to be a little more careful. The hero was very surprised to hear her say that she would like to accompany him for as long as possible or to mature his amazing growth with her own eyes. Sun Jiun was sitting on the roof of a building in the middle of the night. He took a bite of an apple, smiling widely. He said that for the past 3 days, he had really been spinning like a squirrel in a wheel. In 5 minutes he would be transferred to the trial tower. He raised his head and thought with a smile that thanks to this, both his stats and his self-confidence had grown. After his reflection, time and glass, a spatial tunnel opened in the sky. The young man began to return to the tower. He smiled widely and thought that he was returning again. Having appeared in his room, he decided to begin his test. The guy poked his finger at the system window, confirming the start. The system opened a dialog box and asked which test intersection point he wanted to choose: tactics, combat, or capture. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that if he thought about it, he had seen a mention of creating an intersection point. He chose combat and added that if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy, then he should go into battle. The system reported that all personal tests of the applicant were focused on combat, and after choosing a point, it could not be changed. Standing in the middle of the room, he noted that he had not intended to change it, and now he no longer needed to choose anything. The system reported that the applicant had the qualification of a pioneer. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He silently looked at the message that the administrator's private chat was about to open, and the search for an administrator specializing in combat introduction was currently in progress. After a short while, the system completed the search. The boy's body was engulfed in system energy. It reported that a consultation with the Steel Blood Lord, the manager of the combat intersection point, had begun. The hero was transported to a snowy field full of lonely swords. Looking up, he wondered where he was. The system reported that he had entered the Steel Blood world. The system message notified that the search was complete. Consultation with the Steel Blood Lord, the manager of the combat intersection point, is beginning. Sun Jiun looked surprised, after which he landed on the field among the swords. Raising his head, the hero wondered where he was. The message notified that he had entered the Steel Blood world. Many blades were stuck in front of him. The pupil changed after using the Eye of Truth. The system message notified that the skill was activated. The Iron Blood World. Ranking unknown. A space created specifically for her, the administrator of the Iron Blood Lord, a place where uninvited guests cannot look in. The hero smiled and thought, such a place also exists. Sun Jiun began to walk forward, reading that the administrator of the Iron Blood Lord was unhappy with someone making inquiries. Looking closely at this message, he thought, does this mean that administrators can communicate their intentions through direct messages? One of the swords nearby burst into flames, after which he went forward. The system message notified that the administrator Lord Ironblood said to stop wasting time and asked to follow the sword. Sun Jiun looked at this in surprise, so he continued to follow the blade, after which he left this field. Steam came out of his mouth when he breathed. He found himself at the entrance of the house. Coming closer, he opened the door slightly. Looking inside, the hero saw something in front of him. Administrator Lord Ironblood was looking at him. Inside, there was a girl who told him that he had finally come, and she greeted the pioneer. She looked at the hero with a smile, saying that she was the administrator who was assigned to conduct a consultation with him. That same Lord Ironblood. She sat with her legs crossed. Sun Jiun looked at her carefully, thinking that in appearance she looked like a foreign beauty. But he saw her bright aura, realizing that in fact, in front of him was the creature that controls the trial tower. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of his face, after which she reached for the bottle on the shelf, saying that she was curious about what this monster looked like, and she would say that it was pretty good. The hero thought in surprise, when did she manage to get here? He was staring at her non-stop. The hostess of the house went to the fireplace. Sun Jiun asked if she knew him, and she answered of course. The trial on the 4th floor was quite impressive. The drink was filling the glass when the guy asked if she had been watching his trials all this time, to which the girl said that she only knew about what happened from the data of the final report, because it is impossible to watch the trials of candidates below the 8th floor. Sun Jiun's eyes grew bigger from surprise. He thought about the fact that she is an administrator but cannot watch the trial. While stirring the contents of the glass, the girl also said that judging by his expression, she thought he had misunderstood something. Administrators are not omnipotent beings like the gods, and they do not control the tower at all. The blonde took a sip from the glass, saying that he should not be too nervous in her presence. Sun Jiun silently looked at the interlocutor, who also said that as long as she obeyed the tower, she could not harm him. But, glancing at him, the girl decided to close this topic and said that this personal consultation was an advantage he had earned. If he had any questions, he should not hesitate to ask. Sun Jiun frowned. He thought that he definitely did not feel any hostility. There was a blizzard outside. The hero asked if she could explain what this personal consultation was, and the interlocutor said that as mentioned earlier, a personal consultation was an advantage that a pioneer would receive. Sun Jiun recalled the armored enemy, saying that on the 5th floor, he almost died at the hands of a challenger from another dimension. Why did he come to him? Looking at her glass, the girl said with a smile that there was no special reason. Looking at the interlocutor again, she also said that it was because when entering a certain floor in another world, an intruder could not only steal the reward for the challenge of that floor, but also gain more favorable advantages. The fireplace was burning brightly in the room. The interlocutor also said that challengers from other worlds come from where the tower had existed for decades. They are well aware that the reward for harming a challenger from another world is incredibly large. The hero was surprised to hear that they also knew that the tower of this world would one day be united with the towers of other worlds, and asked her again what she meant. but she only said that everything is as it is. She presented a scale where the progress of the Earth dimension trials rose, while the invasions of other dimensions remained below. The fair-haired girl explained that starting from the 20th floor, the main focus was on combined trials, not personal ones, and then he would have to meet with candidates from other worlds. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero thought why this looked like an attempt to eliminate and advance a competitor whom he would have to meet one day. But, putting down the glass, she asked if she had satisfied his curiosity. Opening his mouth, the hero noted that if you do not take into account the last question, then you can say so. Then he lowered his head and asked about the trial tower, what kind of structure it was. Then the girl lowered her head and remained silent. Walking away from the table, she nevertheless answered that she herself would like to know the answer to this question. She looked thoughtful, hearing that she was the administrator of the tower, but did not know the answer to this question. Her own silhouette was visible in her eyes. The girl said that originally, the so-called administrators were just like him. The applicants who died after passing the 40th floor were given the right to be reborn as administrators. She had once climbed the tower to see the end. However, she could not reach the top of the tower. No, she remembered herself covered in blood, saying that it would be more correct to say that all the administrators died before reaching the end. That was how she became an administrator. Sun Ji-eun clenched his fist and asked if she wanted to say that the administrators were just former applicants. He looked at the floor, saying that he hoped that she knew something about the top of the tower after all. Hearing this, the girl frowned and looked at him. Then she grabbed him and lifted him off the floor. Holding him with one hand, she said that the words about the top of the tower were not something that could be said so frivolously and carelessly. Sun Ji-eun looked confused and just kept silent, but she noticed with a smile that he was not particularly puzzled and asked again if he was scared. In response, the hero simply lowered his head, saying that it was because she herself said that a personal consultation was his advantage. In addition, he did not feel hostility from her, after which, his fingers dug into the wall, and the next moment, he broke it and found himself on the street. At that moment, a blade appeared in his hand, and he said that he did not intend to let her harm him so easily. The girl was very surprised. Meanwhile, snow was falling on the roof of the house. She began to go outside with a smile, saying that she had been living for many years, and for the first time she saw the one who destroyed the administrator's residence. But his actions convinced her. The hero only looked at the interlocutor with incomprehension. Then the girl looked closely at Sun Ji-eun, calling his name. But he was confused when he heard that she was offering him a patronage contract. A new system message appeared about entering the waiting room on the 8th floor, after which, the hero found himself on the bed. He was still surprised, after which he stood up and opened the window of the exclusive store. A screen appeared in front of him, which wrote the skill category, strength category, item category, contracts Lord of Iron Blood. He was surprised, telling himself that he really made a contract with the administrator. The girl with blonde hair held a scroll in her hand, saying that she could not pass up a candidate who was both talented and brave. The system message asked if he wanted to sign a patronage contract. The hero clicked yes, and the contract was concluded. An exclusive contractor store will be opened, where special points will be available to him. As a special benefit provided by the contractor, all stats will be increased by 1. With a wide smile, the girl said that it was fun, and said goodbye until we meet again soon. A finger pressed the strength button, opening the strength category in the exclusive contractor store. A new screen showed the strength category. List power purity of mind, power steel soul, power king of winter. Looking at the screen, the hero thought that there is also a level of this category of the store. Is there a difference between just power and the unique power obtained on the 8th floor? There were page switches at the bottom, and the hero decided to check them. But a new message appeared that he does not have sufficient rights to view the current list of powers. He can view the list of powers in the waiting room on the 10th floor. Looking at the screen, the hero wondered what happens. At the moment, only these 3 powers are available to him. Information about the power of purity of mind appeared in a new window. Price 1000 SP. Description: in any situation, there will be the ability to think rationally. Status anomalies such as anger and confusion are halved during the fight, and combat immersion increases. Power steel soul. Price 6500 SP. Description: this is the soul that some lords were born with, who are said to have neither blood nor tears. Increases the mastery of all weapons by 2.32 times. All newly learned combat skills start with 10% mastery. The power of the King of Winter. Price 800 SP. Description: this is the power that the rulers of the North often receive. In cold conditions, stats are temporarily increased. There is no suffering from the cold. Puzzled, Sun Ji-eun thought about how ambiguous it was. Somehow, perhaps it would be better to save up a little SP, but he still pressed the button, deciding no. New notifications appeared, saying that he had purchased the power of purity of mind. 1000 SP written off. Description: in any situation there will be the ability to think rationally. Status anomalies such as anger and confusion are halved during combat, and combat immersion increases. Sun Jun remembered climbing a cliff, thinking about the power that allows you to reason sensibly in any situation. Then he clung to the ledges with his fingers. It is better to raise your survivability bar this way than not prepare for anything at all, because there is a chance that he will face a floor invasion right now. A portal appeared in front of him asking if he is ready to begin the test on the 8th floor. After that, new messages appeared. The test on the 8th floor begins. The difficulty is high. The theme of this test is destruction. The condition for successfully completing the test is to defeat the lich who summons skeletons. The condition for failing the test is the death of the challenger. Failure condition for the test, all stats +2. The penalty for failure is death. Sun Jun looked down at his feet in surprise. Countless skeletons were visible from the cliff. Why were there so many? Watching this, the hero wondered if this was an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. An army of skeletons was looking at him below, and Sun Jun decided it was time to begin. After which he jumped off the cliff. He pushed off with his foot. Upon landing, he created a large shockwave, but other enemies surrounded him. One of the skeletons attacked the hero. The others also tried to strike, but Sun Jun stood calmly, saying that, as expected, they could not even penetrate his basic defense. After which he himself struck them. New system messages appeared. Mastery increased by 0.08%. Sun Jun lowered his eyebrows, only 0.08%. How annoying. Each swing hit multiple skeletons, increasing his proficiency. Holding his fists to his face, he decided that there was no point in increasing his proficiency during this trial. Standing on the battlefield, the hero suddenly heard a voice asking who he was. What kind of bastard dared to cause trouble in the shrine? Sun Jun turned around. Looking into the distance, he wondered if the voice was coming from there, and, raising 2 fingers, he used Summon Dead. The fallen skeletons rose again. He absorbed the souls to summon skeleton soldiers. In possession, 1/30. One of them took a stone in his hand. Then he struck a similar skeleton. Sun Jun looked at this in surprise, saying that he did not know before that skeleton soldiers were also quite usable. Rubbing the back of his head, he decided to let them deal with these weaklings, and he will go for the boss's head for now. The skeletons watched as the hero rushed forward. New messages notified that the skill Grace of the Wind had been activated. All speed increased by 60%. Current stacking progress is 6/7. The exclusive effect Speed Boost C+ was applied, instantly increasing speed. Sun Jun flew over the countless army of the dead. Landing behind them, he continued on his way. A building was visible in the distance. Looking at it, the hero realized that the voice was coming from there, after which he rushed forward again. There stood a skeleton wearing a crown. Having caught up with him, the hero stopped in front of him. Smiling, Sun Jun was glad that he found him. Eyes glowed from the sockets. The enemy told him that an insignificant human dared to cross the threshold of the sanctuary. Opening his book, he declared that he would make him pay in full for his impudence. Several large monsters appeared near him. Raising his head, the hero thought, is he even capable of commanding sand golems? Looking at the hero, the skeleton asked, did he now realize whose sanctuary he dared to enter? The large monsters were standing near the main enemy, but Sun Jun asked again, could he not summon someone stronger? Taking out his blade, he also said that if he simply did not have stronger exhibits in his arsenal, he would be disappointed. These words angered the enemy, and pointing at the hero, he said that these guardians would be quite enough to tear him to shreds. After which, the monsters rushed to attack. A new message notified that the instant acceleration skill was activated. The hero suddenly moved forward. With lightning-fast movements, he cut off the giants' heads and appeared near the main enemy. Pulling his hand back, Sun Jun swung and struck. A new message notified that proficiency had increased by 1.2%. Pleased with this, Sun Jun placed his hand on his chest, thinking that the undead definitely greatly increased his proficiency. The legless skeleton sat on the floor, wondering where the hell this monster came from. In his eyes, the hero was tall and had bright red eyes. Walking up to him, Sun Jun raised his blade again, thinking that it was time to end. But at that moment, something caught his eye. He noticed a book lying on the floor, thinking that if he looked at the situation, the lich was freely summoning various monsters. With a wide smile, he thought that maybe he could master this skill too. Then, he threw the book to his enemy. Standing in front of him, he asked if he could summon the guardians again. The skeleton asked why he was asking him such a question. Then the hero approached again, saying that if he couldn't, then they would end on this note, but the frightened necromancer said that he could do it. The skeleton, looking scared, heard the question when he would finally be able to summon them and replied that he would be able to summon them again a few minutes after the guards died. A monster was lying nearby with its head cut off, the hero clarified, so he could already start summoning. The skeleton answered yes and asked again why he needed it. They were no obstacle for him. Sun Jiun did not explain and simply raised his blade, saying that it had already tired him out, to which the skeleton opened his book, saying that he would start summoning right away. Raising his hand, the skeleton began to summon the guards. Two monsters rushed to attack again, and with a swing of his weapon, the hero quickly dealt with them. Sitting in front of the hero, the skeleton asked if he was satisfied. Placing his blade on his shoulder, Sun Jiun only replied that they had just begun. Kicking him with his foot, he demanded that he summon all the skeletons that had not yet died here and put all their strength into these guards, after which the monsters lost their heads again. Bright traces split them. Another one cut them into pieces. The skeleton looked scared, asking how long he had to do all this. Sun Jiun continued to kill the summoned creatures. He answered with an evil smile that he would do it until he told him to stop. The guard pointed his fist at Sun Jiun. The hero simply held his finger out in front of him. He easily managed to stop the large monster's hand, after which it quickly ran up his arm. A few swings and the head was cut off. Mastery increased by 1.2%. The giant's body fell to the ground. The system reported that the mastery of the unique attribute necromancy had reached 100%. Sun Jiun looked at the glowing light in surprise. The rank of the unique attribute necromancy had increased by 1 level. Smiling, he thought that necromancy was now also C rank. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the words that he was crazy. The skeleton lay on the floor, saying that the hero was a scumbag who would make even the devil tremble. He would curse him even after death, and then he let out a wheeze. The hero approached his captive, thinking that the fact that he had more and more cracks with each summoning indicated his imminent death. Taking the sword back behind his head, he told him that it was a pity he wanted to use it a little longer. From the swing, the skeleton's head flew off. His last words were that meeting him was the most disgusting thing that happened to him. System messages appeared. The hero received the achievement A Person Who Surpassed the Devil. Dexterity increased by 1. Absorbed the spirit of the lich. Mastery increased by 17.4%. At this moment, the hero extended his hand, absorbing the red energy. More messages appeared. Passed the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a breakthrough reward, all stats increased by 2. Receive 30,000 points as a breakthrough reward. Receive 700 SP as a breakthrough reward. Receive 300 SP as an additional breakthrough reward. A blue portal appeared, moving to the waiting room. New messages notified, entering the waiting room of the 9th floor. The system expansion begins. Admins will be able to observe the trials. The restrictions on answering questions have been removed. It becomes possible to purchase C-rank skills in the skill store. The status window opened. Strength 67, Agility 66, Tenacity 63, Endurance 66, Mana 53. Unique characteristic Necromancy C, Unique Power Skill Synthesis, Power Purity of Mind C. The hero stood in front of the screens. One of them had a description of the unique characteristic. Necromancy C Mastery 0%. Basic effect is the ability to absorb the souls of the dead to strengthen and supplement either stats or mana. Additional effects 3. When absorbing the spirit of the deceased, there is a 20% chance that one of the skills imprinted in the soul will be acquired. Additional effect 4 is the ability to use the souls of the dead to protect the body. However, at this time, the amount of energy consumed by the protective shell will be proportional to the strength of the blow. Additional effect 5 Skill absorption of the soul of the dead. The ability to completely inherit its mastery. Sun Jiun smiled and pointed out that skill absorption itself is cheating, so now you don't have to level up the skill mastery from scratch. The screen said that when absorbing the spirit of the dead, there is a 20% chance that one of the skills imprinted in the soul will be acquired, and he realized that the probability of skill absorption was open. Swiping the screens, the hero reasoned that the trial of the 8th floor ended quite smoothly, but there is no guarantee that the trial of the 9th floor will be the same. He should clearly prepare thoroughly for the next trial on the 9th floor. Afterwards, he examined his blade, deciding that he thought the sword could still be used, but the problem was in the shield and skills. The blue screen showed the following description: Skill, Hunter's Dagger O Mastery Max. Description: a practical technique created by hunters for effective hunting. The effect when using a dagger is that the cutting power of the weapon increases by 1.5 times and knowledge of dagger techniques increases. Looking at this, our hero thought that since he had brought the skill to the maximum, he had reached the point where he needed a replacement sword skill. After that, new windows opened and the skill store was entered. Displays a list of skills available for purchase. Sun Jiun ran his finger across the screen. Scrolling through the contents, he realized that his hopes were not justified. There was nothing worthwhile here. After which, frowning, he said that if there was no skill, then he would have to create it. Gold coins rained down when he bought the basic fencing E skill. 25,000 points would be deducted from his account. A new window reported the skill Basic Swordsmanship E Mastery 0%. Description: General Swordsmanship, containing the basic techniques of all swordsmanship. Effect: increases basic knowledge of all swordsmanship and increases cutting power by 1.5 times when using swords. However, this increase in cutting power does not overlap with other effects of weapon techniques. A basic swordsmanship skill that increases the ability of swords, he thought. Manipulating the blue screens, the hero thought that if he was going to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, he should predict the combination compatibility as best as possible. Among the current skills he has, the most compatible is basic swordsmanship, right? On the screen was an image of the hunter's dagger and basic swordsmanship skills. He selected 2 skills. New system notifications reported that the ranks of the synthesis materials do not match each other. The synthesis of the new skill will be carried out around the dagger skill. Hunter, there is currently a 75% chance that a higher level skill will be synthesized. As he wished to continue, the hero pressed his finger on the screen. A bright message appeared and a notification that skill synthesis was complete. A new skill was created. A bright light illuminated Sunjun, and the skill Demon Slayer C was created. The skill icon and description appeared. Skill Demon Slayer C Mastery 0%. Description: a hunting swordsmanship art designed to kill demons. The main effect increases the basic knowledge of all types of fencing and increases the cutting power by 3 times when using swords. However, the increase in cutting power does not stack with the effects of other weapon techniques. An additional effect: when fighting non-humans, your attack speed is doubled. Looking at this, the hero thought that this adds attack speed when fighting non-human creatures. It seems that this skill is simply made for hunting monsters. He smiled, because, as expected, skill synthesis is a good ability. There were several ability cards in his hand, and he thought about trying to synthesize the remaining skills. Continuing to tap the screen, Sunjun said that he checked the skill compatibility and the probability of synthesis. Several new windows appeared. Accelerated regeneration plus resistance to the laws of nature gave Iron Blood regeneration. Iron Blood regeneration and pain tolerance gave Ash Blood. At this moment, the glow became brighter. The hero looked in surprise. A new description of the Ash Blood skill appeared on the screen. Description: the main racial trait with which a mutant vampire is born. The user's recovery effect increases proportionally to the user's durability. Regeneration increases threefold when dealing physical damage. Depending on the damage dealt, up to 40% of pain is blocked. His eyes grew bigger in surprise. Sunjun thought that a threefold acceleration of regeneration is already cheating in itself, and the skill also blocks pain. After which he took the weapon in his hands, saying that since the waiting room was equipped with healing, he would not be able to properly test this skill. Also thinking, however, 120 points were not a burden to him at all now. After which the messages appeared again saying that the waiting room's regeneration effect was removed. 50 points would be deducted from the account. Fatigue would accumulate, and he would not recover from physical damage. The guy raised the sword above his head, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield would not activate in any way. The swing left a bright trace. He decided to start the test. Drops of blood flew to the sides, but his hand looked whole. He injured himself again and again, but after raising his hand, it was unharmed. Looking at the green glow, he realized that this was an amazing ability. Even being outside the waiting room, he essentially seemed to be under eternal healing. Adjusting his sleeve, he also thought that in addition to this level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. To be honest, he no longer needed this tin can called a shield. Facing the wall, he still realized that he had to use it until it broke. Then he opened the community tab. Scrolling through the screen, Sunjun said that it seemed that there was nothing worthy of his attention. Then a portal opened in front of him. The time spent in the waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in dragging it out. New system messages appeared. The entrance to the 9th floor of the trial tower was completed. The difficulty is high. The theme of this trial is fighting. The remaining time is 1 day. The condition for successfully completing the trial is to kill all the monsters in the arena within the allotted time. The condition for failing the trial is the death of the challenger or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for successfully breaking through the skill Animal Instinct. The penalty in case of failure is death. But then a warning appeared. The window said that the challenger Sunjun's trial on the 9th floor is currently unsafe. Confirmed floor infiltration of the Muram World Challenger. Confirmed theft of the trial target by the Muram World Challenger. The hero appeared in front of another person. He frowned upon seeing him. The person stood on top of the defeated monster, saying that the hero had finally arrived. The trial target was changed. The man in white said that he was the commander of the Muram Union, Sunhak. A new window informed him that he needed to be killed. The gray-haired man stood with his head down. A challenger from another system. The hero silently looked at his opponent when he asked his name. Looking at the man in front of him, Sunjun asked why he was asking his name out of the blue. The man replied that he had already revealed his name and position. Frowning, the hero said that the man had not invaded his floor with good intentions, so what was the point of introducing himself? To which Sunhack, without opening his eyes, replied that there was some etiquette between swordsmen, but his thoughts were clearly limited. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, our hero thought about how it happened that there was not a single normal warrior among the contenders from other systems. But the man took out his weapon, saying that it would be so. Since the hero wanted to hide his name, there was nothing he could do. Then he rushed to attack. His sword left bright marks, after which many magic blades appeared around him. System messages notified that the hero had activated the skill Grace of the Wind. All speed increased by 30%. Current summation progress is 3/7. Sun Jiun looked ahead and concentrated. Using the ability, he began to repel the attack, after which the opponents retreated from each other. Taking his blade away, Sunhack said that it turns out that there is such an experienced warrior in this dimension. Our hero looked at him and heard an apology for looking down on him, after which Sun Jiun just exhaled. The old man was surprised when he heard him stop being hypocritical. Thick smoke gathered around them, and Sun Jiun said that he was here to kill him and steal his reward. He came here with such an intention, after which Sun Jiun's eyes turned red and he asked why he had to act polite. Sunhack stared at the protagonist, saying that perhaps because they were from different worlds, they could not understand each other, after which the old man raised his weapon and dispersed the smoke around him. His blade glowed, causing a storm. The man only said, "Let the earth rest in peace," a swordsman whose name he does not know. A message appeared, notifying that due to the unique characteristic sword light, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The hero was confused when he saw this, after which he stood in the darkness, thinking that he could not see anything. A new window notified that the magic resistance skill was activated. Sun Jiun held the sword at arm's length. A sound was heard behind him. The spiritual eye skill was activated. Suddenly, the enemy's blade approached the back of the hero's head. Our guy managed to dodge, but he still received a cut. New windows reported that he received the achievement Avoidance of Blindness. Dexterity increased by 2, after which the swing of his sword left a bright trace. The darkness dissipated and the enemy could be seen. The darkening effect of the unique characteristic sword light ended. Sunhack pulled the blade back. A sweaty Sun Jiun looked at him, thinking about how his throat was almost cut. Looking closely at his opponent, the old man asked how he calculated the trajectory of the sword. New messages notified that the skill Instant Acceleration was activated. The skill Grace of the Wind was activated. Agility increased by 50%. The current stacking progress is 5/7. Sun Jiun touched the ground with his hand, then rushed forward. Sunhack prepared to attack. Their blades crossed, causing a release of energy. The touch occurred with the tips of the blades. After that, Sun Jiun turned his back to the enemy, so he tried to kick, but the old man stepped back. After that, he tried to strike with the sword. At that moment, Sunhack stopped the hero's hand, but the hero kicked the man's hand. It turned out that they blocked each other's weapons. Frowning, Sunhack noted that he saw that he was using some strange techniques. Looking at the enemy, the hero thought that despite his incredible height, their characteristics were essentially on the same level. Suddenly, the ground opened up beneath them. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he would be serious from now on. The swing of his sword left a bright trace. Due to the unique characteristic of the sword light, Sun Jiun was blinded for 5 seconds. He found himself in the darkness again. The blue windows reported that the magic resistance skill was activated. The duration of vision loss was reduced to 2.5 seconds. The spiritual eye skill was activated. Bright traces were heading towards him from the darkness. Pulling the sword back, the hero thought that the speed of his strikes had increased. One of the traces passed very close. The system notified that the exclusive effect of the forged iron pendant, Steel Defense, was activated. The protective layer absorbs 10% of all physical damage. He was able to block another blow, but he still lost his arm. The pain resistance skill was activated. Looking at the wound, the hero thought about whether the steel defense was not enough to block his blow. Another notification that the darkening effect of the unique characteristic sword light has ended. Sunhack was opposite, swinging his blade. Rocks flew from under the hero's feet. Retreating, he turned around. Having destroyed one of the rocks, he threw it at the enemy, but the man noticed it. A swing of his blade split it in half. The hero moved, holding the severed limb in his teeth. This is how he managed to get behind the enemy. He turned around and noticed Sun Jiun. Already at this moment, the hero managed to restore the limb. Looking away, Sunhack said that regarding his recent techniques, he had already thought that he was a good martial artist, but all his techniques were simply borrowed from somewhere. Clenching his restored hand into a fist, the guy replied that the unique characteristic he used was also an ability obtained from the tower. Afterwards, new messages appeared. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speed has increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7/7. While using the ability, Sun Jiun asked the enemy with a smile, does he criticize others, but does not notice any sins in himself. He held the blade in front of himself, answering that he was using his tricks again. As a swordsman, relying on borrowed techniques is highly unacceptable. but our hero had already rushed to attack. He tried to strike, but the old man managed to block it. Looking at this with surprise, he wondered, then how about dying from a borrowed ability, and pressed his weapon even harder on his. Sunhack recalled the defeated enemies, thinking that until now he had performed a floor insertion dozens of times. Back then, blood was dripping from his sword. With this sword he cut down opponents from different worlds. He imagined how liquid flowed from the planet into the bowl. In particular, the people of the world called Earth were weak in terms of abilities in all respects. It was so bad that this place was called a honey jar. He stood there with his eyes closed. The challengers from Earth couldn't touch even a hair on his head. In addition, when using the unique attribute sword light that obscured the enemy's vision, a single sword in his hand was enough to deal with any of them. Now he dodged Sun Jiun's attacks, thinking that this time too he was sure that history would repeat itself, after which he was able to retreat back. Gritting his teeth, he still received an injury. Ring marks appeared in the sky, so Sunhack retreated even further from Sun Jiun. The hero took a deep breath. The old man was breathing heavily. More messages appeared above his head as he stood with his head down. Administrator White Crane Sword admires the young challenger. Administrator Beast of the North predicts his imminent defeat. Administrator Late Night Lords is interested in the young challenger. Administrator the Hero of the Black Islands was amazed by the skill of the young challenger. He looked up and glared at the boy. As his sword flared up, new messages appeared. The skill 1 strike, 2 skins activated. Attack speed doubles. The skill Lightning Sword Kai is activated. Lightning energy fills the sword. The skill 1 strike is activated. The cutting power of the sword is doubled for the next attack. The skill Nymph Walk is activated. Increases the user's movement speed by 2 times for 1 minute. Sun Jiun smiled widely, noting that just a moment ago, the same one Ankeny techniques. The windows that appeared notified that the second floor implementation penalty was applied. All stats were reduced by 8. He cannot use some skills. The old man looked angry about this. The skill 1 strike, 2 skins was forcibly deactivated. The skill Lightning Sword Kai was forcibly deactivated. The cooldown of the unique characteristic Sword Light has ended. Activating the unique characteristic Sword Light. The hero was surrounded by shadows again. He thought that he was starting to get used to his pattern attacks. The spiritual eye skill was activated. Putting his hand behind his back, Sunhack opened his mouth wide, shouting that he would rip out all his insides. A bright beam was directed towards the hero. He prepared to attack, using the 3 absolute skill. 3 attacks are strengthened by the skill effect. Sun Jiun gritted his teeth. After that, he swung his blade, leaving a bright trace. A new message appeared stating that the darkening effect of the unique characteristic sword light was over. The hero stood behind the old man. He was breathing heavily, and the enemy was motionless. After that, Sunhack's sword fell to the ground. The old man began to walk forward, but his body was trembling, and a wound appeared on his belt. His eyes became larger from anger. He screamed that this could not be. Then blood gushed out of the wound, and he fell to the ground. The hero smiled as he was congratulated for breaking through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Red lines stretched towards Sun Jiun's hand. He had absorbed the spirit of the challenger Sunhack. Mastery increased by 27%. The hero looked at his hand, noting the increase in stats. Afterwards, new system messages appeared about breaking through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. The difficulty level and reward did not match. The reward content was completely revised. He thought that there was definitely something like this last time too. I wonder what kind of reward he would get this time. New messages notified that the revision was complete. Rewards would be issued sequentially. The skill 6th Sense C+ was created as a breakthrough reward. 30,000 points were received as a breakthrough reward. He received 1,000 SP as a bonus reward. Moved to the waiting room. Looking at the screen in front of him, the hero thought that the rank was much higher than the skill Beast Instinct, which was originally a reward. Afterwards, he headed to the portal, saying that he would look at the details in the waiting room. Before entering it, he saw new messages that Administrator White Crane Sword was impressed by his battle. Administrator Beast of the North was delighted by his battle. Administrator Late Night Devourer was watching his actions with interest. Administrator Hero of the Black Islands applauded his combat instinct. Sun Jiun looked at them in surprise. There were more messages that the system expansion was starting and administrators would be able to watch the tests. He thought that if his memory served him correctly, there was a notification of this kind. So a smile appeared on his face when he decided that one way or another, many administrators were delighted with his fight. He felt a little satisfied that he had received at least some recognition. Sun Jiun looked at the blue screens again. It said that Administrator Lord of Steel Blood condemned the excessive interest in the contractor. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood said that the contractor should not become obsessed with the increased attention. After that, there were more messages that Administrator White Crane Sword wanted to add power to the contractor's exclusive store and asked if he was willing to accept the offer. Sun Jiun widened his eyes in surprise and wondered what this meant. The administrator was simply giving power. The hero looked at the screen again, and a notification appeared that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said in a dissatisfied tone that he could accept the power. Then the hero wondered if he could just accept. Then a new message informed that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said that there are cases where power is sponsored to gain the favor of contractors. Looking at the screen, Sun Jun wondered if there was any benefit to the favor of a candidate who had already made a contract. He wondered if there would be situations where they would have to face each other. Standing silently, the hero saw a message that Administrator White Crane Sword laughingly said that there would be many such situations in the future. The sun shone on the rocks. A notification appeared that Administrator Lord of Steelblood said that the power provided would be so excellent that he would feel a certain burden. Then the hero thought again that the power was not that good, but at the same time they were trying to buy his favor with it. So this power was given to him because they expected something from him. After which, he tapped the screen, deciding that there was no need to doubt, and replied that he gratefully accepted the gift. You have accepted the power added by Administrator White Crane Sword. Another screen notified that the administrator of the White Crane Sword asked him to remember this kindness with a smile on his lips, and Sun Jun replied that yes, of course, he would be happy to use their gift. After exiting the portal, the system message is notified that the waiting room of the 10th floor had been entered. The system expansion is beginning. Access to the common areas is now possible. The light reflected from the hero's eye, he wondered about the common areas. Looking down, he wondered if the administrators could watch him here too. Then he opened his mouth and asked if they were still watching him, but only the walls and silence surrounded him. Then he brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Blue messages immediately appeared about the opening of the Strength category in the contractor's exclusive store. Strength category, list a third. Strength Purity of Mind C, acquired. Strength Steel Sola Plus. Strength King of Winter D Plus. Strength Sword Master Kai C Plus. Our hero was surprised by what he saw, after which he clicked on the screen. Then the description of the power of the Kai Sword Master C Plus opened. Price 1500 SP. Description: the Kai Sword is the result of converting the released Kai energy, which can only be used by first-class warriors, converting it into power. The Kai Sword is slightly more powerful than a normal sword, and when he receives this power, he will be able to strengthen the sword with energy such as mana or internal Kai energy. However, the mana consumption will increase proportionally to the duration of activation. Looking at the screen with interest, he realized that he can pour mana into the weapon and use the Kai Sword, saying that he was told that the power is so-so, but it looks very good. After that, he moved to the second page, saying that now he can check the second page. A new window opened their categories power. List 2/3. Power Bone Reconstruction C+. Power Steel Blood Sword A Power Hand of Death B. Looking at the new blue messages, the hero saw the description of the Power Bone Reconstruction C+. Price 1500 forks. Description: bone structure can be reconstructed for any martial art. All stats increase by 2. Strength Blood Steel Sword. Price 5000 forks. Description: able to summon a low mana blood steel sword. The user's mana is not consumed. However, only one blood steel sword can be used. Strength Hand of Death V. Price 2000 forks. Description: the yin and black magic element is activated, causing damage and slight decomposition of the body. He glanced at the information about the funds, noting that he only had 2000 forks. Sun Jun imagined himself covered in golden light, deciding that the power he could buy now was bone reconstruction. His weapon was surrounded by the blue glow of the Kai Sword Master ability. This was one of the two. Looking at the screen, he wondered what to do. Maybe he should save up a little more forks. After which he raised his hand, thinking that the old man Sunhack he had just met on the 9th floor was also a crazy monster. So, tapping the screen, he thought that in order not to die at the hands of such bastards, it was important to buy more powers first. A new notification appeared, saying that he had bought the power of Sword Master Kai. 1500 forge points would be deducted. The sword in his hand shone brightly. He had obtained the power of Sword Master Kai. After swinging it a few times, the hero said that the triple absolute skill also uses mana, but the feeling was completely different. Waves crashed against the stone. Sun Jun thought about how if the mana flowing into the sword instantly like a wave was called the triple absolute skill. The river flowed along the riverbed, but perhaps the power of Sword Master Kai should be compared to a stream of water flowing over the sword. Afterwards, the hero looked at his weapon in surprise when notifications appeared that 1 minute had passed since the activation of the Kai Sword Master power. Increases mana consumption by 2%. 2 minutes had passed since the activation of the Kai Sword Master power. Increases mana consumption by 4%. Every minute, mana consumption increases by 2%. In about 50 minutes, mana consumption will increase by 100%. Lowering the sword, the glow began to dissolve. The Kai Sword Master power was deactivated. The hero realized that he must distribute his mana well when using this power. Tapping the screen again, he said that the reward for the 9th floor was the 6th sense skill. The description opened. Skill 6th sense C+. Effect, instincts are sharpened to such an extent that they become a 6th sense through which you can make complex conclusions. He thought, does that mean his intuition will improve? Sunjun put his hand to his chin, thinking that being able to make conclusions based on instinct seemed like a pretty useful skill. Then the community tab appeared on the screen, and he thought that he should check if there were any mentions of common areas. There were several profiles that left messages. Susie went to the common area, and there were many foreigners. She thought the common area was a shared space with people from other countries. Maximum level swordsman just got here. What kind of place is this? What was the purpose of this? On-chan Sok asked, what is the exchange between applicants? First of all, it is worth noting that foreign speech is automatically translated. Great Life wrote that this is some kind of madness. He saw an S-rank hunter from Japan. What the hell is going on here? Chushnya wrote that an S-rank hunter was also dragged into the tower. Damn, his hopes are dashed. Master of martial arts, I figured out a little about what the common areas are for. As soon as he arrived here, he was bombarded with messages from the administrators. BRZD asked why he was the only one bombarded with messages. He didn't receive any. Master of martial arts replied that maybe it was because he was ranked 71st. Running his finger across the screen, the hero realized that there were a lot of comments about the common areas that had been added to the 10th floor. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The message said that just now, in the common area, a foreigner asked him if he wanted to exchange the power of his administrator. Is it possible to exchange powers? Looking at the information on the screen again, the hero reasoned that there was an opportunity to personally see many applicants and also exchange powers. A smile appeared on his face when he wondered if he could go on reconnaissance himself then. A new message appeared about moving to the common area on the 10th floor. A view of the open space opened up in front of the guy with green eyes. Delighted by this, he realized that this was the common area. Looking forward with excitement, he thought about how he even used the question ticket to learn as much as he could about this place, so he was going to make the most of it before heading back. Someone was watching him as he walked along the forest path. Several people were standing in the forest. One of them said that the bastard seemed to be a hunter from Korea. His comrade supported him, saying that right, this was a Korean rank hunter. He remembered seeing his profile. A smile appeared on the bandit's face when he said that he was a strong hunter and he was constantly worried about how his behavior always left much to be desired. Then his eyes filled with a red light from the words, "It was okay to kill outside the common area, right?" Meanwhile, the boy was walking calmly along the forest. Suddenly, red shadows lowered him to the ground, and there were messages that the mana consumption rate increased by 100% due to the effect of the unique characteristic weakening light. Due to the effect of the unique characteristic territory restriction, all stats are reduced by 20%. Under the effect of the unique characteristic Eye of Terror, part of his body is paralyzed. The boy tried to move his finger, then he turned his head behind him. A group of bandits had gathered there, and he asked what they were doing. Their leader licked his blade, telling the boy that the victim was one of the strongest Korean hunters, but he had no idea what was happening now. Gritting his teeth, he cursed and thought about how they were not on a trial, but they were even here robbing. Unable to move in front of them, he heard them stop. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and asked them if they were sure they could handle the consequences. If they didn't stop right now, she would turn on the community function to report their actions to others. The bandit leader was confused. Standing up, he still agreed. Then he smiled evilly and said that if she took off her clothes, he would think about it. Putting the blade on her back, he also said that if she dropped all her items, then so be it, maybe he would have mercy and leave one of them alive. The girl blushed with indignation and asked what this meant. Then the bandit extended his hand, asking if she could help him. But he turned around, hearing something. Sun Jun was passing by them. Looking at him, the bandit asked, "Who the hell is that bastard?" Sun Jun was standing with his back to them when they called out to him. The hero only turned his head. Then he took off his hood and asked again if he had been told that. Standing next to the prisoner, the bandit said yes. Afterwards, all the criminals had sinister smiles when he asked the question, "You are also Korean, right?" After which the bandits used their abilities on the hero. He calmly looked at the approaching shadows, and, opening his mouth, he simply noted that he wanted to quietly pass by. Stretching his hand in front of him, he was surrounded by a glow. Notifications appeared that the force breakthrough skill was activated. The magic resistance skill was activated. The effect of increasing mana consumption by 100% was cancelled. The decrease in all stats by 20% was cancelled. Paralyzing effects applied to body parts are removed. This shocked the bandit. Opening a blue screen, Sun Jun took out a blade. Then he took it aside, saying that he was not the one who started it. The instant acceleration skill was activated. Sun Jun rushed at the enemies. They were shocked by such speed. The hero quickly struck. One of the bandits used an ice shield. Others were bleeding from their wounds. With a satisfied smile, the hero pulled his fist back and struck the barrier. The girl and the boy were shocked. The bandit fell to the ground. Sun Jun destroyed the barrier with one blow. The bandit stretched out his hand and screamed that he was wrong. But Sun Jun struck him in the neck when he asked for mercy. New messages appeared on the red background saying that he had absorbed the player's spirit. And then 2 more. Mastery increased by 6.4%. The boy with green eyes stood up from the ground. Folding her arms, the girl said that she should have helped, but the battle ended faster than she could have thought. Our hero replied that everything was fine, that he should not worry about it and go on his way. Bowing, she thanked him and said goodbye. Looking at his savior, the boy asked if he was a ranker by any chance. Turning to him, Sun Jun replied that in a way it could be said that way, thinking about how he had always been in the top 10 players in the final rankings. Then the saved man smiled, saying that it was clear it was a great honor for him to meet him. Thanks to him, he survived. Looking at him, the hero thought that it seemed to him that they wanted to kill him, so, getting rid of the problem that had fallen on him, he simply helped him along the way, but he replied that it was nothing special, so now he could go about his business. Sun Jun had already turned around and said goodbye to the stranger, but the stranger asked him to wait. The hero looked over his shoulder. The guy pointed at the dead bandits, asking him to leave the corpses of those applicants with him. Sun Jun looked at his interlocutor in confusion and asked why. The man happily smiled and replied that if he gave him those corpses, as well as for saving his life, he would pay him by giving him power. Sun Jun looked interested. Gluttony, a dark light came out from his hand. The corpses of the bandits were sucked into his hand. Wiping his forehead, the guy said that it was not bad. Smiling again, the interlocutor said that, so, as promised, he would give him power. A new message appeared that the hero accepted the power added by the administrator. Sun Jun looked at the monitor with a smile, reading that the power steel wings was added to the power category of the exclusive contractor store, and thought that he did not expect to get another power. Visualizing the magical wings on his back, the administrator said that this is a power that allows you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate. If he buys this power with So, he will be able to use it right away. Sun Jun smiled happily and thanked the interlocutor, thinking that as soon as he returns to the waiting room, he will immediately try this power in action. But then several new messages appeared in front of the hero, saying that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was saying not to bother the applicant who had been noticed by him. Administrator Gourmet, is he outraged that business ethics are not observed to such an extent? Administrator Steelblood is unhappy with the one hanging around his contractors. Administrator Black Devil is watching the fight between these three with interest. He did not understand what the administrators had started among themselves. Looking at this, the hero thought that seeing how the competition between the administrators flares up, one can confidently say that they clearly want to get something from the applicants. Well, he will just get to the bottom of the truth step by step. The two guys continued on their way through the forest. Turning to his companion, the administrator said that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction zone, and a game zone. And in addition to these well-known facts, he can share much more interesting information. The hero looked at him as he continued to explain that the other dimensional worlds that had been revealed so far through the floor embedding process were Ares, Murim, and Kellion, so they could only encounter these three dimensions when it came to floor embedding. He imagined a warrior kneeling before another. The challengers from the Ares world placed great importance on chivalry. The samurai held his sword. The Murim challengers were similar to them, but a little more aggressive. Sun Jun narrowed his eyes and thought about what it meant that the Black Knight was from the Ares world and Sunhak was from Murim. He also introduced the representatives of the other races, saying that he had heard that Kellion was a world of races such as elves, fairies, and beastmen. Looking at his interlocutor, Sun Jun noted that he was well informed. The administrator smiled, replying that he had found out about everything in advance, using his right to ask questions. Stopping in front of the city gate, the guy in the green jacket was glad that they had finally reached the common area. He extended his hand to the hero, saying that although he was not a ranker, let the hero take his business card. Taking it in his hands, Sun Jun noted that he was the leader of the candidate control team from the Hunters Association, to which the interlocutor clarified that if Sun Jun had any questions, he could contact him at any time. Another candidate passed through the gate and messages appeared that the common area had been entered. All abnormal statuses were removed, and battles between candidates became impossible. The guy slyly rubbed his hands, saying that now he needed to slowly move towards the auction zone, to which Sun Jun replied that he also just happened to have a place where he should definitely visit. Looking into the hero's eyes, the interlocutor asked where he intended to go. With a confident smile, the hero answered that he was going to the arena. A welcome message appeared about arriving at the arena. Sun Jun walked among the blue chairs. Indignant people stood in front of the screens, not understanding why they lost again. Looking at them, the hero thought, is this the arena? More like a gambling house. New messages appeared that the administrator Black Devil is pleased, saying that this reminds him of the old days. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood with undisguised hatred says that the arena is the same everywhere. Administrator White Crane Sword is very excited because of the heat that has settled in the arena. Looking at the empty seat, the hero wondered if he just needs to sit in one of these chairs. Then he comfortably sat in one of them. He looked thoughtful when new messages appeared that the arena system was activated. Need to use the screen to choose a bet or a duel. Then he pressed the help button. New posts have explained that the arena is divided into two systems, betting and dueling. If you choose to bet, you can place points on other contenders' duels. When placing bets, points can be gained or lost depending on whether the contender you bet on wins or loses. Looking at the screen, the hero wondered what it means. Did the people whose conversation he overheard place a bet? After that, more messages appeared. If a duel was selected, he could fight other contenders to get a reward. When the duel is confirmed, the final ranking and each other's real names are revealed. The duel will only take place if the reward is a skill, item, strength, etc. The duel is only held between opponents who have the same level of rewards. After the duel is confirmed, it is possible to fight the opponent in the Colosseum. When one of the duel participants surrenders, the duel ends and everyone returns to their original place. Sun Ji-yoon realized that if the duel status is confirmed, the participants in the duel will automatically move to the Colosseum. He imagined various weapons, potions, skills, and strength, and decided that the reward for the duel was the core of the arena. He pressed the screen with a smile, deciding to see if there was a reward that he liked. The other contenders looked at the gaming place with delight. The girl asked if the Witch of Hellfire Catherine was there. Someone asked again, the same famous huntress from America. The red-haired girl ran her finger across the monitor. Looking at the screen, she said that no one was sending a request for a duel. This was because she had too many victories. On the screen were Catherine's statistics, server USA, final rating 6, number of victories 17, number of defeats 0. She said that it would be better if these duel statistics did not exist at all, then she could challenge other opponents more often. A message appeared saying that the administrator of the Lord of Fire laughingly said that these were mere trifles. Continuing to look at the screen, Catherine concluded that it seemed like only cowards had gathered here, after which she was about to get up from her chair, saying that she needed to stop wasting time and leave the arena. Suddenly, something caught her eye. A new message notified that a duel request had arrived. Sun Ji-yoon, South Korea server, final rating 3. Reward for victory, Demon Slayer skill. Number of victories, 0. Number of defeats, 0. The hero's name was visible on the screen. The girl was surprised that he had just entered the arena and immediately chose it. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. New windows reported that the duel was confirmed. The transfer to the Colosseum is in progress. The white arena was illuminated by the bright sun. Catherine noted with a smile that she liked his fighting spirit. But before choosing, she should first observe the opponent. Sun Ji-yoon frowned silently. The girl was surrounded by flames. The system window reported that Sun Ji-yoon was against Catherine. The duel begins. The girl was surrounded by flames, telling the hero to consider it a good experience. Raising his hand, a fireball appeared above it. The birth of firepower was activated. The hero calmly watched what was happening. Sparks flew in different directions, after which the ball flew at Sun Ji-yoon. The hero took a step to the side. He continued to retreat. The fireball was very close. A fiery trail remained from his hand. Catherine said that he was finished. The master of the Kai sword power was activated. The swing left a blue trail on the fireball, after which it split into two halves, so the fire was left behind Sun Ji-yoon. Catherine was shocked. Smoke was spreading across the entire arena. The girl looked at her opponent with displeasure when he repeated her words about the experience. Putting out his blade, he said that he would also provide one. A light breeze stirred the bamboo leaves. There was a water source near the gray building. The girl sipped tea from a miniature cup. A blue whirlpool appeared in front of the long-haired blonde. An image of Sun Ji-yoon's challenger appeared in its center. The girl sitting in front of the image said that she didn't expect him to already have control over the released Kai energy. She scratched the bird sitting on her shoulder with her finger, saying that she made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful power. In the future, she would need to gain the favor of this candidate faster than the other administrators. Looking at the bird that took off, she thought that perhaps this candidate could fulfill her long-standing wish that she could not fulfill. The wind blew Sun Ji-yoon's hair. An explosion ball appeared in front of him. The system reported that the instant acceleration skill was activated. The hero jumped up, escaping from the fireballs. The fireballs flew behind him, leaving flaming traces. He moved, cutting the fireballs with sword strikes. With his back to the flames, the guy swung his sword. The fabric of his cloak was burning. Sun Ji-yoon turned around and cursed in his mind upon seeing this. He landed on the arena, raising dust. Looking back, the boy thought that it was a pity to lose the exclusive effect of the plaza due to the inability to use the skill Grace of the Wind. Fireballs were blazing above the girl's outstretched hand. Catherine asked with a smile, "I wonder how long he can hold out." Administrator Lord of Iron Blood looked at the close-up of the flames with interest. Administrator White Crane Sword had high hopes for him. Administrator Black Devil laughed loudly, watching the power of the fire. The girl sent huge fireballs forward. Sun Jiun swung his sword, leaving a bright trace. The system reported that 3 minutes had passed since the activation of the power of the Kai Sword Master. Mana consumption increased by 6%. The hero looked forward, surrounded by flashes. A notification appeared that 4 minutes had passed since the activation of the power of the Kai Sword Master. Mana consumption increased by 8%. Frowning slightly, the brunette thought that if the battle dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage. The system reported that he had absorbed the spirit of the challenger Seonhak, thereby exceeding the stat indicators. Strength increased by 2, agility increased by 1, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 3, toughness increased by 2. Red and black rays were spreading from the guy's chest. A notification appeared that one of the skills that the challenger Seonhak possessed had been absorbed. He received the skill Lightning Sword Kai, B skill Lightning Sword Kai, proficiency 0%. Description: genuine skill of the Lightning Gate. The main effect when using the released Kai energy, lightning discharges are formed at the tip of the sword, thereby the Kai energy gains the properties of lightning. However, the effect cannot be used when Kai energy is unavailable. Additional effect: when the skill is not activated, the basic statistics of Kai energy are greatly increased, which allows you to perform a slash. Sun Jiun carefully read and thought, Lightning Sword Kai allows you to perform a slash. Does this mean that he can launch Kai energy over long distances? Catherine's palm was ablaze with fire. She said that it seems that he thinks that he has time to be distracted by other things. The guy looked at her carefully. Many fire arrows appeared above his head. They quickly flew down. Sun Jiun ran, dodging their attacks. The guy ran right under 2 fiery flashes, and then with a sharp blow of the sword, he cut them. The system reported that the skill Ash Blood was activated. A blue glow appeared on the hero's fingers. He extended his hand with the sword to the side, thinking that he did not know if he would succeed the first time. The sword in his hand glowed blue. He decided that he needed to practice. A notification about the activation of the power of the Sword Master Kai appeared. The skill Lightning Sword Kai was activated. Bright blue rays flew forward. The girl chuckled when one of the balls was cut by the rays. She looked forward in amazement, summoning a shield. A fire shield surrounded her, protecting her from the Kai energy. Catherine gritted her teeth from the tension and thought that he immediately counterattacked. Suddenly, the hero appeared behind her. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, saying that he really was incredibly strong. She lost. The system reported that the challenger Catherine surrendered. He won. As a reward for winning, he receives the skill Storm C+. The duel is over. The teleportation to the general area of the arena on the 10th floor is performed. Sun Jiun, surprised, materialized in a red chair. Looking forward, he said that he decided to participate in the duel to practice his sword skills, but the opponent was quite strong. As a result, his robe burned. Pointing his finger at the blue screen, he said that he should remember the name Catherine. The description of the skill Storm appeared on the screen. No mastery. The main effect is activated when attacking with a piercing sword and increases the attack speed by 3 times for piercing strikes. An additional effect when activating the skill is a 30% chance that the wind property will be applied to the piercing blow, and the movement speed will increase significantly. Seeing this, the brunette said in disappointment that he thought it was some kind of fencing art, but it was about the skill of piercing blows. An information window appeared in front of him, which said the server was South Korea, the final rating was 3, the number of victories was 1, the number of losses was 0. He thought, just 1 victory. He needs to start growing actively. The system reported confirmation of the duel. The hero is moving to the Colosseum. The hero saw a semicircular gray structure of the arena. Sun Jiun versus Owaki Yuji. The duel begins. The opponents stood opposite each other. The hero thought that he was ranked 11th on the Japanese server. The long-haired man with a spear said that he was ranked 3rd on the Korean server, so he was really looking forward to their duel. But the one who appeared before him looked like a beggar, nothing to even look at. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Owaki sullenly asked why he was laughing. In response, he heard that he found it funny that they had the same thoughts. Veins bulged from anger on the Japanese man's face. He swung his spear, shouting insults. Sun Jiun dodged his blow. Looking at the blade in front of him, he thought that this was all that the 11th ranked player in the Japanese server could do. The boy smiled, thinking that he must have become too strong. If this level seemed like child's play to him. The long-haired man fell, spitting out blood. The system reported that the challenger Owaki had taken serious damage. Sun Jiun had won. The brunette smiled contentedly, saying that this was a cornucopia of skills. He struck the man in the green coat with his sword. The system reported victory. The man screamed as he flew back. The hero had won. Sun Jiun gripped the sword resolutely. He had won. The system reported that he had obtained the Duel Master achievement. Strength increased by 2. Mist swirled among the mountains in the central lands of Murim. A man was meditating in front of a bamboo grove. His eyes were closed. Then he opened them and asked the one who had come up to him, "What?" The one sitting on the stone asked again. He said, "Master Seonhak is dead." The boy confirmed it. Bowing, he said that according to the latest news he had received about Master Seonhak, it had recently become possible to connect to the earthly dimension, and it was said that he had attempted a floor-by-floor penetration there. The man opened his eyes, listened, and thought that he seemed to have arrived. A dark figure appeared among the bamboo thickets. A roaring white beast emerged from there. The long-haired boy chuckled. The huge beast was approaching him from behind as he said that it had been 5 years since he had stopped climbing to the top of the tower. He extended his palm, surrounded by flames. The sword thrust into the stone began to glow, trembling. The beast jumped back when the man caught the weapon. He jumped up, breaking the rock beneath him with energy. The huge monster saw him fly over his head. The man approached, his brows furrowed in determination, and then he plunged the sword straight into the monster's forehead. Red lightning surrounded the beast. The boy looked at it, thinking that he had dealt with such a powerful spiritual creature with such ease. The martial arts of a martial artist are so strong that contemplating his power gives goosebumps. The man pulled out the sword from the head of the defeated monster and asked, "Earthly dimension, I wonder." Smiling, he ordered to find out by any means who exactly killed Master Seonhak. Sun Ji-eun came out of the blue portal. The system reported that the entrance to the waiting room of the 10th floor was made. The hero fell onto the bed. Lying on the pillow, he said that there was no trace of fatigue left, which was to be expected from the waiting room. The boy touched the blue information window with his finger. He looked at it with a slight smile, thinking that in such an unexpected place he was able to access some other powers. On the screen was a description of the power Steel Wings C+. Price 15.0. The power that allows you to create steel wings with mana. They are able to provide high flight speed. To keep the wings active, you need to constantly fill them with mana. When there is not enough mana to maintain them, the wings will automatically disappear. The hero imagined himself hovering with pink wings on his back and thought that the power with which you can fly. Just thinking about it fills his heart with happiness. The screen said exclusive contract store, so 500. The guy thought that, but he can't buy it right now because he doesn't have enough. So Sun Ji-eun sat surrounded by blue information windows and said that he would now begin synthesis. The screen said that the unique power of skill synthesis was activated. Skill synthesis is complete. The system repeatedly notified that a new skill was created. Shining windows appeared in front of the hero. Sun Ji-eun looked at them with interest. A short list of skills that he managed to create after an hour of deep thought. The logo depicted a red shield. This is defense, counterattack shield. Be the image of a purple footprint near the foot spoke of the speed of movement, secret shadow step, C+. The red glowing blade indicated attack speed, frantic swordplay, C+. The palm was surrounded by a red glow. The hero thought that there was even a B rank shield skill among them. The system reported that the counterattack shield was activated. A glowing red defense appeared in front of the guy's palm. He looked at the shield with impress. The 10th floor of the test tower has been entered. The difficulty is high. The theme of this test is cooperation. The remaining time is 3 hours. The condition for successfully completing the test is to prevent the resurrection of the Lord devouring the darkness within the allotted time. The condition for failing the test is the death of all team members or the allotted time has expired. The reward for a successful breakthrough is a skill enhancement potion, B+. The penalty for failure is death. Portals appeared at the entrance to the cave. Team members are distributed according to their final ranking. The assignment of team members is complete. A man in an iron mask came out of the portal. This is first place in the final Seung-hoon ranking. The pink-haired youth, second place in the final rankings of Chunseok. From the next portal appeared Sun Ji-eun, third place in the final rankings. From the next portal appeared the blonde man in a red suit, Sooty, sixth place in the world rankings. The system announced a 30-minute grace period. During the grace period, the remaining time will not be spent. We must try to unite as much as possible during this time to defeat the monster boss. The masked man asked, "Is this a team trial again?" The pink-haired man ran up, asking if he had also climbed the trial tower. Sun Ji-eun watched carefully, thinking that the two of them were first and second place in the final rankings, and it seemed like they had met before. The red-suited man stood behind them, looking at them. The heroes suddenly looked up, hearing a scream. Sooty pointed angrily, shouting that he was the one he met on the 4th floor. Sun Ji-eun looked at him questioningly. Seung-hoon in a mask asked, "Did the two of them cross paths during the trial?" Judging by his reaction, it was not a pleasant meeting. The blonde hugged himself, trembling, and said gloomily that he was absolutely right. They met on the 4th floor during the combined trial in this hunter. Sooty trembled in front of the hero, saying that he was someone who strives to grow by accumulating achievements for killing. The red figure of a man smiled wickedly. Sooty, the blonde touched his chin. For Seung-joon, deceiving others was an everyday matter. The participants fought in the crowd. He created conflict by turning others against each other and used this time to get a reward. Sudi held the gems with a wild smile. This was a survival tactic he had developed. The smile revealed sharp teeth, which he began to actively use in another place called the Trial Tower. The administrator, a lying clown, laughs at the contractor's deception, so much so that even the corners of his mouth are torn from laughter. The image of the clown laughed at the wickedly smiling blonde. Sun-joon looked at him in surprise. He thought that his expression showed that he was confused. Well, should he add something else? He pointed his finger at the brunette, who tried to say that there was a misunderstanding and exclaimed that he even brutally killed a member of his team. The hero waved his hand, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The hammer materialized and glowed. Seung-hoon extended his hand towards it, saying that instead of the 4, where everyone kept to themselves, he preferred the 3 in good teamwork. The test tower was not a place where one could act frivolously. Looking with glowing eyes, the masked man asked who was telling the truth. They would find out now, and the liar would be expelled from the team. The members stood opposite each other. The guy thought that if something went wrong, he would end up having to deal with all 3 at the same time. Sun-joon frowned, thinking that this was the worst-case scenario. Chun-seok raised his finger, suggesting that he calm down. With his hand raised, he said that earlier, the applicant Sudi said that he met Hunter on the 4th floor, right? He heard a confirmation. With his hands spread, he said that it turns out that he knows the real name of the applicant Hunter. The nickname system appeared in the waiting room of the 5th floor. Sudi tensely heard that if he said the real name, everything would immediately fall into place. He opened his mouth, awkwardly beginning that the real name is Hunter. One half of his face was with a sly smile. He said that his name is Cheolman. He thought, what does it matter? There is no way to prove his name anyway. Chun-seok turned to the brunette, asking if he had anything to say. He replied that it wasn't even funny. He pulled the cord hanging around his neck. Holding a badge in his hand, the guy said that it was his hunter's license. He thought that during his return to Earth, he accidentally took it with him and it ended up being very useful to him. Showing the ID, which stated that he was a Hunter Sun-joon, rank C, type close combat, and the date of registration, the guy said his name. Sudi looked at him in shock. Holding a hammer, Seung-hoon said that now it seemed to be clear who should be expelled. The hero thought that everything was very bad. Administrator Lying Clown clicked his tongue because of the clumsiness of his contractor. Administrator Expert in Dispute laughed at his abilities. Administrator Finder of Lies enjoyed the consequences of his stupidity. Administrator Dark Observer snorted, looking at his results. The blonde read the notifications tensely, thinking that he was in trouble. The guy extended his hand, blocking the masked man's way, and said that he would handle this matter himself. Sun-joon clutched his sword, saying intimidatingly that because he was very angry right now. Seung-hoon looked at him, but then agreed. Sudi was surprised, thinking that he was attacking alone. He grinned wickedly, thinking that he was a fool. Even if they looked at him with hatred, there was hope if he killed him. The test was for 4 people, and if they excluded him as well, it would be extremely difficult for 2 to pass it. The brunette standing opposite said that he was talking about very funny things, so shouldn't he take responsibility for his words? The liar asked, responsibility? He has no idea what it is. A shining book appeared above the palm of the wicked guy. He said that he only cares about surviving. Putting forward his hand with a shining seal, he said that he was not the only one with power. The system reported that the stems of the swamp spirit were entwined around his legs. Green vines were entwined around the hero's legs. The notification said that the magic resistance skill was activated. The stems of the swamp spirit were completely destroyed. Surrounded by a green glow, Sun-joon approached the enemy. He decisively swung his sword. Extending his hand with a barrier, Sudi said that he was annoying. He also had a magic resistance skill in his arsenal. A bright beam of attack collided with a magic shield. The ground broke from the impact. Seung-hoon said that he should move away. Chun-seok replied that he liked it here, so you can fully feel the fight between them. The masked man dragged him by the collar, telling him not to be capricious, and there is nothing wrong with caution. The young man whined, saying that he likes to watch everything from special places. Sudi frowned and stretched out his palm and wished for death. Shining balls flew forward. Sun-joon dodged one of them, and then angrily swung his fist. A powerful blow crashed into the enemy's body. The blonde grinned, saying that it seemed that the hunter had become the prey. Sun-joon looked questioningly. Behind him, balls surrounded by lightning glowed. Turning around, the hero thought, are these the spheres that he launched earlier? A bright beam quickly crashed into the hero. Sudi, with a book in his hand, laughed and said that he was in vain pretending to be a tough fighter. Let him look at himself now. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised. He exclaimed in confusion. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill was activated. Sun-joon stood on the broken ground, holding a shield. The system reported information about the counterattack shield skill. Mastery 0%. The main effect after memorizing the name of the skill, he can summon a red shield created from mana. The additional effect absorbs 25% of the damage received by the shield and then immediately releases it. The hero resolutely held the red magic defense, asking why he was so surprised. Everything was just beginning. Sudi's dissatisfied eyes glowed yellow. He wondered what it was, how he blocked his technique so easily. Sun Ji-eun abruptly took off, rushing to attack. The blonde gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and stretched out his hand. Stone blocks appeared on the hero's path, blocking the way. Holding the shield, the guy swung his sword. A bright beam flashed between the stones. A voice was heard, addressing Seung-hoon. The brunette jumped, leaving bright traces. The voice asked if he knew who Hunter was, or rather, Sun Ji-eun's challenger. The masked man, watching from a distance, answered that no, he had never seen him among the high-ranking hunters. Chunseok said that since he didn't know him, there was a high probability that he was just a civilian. But was it really possible to become that strong? The masked man replied that unless he was a high-ranking hunter like them, it would be hard to achieve such results. Sun Ji-eun held the barrier, defending himself from the enemy's attacks. Seung-hoon said that the most surprising thing was that he wasn't fighting the enemy with all his strength right now. A glow could be seen through the slit of his mask. He continued that for some reason he felt like his level was comparable to his. Chunseok turned to the man, saying that he was so strong. After all, he was 2 steps lower in the final ranking. Although this was just a guess. Introducing the orcs who rushed to attack, he said that if the team's luck had passed him by in all the combined tests so far, there was a high probability that he would have been underestimated compared to his original skills. He imagined Sun Ji-eun standing with his back in the blue light. The real Sun Ji-eun swung his sword. It attacked the blonde's hand, cutting the book. Sudi grabbed his injured hand with a scream. Falling to his knees, he saw the tip of the sword. Looking at it carefully, Seung-hoon thought that he was surprised. He did not kill the enemy, but suppressed him with his superiority and did it as if it cost him nothing. Sudi stretched out his hand and begged for him to stop. The hero towering over him heard that if he killed him, then perhaps no one would be able to survive this trial. Let him think carefully. This trial involves the top 4 players, right? With tears on his face, he opened his mouth, saying that in this situation, he was thinking of the trial tower. The guy silently watched, hearing that she was giving such an easy task that it could be easily completed even if one of the team members died. Instead of answering, Sun Ji-eun turned to the others. The man standing on the rock said that they would not interfere. Let him choose what he thought was right. Gritting his teeth, the blonde pulled his hand back, and then extended it with a shining pink sword. Sun Ji-eun swung his own in displeasure, insulting him. A bright trace of his blow cut the head of the surprised blonde. However, instead of his body, a white haze remained, and the blonde himself jumped back. The system reported that the unique characteristic deception was activated. All stats instantly increased by 10. The wounded Sudi stood surrounded by pink swirls, and thought that he wanted to hide his last trump card until the very end. Extending a blade with red inscriptions, he shouted that he would finish him off. Sun Ji-eun calmly extended his palm with a shield. Pink chains brightly collided with the barrier, and then flew apart, but only to attack the guy again. The system reported the activation of the skill Grace of the Wind. All speed increased by 40%. Current summation progress is 4 out of 7. There was a blinding flash. The man stamped his foot. Sudi was surprised to see a brunette approaching him with a shield in his hand. Looking at him, Sun Ji-eun said that he now knew for sure that it was much more dangerous to mess with a scumbag like him or challenge a 3-man trial. The deceiver cursed with a crazy look. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. Waves of energy spread around. They were so powerful that they tore off the blonde's clothes. The system reported information about the old vampire count's tailcoat: a movement speed plus 8%, mana regeneration plus 12%, a special tailcoat favored by a certain count. When attacking, it can randomly consume stamina or blood to create a blood shield. Next came information about the bloody heavenly demon blade B+, reaction speed plus 7%, attack speed plus 10%, a famous sword that is one of the treasures passed down in the Murim Blood Demon School. The Kai in the blood coats the blade, and the sword becomes one with the mana flowing through the user's veins. Sun Ji-eun stood with his hand outstretched toward the information window, saying that he would make good use of these items. Seung-hoon and Chunseok jumped off the cliff. Looking at the brunette, the pink-haired one said in admiration that Sun Ji-eun was great. His comrade added that he hoped all the misunderstandings had been resolved. The hero confirmed, saying that there were definitely no problems left now. An information window appeared, saying that there were 10 minutes left until the start of the 10th floor trial. All candidates should prepare for the upcoming trial. The 3 heroes walked toward the building beyond the ravine, deciding to move forward. Under the moon stood a monument of a warrior on horseback. The heroes passed by. Chunseok said that the warrior statue was so huge, he wouldn't come to life, would he? The man replied that since it was a tower, that could be the case. Sun Ji-eun looked at him carefully. The statue had a golden crown on its head. and instead of eyes, there was darkness. Looking with his blue eyes, the hero was silent. The test participants walked among the gray buildings. Chunseok was surprised, looking ahead. They stopped in the center of the round hall in front of the throne. Next to it was a statue of a warrior surrounded by chains. The same one stood on the other side. Words were heard that there were 3 more statues here, which gave him a bad feeling. Looking ahead, the guy said what it was. He looked at the huge stone monster sitting on the throne and said that it was probably the darkness devouring overlord. The system reported that the grace period had expired. The 10th floor test was beginning. When the allotted time began to count down, a squad of dark guards would appear. It was necessary to prevent the darkness devouring overlord from being resurrected. The participants looked ahead in surprise. The chains holding the warriors began to unwind. The eyes of the stone guard lit up with purple fire. He jumped off his pedestal and landed with the others next to the heroes. Looking at the warrior, Seung-hoon said that all his bones were already numb. It was time to stretch. He looked at the brunette, who said that there was a head. Imagining a crossed-out image of a man in a crown, the brunette explained that they must prevent the head, which the squad of dark guards carried on their backs, from reaching the lord. He was glad that everything was so easy. Holding a shining hammer in his hand, the man ordered everyone to take on one target. The armored warrior stamped his foot, and then, like the others, jumped up, raising his sword above his head. The participants of the test looked at them resolutely and asked to wish them luck. Sun Jun put his hand behind his back, thinking that he should deal with him with one attack using the Kai sword. The enemy swung his weapon, leaving a purple trail. The guy jumped towards him. His gaze became surprised. The hero landed, sliding on the ground. He looked at the purple glow around the stone giant's sword and thought that it was Kai energy. Looking carefully, he thought that it was not as simple as it seemed. Are the others okay? At this time, a powerful blow knocked him off his feet. The shockwave smashed the stones on the floor. The warrior with the head behind his back ran quickly. A huge boulder flew forward. He looked at it in surprise. The warrior chopped the stone with an axe, but was still knocked off his feet. Seung-hoon's hand was surrounded by blue glove energy. An eye glowed in the slit of the mask. He said that each of them was of a level that matched the boss. Holding a blue glowing hammer, he told everyone to be careful. A chuckle was heard. He seemed to have let his guard down a moment ago. A pointed hat materialized. Chunseok put the hat on his head, saying that it doesn't suit him, so he can't stand to use it. He stood in front of the warrior running towards him and said that for this, that he made him wear this clown hat. A bow with 3 glowing arrows appeared in the hero's hand. He will have to incarnate his life for this. The arrows, surrounded by lightning, flew forward. Bright flashes appeared from them behind the warrior. Holding a sword in his hand, he quickly attacked the archer. The hat hid his eyes. Clash with magicians, the standard is close combat. A scythe with a red blade appeared. Chunseok stretched out his palm in a fighting stance, saying, "Only if the opponent is an ordinary magician." Looking at him, Sun Jun mentally admired, thinking that after only encountering weak opponents, the sight of these people excites the blood. He jumped back, saving himself from the enemy's bright attack, and thought that the main thing was for him not to fail in such a team. Stones flew around. The brunette kicked them, sending them into the body of a stone monster. The skill Grace of the Wind is activated. All speed is increased by 50%. Current summation progress is 5 out of 7. The hero quickly ran forward with a determined look. The huge warrior thrust his weapon into the ground. The state when he steps on the shadow of a creature. The skill Secret Walk in the Shadow C+ is activated. Strength is temporarily increased by 3. The brunette with a sword ran up to the enemy who was carrying the head. The skill Furious Swordplay is activated. Sword attack speed is increased by 10%. Current summation progress is 5 out of 10. The skill Master of the Kai sword is activated. The hero jumped, cutting the monster's head with his sword. The stone head shattered into pieces along with the crown. The man in the mask talked about a depth charge. His opponent was surrounded by bright golden lightning. The stone man's face was distorted by the scream. The crowned head behind him was also smashed. A red whirlwind appeared in the air. It was the guy in the hat who attacked swiftly, twirling the weapon in his hand. He jumped high, holding a double-bladed scythe. The shining weapon struck the stone enemy. The third head of the boss was smashed into pieces. The stone monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly. The participants of the trial watched as they walked away. Chunseok asked if they were running away. Seung-hoon replied that now that there were no heads left, resurrecting the Lord was impossible. It was time to end. The 3 guys ran forward. They left the circular area following the monuments. The brunette running behind became alert, noticing something and wondering what that sound was. The huge stone monster stomped its foot. Sun Jun's eyes widened in surprise. The 3 stone opponents stood together, forming a pedestal. The horse quickly galloped over their bodies and jumped high with the cloaked rider. The guy looked at him in shock, thinking that it was the one from the entrance. The stone rider was rapidly approaching the headless body on the throne. The heroes quickly rushed after him. Gritting his teeth angrily, Sun Jun thought that it was too late to run after him. The rider held the lord's head in his hands and jumped high. The brunette swung his sword as he ran. The guy's eyes shone brightly with anger. With a sharp movement, he threw the weapon forward. Meanwhile, the enemy had already brought the boss's head to his neck, but a bright blue beam smashed it right in his hands. The lord's golden crown fell next to him. The stone warrior's eyes glowed red, and then he, like the others, screamed loudly. Chunseok made a joyful gesture with his hands and exclaimed that this was great. The brunette standing in a throwing pose breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a stone hand picked up the fallen crown and placed it on its head. The fingers were clutching the handle of the weapon. The silhouette of the monster who cut off his own head appeared. The heroes looked at it in amazement. They rushed forward shouting that they had to stop him. The stone man held the head and the crown above himself. The guys jumped on him with weapons in their hands. When it was disconnected from the neck, there was a bright flash, and then a powerful red explosion through the hero's back. There were black flashes in the thick smoke. The system reported that the conditions were met. The stone monster in the crown rose from the throne. The system reported that the lord who devoured the darkness had been resurrected. Looking at him in shock, Sun Jun cursed in his mind. He had received a special task to destroy the lord who devoured the darkness. Red steam came out of the mouth of the huge stone man. The system reported that any damage would be nullified by the power of immunity. Challengers whose stats were higher than the darkness-devouring overlord would be able to deal damage. The brunette looked at him in surprise, mentally asking what kind of power. He had never heard of monsters being able to use power. The overlord raised his hand, and a sword surrounded by a red glow was approaching. The stone fingers closed on the hilt, and then the boss made a powerful slash with the sword on the ground. Sliding on the floor, Sun Jun thought about what kind of cheating ability this was. If dealing damage by itself was impossible, then they could do absolutely nothing. He froze. A huge stone warrior appeared behind him. The huge blade of the sword moved forward. Sun Jun flew back from the bright attack. The wound on his stomach glowed green, healing. The guy thought that he got a problem because they could not complete the mission. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised. He thought that this might work. Several stone guards were approaching with weapons. The hero's comrades ran up to him. Chunseok asked if Sun Jun was okay, and Seung-hoon added that they should come up with a plan and hit the overlord, but first, they needed to deal with his guards. Standing next to the participants, the brunette said that he had a request. Could the two of them delay the overlord for a while? The masked man noticed that they couldn't do any damage to him, so wouldn't it be more effective to clear out his guards first? Looking at him with determination, Sun Jun said that he had an idea. There was a way to kill the overlord. The face of the huge stone monster in the crown looked surprised. An eye glowed through the slit of the mask. Finally, Seung-hoon turned away, saying that they would trust him. Looking at the hero, he said that they would not be able to hold out for long, so he should hurry up. The guys quickly rushed to the overlord. Sun Jun decisively turned to the guard, saying that he was starting. He stood in front of the huge stone guards, saying that they would have to play with him for a while. The blue hammer was surrounded by golden lightning. They quickly hit the boss when the participant used a depth charge. Then any damage is nullified by the power of immunity. The man in the crown turned his red eyes. Seung-hoon landed, telling his comrade that as expected, there was no use. The system reported that the power of the overlord's greatness was activated. The eyes of the stone monster glowed. A notification appeared that everyone should show respect to the overlord. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. The heroes bent from the powerful energy bending them to the ground. The king struck with his sword, breaking the ground. A huge crack in the floor almost reached the heroes. The palm lying on the hilt glowed golden. The system reported the activation of the magic resistance skill. Golden flashes surrounded the body block was partially released. The guy in the hat screamed, seeing a flash nearby. The explosion that soared through the hero's back. Seung-hoon put his hands out to the sides, protecting the younger one. A powerful force hit him in the back. Blood dripped from under the mask. Chunseok grabbed his comrade by the arm and asked if he was okay. Then he turned around, covered in shadow. The huge stone boss pointed his sword at them. The guy closed his eyes as the tip quickly approached him. His foot slid along the ground. Sun Jun managed to protect his comrades with a red impenetrable shield. Chunseok looked at him in surprise, hearing an apology for being a little late. A red barrier was spreading from the shield on the guy's arm. He calmly said absorption. The system offered to increase stats using the spirits he had. Black and red swirls appeared in the air. The system reported that strength increased by 4, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 6, tenacity increased by 4. Sun Jun clenched his fist, holding the red barrier. A notification appeared that the shield counterattack skill instantly released the accumulated damage. A bright beam threw the overlord's sword away from the shield. The system reported that the power of the Kai Sword Master had been activated. The blade in the boy's hand glowed blue, and a notification appeared about the activation of the lightning sword Kai skill. A bright blue beam rushed forward from the sword strike. Sun Jun gritted his teeth resolutely, thinking that the boss would receive it. The bright energy crashed into the stone monster's body. Deep furrows were left on it. The hero thought that it worked. The overlord with red eyes opened his mouth, screaming. The system reported that the power of the overlord's greatness had been activated. Everyone should show respect to him. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. Sun Jun fell to one knee, crushed by the red energy. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. The system reported that the force breakthrough skill had been activated. The magic resistance skill had been activated. The ground around the brunette was covered in cracks. A notification appeared that all blockages on the body had been completely removed. A bright green ball of power surrounded the hero. A notification appeared that the proficiency of the skill force breakthrough had reached 100%. The proficiency of the skill magic circuit had reached 100%. The proficiency of the skill magic resistance had reached 100%. These skills had been upgraded to rank C. The monster's strike collided with the bright shield. Sun Jun moved forward, thinking that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, there was a wicked smile on his face. He wondered why he couldn't stop laughing. As he flew at the monster wearing the crown from above, he wondered if it was because he was anticipating his impending victory. The fundamental desire to become stronger was burning like fire. Bright rays of attack surrounded the stone monster. Chunseok's words were heard that the challenger Sun Jun was a real monster. Seung-hoon replied that it was such a strange feeling. He never thought he would be looking at someone's back. However, they should congratulate him. Leaning on his friend, the man said that the first place in the rankings was now his. A powerful beam hit the red shield. The system reported that charging was complete. The counterattack shield skill had reached the maximum damage absorption limit. Sun Jun held the shield, surrounded by a red glow, with his legs spread wide. Bright energy was spreading from it. The brunette extended his hand forward, thinking that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. The system reported that the counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. A bright red beam was rapidly approaching the boss, cutting off his sword arm. The overlord looked at it in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the hero quickly approached him. The system reported that the Wind's Grace skill was activated. All speed increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7 of 7. Due to the maximum stacking, a 1-day cooldown was applied. The Furious Swordplay skill was activated. Sword attack speed increased by 10%. The current progress of the summation is 10 out of 10. With a swift strike of his sword, he cut off the monster's huge head. The system reported that the darkness-devouring overlord had been defeated. The white-haired girl looked at the image of the fighting hero. She smiled, holding her hand to her face, and said that this challenger who showed crazy growth was her contractor. She imagined a man walking with a torch in his hand. The ordinary challengers who climbed the tower carefully prepared themselves so as not to take risks, and only climbed the tower one floor at a time after tirelessly spending a lot of time training. In the shining window was the face of a smiling brunette. She said that Sun Jun was a valuable talent that was not easy to see in other dimensions. She thought it could be said that he represented the desire to grow. The white-haired girl imagined the images of people, thinking that the problem was that as time went on, other administrators would also become more and more interested in him. Many swords were stabbed into the white ground. She decided that she needed to establish a closer relationship with this challenger before other administrators did. The battlefield she stood on was engulfed in bright flames. She thought that it was for the sake of achieving her wish. The head of the stone monster fell to the ground with its crown shattered. Notifications began to pop up that the darkness-devouring overlord had been defeated, and the guys were congratulated for breaking through the first floor of the trial tower. As a reward for breaking through, a mastery enhancement item would be sent to their inventory, as well as 60,000 points, and 1,000 forge points would be added as a reward for breaking through. Then the protagonist grinned sarcastically, because he was a challenger who contributed to the completion of special tasks. 10,000 points and 1,500 SP were awarded as a reward, and such a reward completely compensated for the difficulty of the test. Chunseok, with an excited look through his bangs, asked Sun Jun how he managed to pull all this off. The protagonist stood in front of the players on the destroyed floor and said that he had a skill that was perfect for the current situation, and it seemed that luck was on his side. Seung-hoon and his friend extended their index finger and said that today he was able to surprise them greatly and offered to talk in more detail in a private chat, adding each other as friends. Notifications popped up that the challenger Chunseok and Seung-hoon sent him a friend request. Then a portal appeared, and the protagonist said goodbye to the guys. Notifications popped up that over 1,000 applicants had successfully broken through the 10th floor and the system expansion was beginning. It was a place that looked like a stone tunnel, and a message that the shop had created a category called Dimensional Travel, which was now available to the guys. The brunette stared at what was happening and thought that it meant moving to other dimensions like Ares or Murim, but he wondered if that was the same as signing his own death warrant. Messages started popping up that the Earth Dimension Administrator's observation area had been expanded and it was possible to communicate with the administrator even in the waiting room. A message that the Earth Dimension Administrator's intervention area had been expanded and an additional contract with the administrator was available and moving to his personal domain. However, an additional contract could only be concluded once, after which additional contracts would be limited and the additional contract could be terminated at any time. Sun Jun raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He imagined his silhouette holding hands with the administrator girl under an official contract, and he didn't need an additional contract. It turned out that the additional contract was something like a similar scheme, but if the contract can be terminated, then the only loser is not the administrator. Then he went to the inventory window and assumed that right now he could not know for sure and first he should figure out what he managed to get on the 10th floor. It was a card with an item, Mastery Upgrade, which was specially created by the tower for creatures with skills and upon receiving which they could arbitrarily increase the level of mastery of one of their skills by 20%. Then he decided to drink this potion and was asked to choose a skill to increase mastery. He wiped his mouth with his hand and wanted to improve the skill of the Grace of the Wind. A notification popped up that the selection was complete, and this skill was increased by 20% and it reached 100%, so the rank increased by 1 level. The card describing the skill of the Grace of the Wind, when the effect looked like this, when he said the name of the skill, it would increase all speeds by 10% and this effect could be stacked. Sun Jun's eyes widened in surprise, because he noticed that the recharge time had disappeared. Then, streams of red light began to emit from his chest under the silhouette of the Overlord devouring the darkness, because the next step was that he used the absorption of the spirit to permanently increase the stats. Numerous notifications popped up that various skills were increased by a certain number of points, and one of the skills of the Overlord devouring the darkness was absorbed. The brunette through the bangs widened his eyes because he received the skill of mana management. A card appeared with a description of the magic control skill where the effect concerned the use of magical power, then this step in the area of innate talent. The main character looked at this card with a puzzled look and realized that now he could control mana like someone who has innate talent, but just standing and watching it did not make sense. He looked at the messages from the administrators who invited him to their domain. Sun Jun looked up with a surprised look and did not understand why all the administrators were interested in him at the same time. The main character found himself in a snowy field where there was a cemetery of swords, because he was invited to the Lord of Steel Blood and he moved to this world. Then he saw a small house in front of him from which smoke was coming. A blonde in a towel came out from there and left. She went outside and stood in front of the main character because she joked that she already knew that he would choose her. Sun Jun watched as the girl placed her hands on her waist and said that she had won the bet thanks to him, while he wondered why they had sent the invitation at the same time. The two of them then walked across the snowy field, and the receptionist became curious as to why he wasn't asking any questions. The brunette looked at the surprised girl and said that he had accidentally obtained a mana manipulation skill and asked if there was any information about it. The girl replied that he had obtained a very powerful skill. She placed her hand on her waist and stated that it was very fortunate, because before they returned to the hut, she would briefly explain everything to him. She said that he needed to use the newly acquired mana manipulation skill to maximize the magical power in his body. The protagonist placed his hands in front of him and began to emit glowing magic. He then frowned angrily and bared his teeth. He immediately spread his arms and began to emit powerful streams of discharges and aura from himself because he activated a skill that greatly affected the magic circuit in his body. He bent down and looked furious with his arms outstretched because this skill was forcibly increased with the help of the mana management skill. He lowered his head in sweat and looked at his hand because he had a feeling that his physical data had increased several times. Then he hit the ground with his hand and a powerful stream of wind rose around. The girl covered herself with her hands from such a powerful stream. Suddenly, the towel flew off her. The brunette looked in amazement at the girl's naked body. Then after a while they were sitting at home and having tea because the administrator did not believe that he looked like a person who was capable of pulling such a trick. The main character sipped tea and choked on such a statement and said that it was just a misunderstanding. The girl placed her hand on the table with a malicious smile, saying that he was at a loss, and in any case, he should try this skill from time to time later, namely activating skills that use manas with the mana management skill. She imagined how thin branches of skills were emitted from the bright sphere of energy. She said that no matter how the understanding of mana management changed, the skill would be able to stimulate the growth of each skill. Sun Jun inquired about why he was called. The girl sat at the table opposite the guy and said that when he entered the waiting room on the 11th floor, he received a notification about the expansion of the system. He replied that thanks to this, he was able to come here without going through the tower. At this time, he was chewing on a cookie when the girl explained that only the expansion was not limited to such a function as the interference zone, and the real purpose was to convince that the administrator could seriously cultivate applicants. He became curious about what this meant. The girl immediately raised her hand, snapped her fingers in the discharge of aura. A message popped up that the administrator of the Blood Iron Lord was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone, and the new power was engraved on the soul. Light began to emanate from the protagonist's chest, and he was tense all over because it was the power of the blood iron sword imprinted on the soul. He asked if she couldn't just give power before, to which he received a refusal. They sat opposite each other at the table, and the girl said that she had already paid the corresponding price of the tower. Sun Jiun, looking at her in surprise, realized that the additional contract function was also open, so maybe it would be better to find another applicant, and did not understand why him. He inquired about why she was so actively helping him. The girl sat opposite the protagonist and said that she saw a huge opportunity in him. Through her long hair, sitting on a chair, she said that administrators are rewarded by developing applicants, but this is by no means the end goal. Sun Jiun's eyes widened in surprise through his bangs when he heard that everyone was investing in one or another precedent to fulfill a long-standing wish. While Sun Jiun sat at the table with a confused look, notifications from various administrators began to pop up. The girl at this time smiled maliciously, leaning on the back of the chair, and said for those too impatient, she will end her story here. Then the protagonist found himself in a bamboo forest because he received an invitation to the administrator's domain. He walked along a green meadow and realized that it was ideal for training because he was just curious about his training method that the Steel Blood Lord taught him. He immediately swung his glowing blade and wanted to use mana control and hone his mastery of the skill 3 absolutes. He put out his magic shield with his hand and swung his sword again, because he used several skills, such as instant acceleration, and the skill rank was forcibly changed. He pulled out his magic blade to match the color of the rays and realized that now he needed to increase the power of the sword master. He stood in a fighting pose and looked at the magic blade in surprise. He looked at the blade with an angry grin and did not understand why this sword could not be activated by mana control, because he wanted to raise the rank of the lightning sword skill through the power of the sword master. He bared his teeth angrily in the sweat of his brow, and for him it was strange, because he assumed that this was all because the sword master is power. Notification that the administrator, the White Crane Sword, is waiting for his visit. He walked along a forest path among the bamboos, and messages popped up in front of him, because he decided to postpone the issue of skill growth with energy for now. The administrator, the White Crane Sword, puffed out his cheeks and spoke well. It was the bamboo trees in the forest, and he realized that judging by the title of the administrator, he must be an old man like Beek Sunhak. He looked ahead in surprise. He saw a man on the Chinese veranda, meditating and eagerly awaited. It was a white-haired girl, the administrator, the White Crane Sword, and she was eagerly awaiting the arrival of a challenger like him. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he realized that the girl in front of him was actually a teenager. He was standing next to the girl, who asked if there was a problem. He replied that it was surprising to see the administrator in front of him, with whom he only corresponded. He was about to come closer when the girl extended her hand and said that she understood everything perfectly, but it was not very convenient to talk while standing, so she suggested that he go somewhere else. The protagonist looked dumbfounded with his hair disheveled, and he found this conversation very refreshing. He was meditating next to the receptionist girl who was smiling at him, and he thought he knew why she had abandoned the chairs and sat on this floor. The girl looked ahead with awe and said that she had always been watching the protagonist from here, and from the moment he had entered into a life or death fight with Sunhak on the 9th floor until now. The two of them were meditating on the platform, and the guy said that she had been watching him since the observation of the candidates was allowed, and asked if it wasn't a waste to sponsor a candidate she had only seen once. The girl said that she would not answer at all, he should be more aware of his own value. She recalled the image of the old man with the ball and said that he could not reach the highest rank of possession of energy release, and he was still considered a fairly strong warrior of Murim, although he lost some of the strength he had after entering the tower, but maintaining victory over such a contender could rightfully be called a feat. The main character opened his mouth in amazement when the girl said that he should believe her, who was bound to this old man by a contract. Sun Jiun looked at her with alarm and sweat on his brow and realized that in this case, she could harbor a grudge against him. At this time, it was a watermill under the sun's rays, and the girl said that there was no need to escalate the situation because he was simply a good contender for points. The girl extended her finger, and a butterfly was about to land on it because she had managed to sign a contract with many applicants in her life but had never invited anyone into her domain. Sun Jiun stared at this butterfly, and the girl said that everything was until she saw him thanks to her previous applicant. Then she looked at the sleigh with slight malice and said that he should already guess what was what, and therefore decided to say it directly so that he would make an additional contract with her. The protagonist looked at her coolly through his bangs and asked if there were any benefits for him that he could get after this action. The two of them sat on the platform and looked at the forest when the administrator said that if he signed a contract with her, she could make him an apostle of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He again became curious about what benefit he would get from becoming her apostle. She imagined a warrior in armor standing in front of the unique sign, and explained that in the tower, the term apostle refers to a candidate who enters into a special contractual relationship with the administrator, and the latter can only appoint one person as an apostle in his entire life, and only candidates who become apostles can acquire all the powers of the administrator. The protagonist thought about what was happening in surprise. He remembered the image of that very girl administrator of Steel Blood and realized that the patronage contract was so important, and realized that the girl then proposed to conclude a patronage contract, but did not bother to tell him about such important nuances. The white-haired girl was sitting on a pillow with a sword in her hands, and Sun Ji-yoon said that in the test tower it was said that an additional contract is a contract that can be broken at any time, and asked why she was offering him patronage that can only be presented to a candidate once in a lifetime under such unfavorable conditions. She said that, like that woman, she chose him to fulfill her long-standing wish. She imagined a huge sharp sword and said that she wanted the sharpest sword in the world, the best sword that would never break or become dull. She imagined the protagonist in a demonic form with shining eyes and saw that it had the potential to be sharper than any sword. Sun Ji-yoon stared through his bangs and realized that this was an old wish, and the Bloodlord had mentioned it earlier too, but it didn't seem like a simple wish. Then the protagonist looked at her and asked about the old wish. The white-haired girl looked ahead with trepidation and was about to tell him about it. Sun Ji-yoon stared at the puzzled girl, who said that the administrator's old wish was a memory that came from regrets in the past. She imagined a group of different administrators and said that the old wish was a right given to the administrator by the tower. The main character in this image found himself in a dark space, and such a test of the tower of an old wish is also a kind of test that the administrator can give to the applicant with whom the contract was signed. When the old wish is fulfilled, the applicant receives a reward. The girl slightly closed her lips and said, if suddenly it is possible to fulfill an old wish, then it will even be possible to change an event in the past. The main character's eyes bulged in amazement from such a statement. Sun Ji-yoon looked closely at the girl and asked how it is possible to change some event in the past, because such a thing is absolutely impossible. The girl lowered her head and explained with trepidation, since he had already gone through the test of the tower so many times before today, he should know perfectly well whether she is telling the truth or lying. The brunette looked at her intently and understood that she was not lying. He remembered how he was trapped, tried to get out of it in his various moments from the past, because if we are talking about the tower, then it is definitely not lying. The guy frowned slightly from under his brows. The two of them were sitting under the roof and chatting when Sun Ji-yoon asked if he could ask just one question. He looked at her warily and asked about fulfilling her long-standing wish. How high should he go up in the test tower? The girl immediately timidly scratched her cheek and looked away. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her with sweat and slight anxiety when he heard that it had to be at least the last floor. The message that the contract had been concluded. This administrator, nicknamed White Crane, began to jump happily because she said that he would make an excellent choice and would not regret it under any circumstances. Sun Ji-yoon immediately stretched out his arms to hug the girl and realized that he had made a contract with her after all. He imagined a huge gloomy tower and realized that it was the last floor, because he learned that the top of the tower was the goal that needed to be reached in order to fulfill the administrator's long-standing wish. The main character looked ahead with a surprised expression when the notification that he had been recognized as the true apostle of the administrator, the White Crane Sword, popped up. As an apostle's privilege, the effectiveness of the powers and skills of the dimension increased by 10% and also mana increased by 3. Currently, the challenger Sun Ji-yoon was recognized as the apostle of 2 administrators, and as a privilege, his agility increased by 3, but he knew that he could not pass up this kind of advantage that allows him to immediately become stronger. He remembered that the girl showed her sharp blade and received an unexpected gift. He exclaimed and looked at the girl, who asked if he had heard anything from that woman. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her with a puzzled look when he heard about the creature that was looking for him. The White Crane put her hand on her head and was indignant, because the Steel Bloodlord did not tell her and completely believed in his strength. The white-haired girl looked through her bangs, which she was adjusting with her fingers, and said that she believed in him too, but still felt that she should tell him that she was going to use up his question tickets from now on because of such valuable information. Sun Ji-yoon looked at her intently and agreed, because he didn't use them anyway, and they just accumulated in his inventory. A notification that all the question tickets belonging to this applicant would be used up. The protagonist realized with a dumbfounded look that this was a huge amount of tickets spent at once and tried to comprehend how serious a topic this was to discuss. It was a huge Chinese tower because in the Muram dimension there was a huge force called the Muram Union. It was a group of teachers led by Sukhan, who he killed on the 9th floor, but he held an important position as a commander in this union. The girl introduced the guy with the blade with a surprised look and said that because of his high position, there were people from that dimension who were looking for Sun Jun. The main character stood in front of the girl under the shadow and assumed that she meant that the Muram Union would pursue him to kill him. Bruce stared at her when she refused and corrected him that the Muram Union was currently in disarray due to the fight for the vacant position of commander. Our hero became curious about who wanted to take revenge on him then. She answered that it was the sword, the dragon of the Namgun family, when suddenly a magical portal appeared in the city of Tokyo. It was the heavenly dragon sword, Namgun Hayek, who flew out of the portal. This heavenly dragon looked at everything around him arrogantly, because he was a creature that in the Muram dimension, where everyone was obsessed with martial arts, was called a genius. All the fighters immediately flew with swords to attack Namgun, because he was looking for Sun Jun, using revenge as an excuse, but in reality, he was driven by simple curiosity. Namgun stuck his glowing blade into the ground when a whole crowd was flying at him, and the girl said that she did not know when this would happen, but if he encountered them, he should be ready to risk his life. These fighters were immediately bloodied and killed by the blade of the heavenly dragon. The message that there was a transfer to the waiting room. Through the magic portal, the protagonist found himself in a room and was about to take off his jacket. He then looked away warily and thought about Namgun. He opened the inventory window again and realized that he was being sought by a psychopathic killer from the Muram dimension and realized that he needed to go to that dimension himself. A notification that he had purchased the powers of the steel wings and spent 15 forge points and purchased the homecoming stone. He held a magic stone that emitted an aura in his hands, and now he had learned something new. But it was little that I had no choice but to level up like crazy before he met Namgun. A notification that the absorption of the homecoming stone, the destination, the earth. The protagonist immediately found himself in his room and was looking at his phone. He stared at his phone. He saw a bunch of missed calls and messages from Heian. It was a brunette in a white shirt who was worried because once he read the message, he should immediately head to the Hunter Association. Sun Jun stared at the phone and guessed that something might have happened. He activated the power of steel wings. Suddenly, magical wings appeared behind him. He immediately rushed to fly at high speed to the association. They were transported to the Hunter Association, where people were crowded. The hunters walked in a crowd and looked at each other when one of them said that he was glad that this was not a forced mobilization. And judging by the video, he really is ruthless and bloodthirsty. They were trying to figure out what will happen to Japan from Namgun now. Then the hunters began to look up in surprise. They saw the protagonist quickly land on the ground. He waved his hand at the guys, apologized for such an appearance. Then he ran inside while being watched. A crowd of people looked at the guy who had left in surprise and realized that he had just flown. The protagonist was met by Heian and her boss, who were happy to see him and assumed that he had gone through a lot of trouble in the tower. The protagonist stood in front of the guys and extended his hand, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked why he was urgently ordered to come. Heian smiled and put her hand to her chest, saying that a serious incident had just happened in Japan. She was worried that he would go to Japan alone if he found out about this incident, so she urgently contacted him. The director of the association took the remote control in his hands and wanted to turn on the news on TV. Because he assumed that talking was not very effective, it was better to see everything with your own eyes. He showed what the hunters were watching, the black portal in space, and it was a video from the body cameras of the Japanese hunters. Suddenly, purple rays started to emit from that black portal. Because this place was Tokyo, and feeling the strong wave of the gate generation, the Japanese Hunter Association formed a response team and sent 7 rank hunters to the scene. At that moment, Namgun was standing on the street after killing all the hunters. Because he was the person who appeared from the portal, shocked everyone with his appearance. Because he killed 6 hunters in just a few seconds, and it is assumed that this is the first time that a challenger from another world invaded the Earth's dimension. The main character exclaimed slightly and realized that it might be about Namgun. All the guys were standing opposite each other in a large hall, and Sun Jun inquired about the hunters who had just left and asked if they were trying to recruit a team to support Japan. The brunette in the suit slightly inclined his head and said that in such an unprecedented situation, almost all countries focused on protecting their hunters, preventing the outflow of hunting resources to Japan, and the same applied to Korea because they did not recommend supporting Japan. Then he picked up the remote control again and said that it was the body camera of the only survivor. At that moment, Namgun was coldly walking towards the wounded fighter, who was begging for mercy. The heavenly dragon at that moment looked bloodthirstily at the last survivor. This warrior with black hair, with glowing eyes, looked at the wounded man and said that his name was Namgun, and he was a heavenly sword dragon who came to avenge Sukhan. Our hero immediately frowned and realized that it was Namgoong, because he could not imagine that they would cross paths so soon. Then our hero looked to the side. Heian grabbed his sleeve. He looked at the girl, who asked why he had such a serious expression on his face, because this was not a forced mobilization, and they met for the first time after such a long time and suggested to have lunch together first. From under his bangs, the main character began to hesitate with an answer. Heian looked at Sunjun with slight sadness and asked if he would go. Our hero looked straight through his bangs and said that he would answer the call of Japan and go to the area in Tokyo. Heian's eyes widened from such a statement. She immediately began to shout why he always acts so recklessly, because he should also be able to think at least a little about the feelings of other people. He immediately put his hand on the girl's head and tried to calm her down. He immediately began to leave with an angry look, waving his hand, and said that this was a problem that he must definitely solve. In the memories, it was little Namgoong, who held a magic sword and did not understand why no one understood its sound. At this time, the boys restrained the defeated fighter and said that it was just sparring, but Namgoong attacked his opponent too hard. When the boys were standing on the platform for duels, an old man walked up to them and said that at 13 years old, to master the released energy is strong, and his achievements exceeded even his own expectations. Sanok, that I was in a yellow cape, greeted the sword master. Under the setting sun, this old man stroked the young fighter's head and said that martial arts are not intended to harm people, but as a path to excellence. At that moment, little Namgoong looked puzzled at the hand of the old man, who told him that it is impossible to hurt people without reason. The message that the test tower selects the strongest from the Muram dimension. He remembered how the crowd of guys rejoiced, because their young master had already reached the 20th floor of the tower. At that moment, Namgoong clenched his fists in anger, because as he thought, he was missing something and climbing the tower on his own did not satisfy his desire. At that moment, he stood far away in the shadows and realized that such an incredible feat was accomplished in just 17 years, but for him, it was not enough. Through his lips, he apologized to his mentor because, as expected, he used his skills in killing people. He bloodthirstily thrust his sword into the enemy's head and used the rite of spatial invasion. His silhouette stood on the ruined remains of the city burning in flames and declared that he was no longer satisfied with death from fools, and in Muram, he could not kill whenever he wanted. He frowned maliciously and realized that he thought that this scoundrel named Sunjun would be able to dispel his boredom. At this time, the main character walked out of the airport under the rays of the sun. He was met by a girl in a suit and pointed to the car. He was driving a black car under a police motorcade. Then the protagonist followed a girl in a suit who pointed him inside because other hunters were waiting for him there. Seung-hoon and Chunseok at this time noticed the presence of the protagonist and looked at him sarcastically because after the test on the 10th floor, fate brought them together again. The protagonist entered the room where his former friends were sitting and heard in the Hunter Association about their possible participation, but they really came, but asked if these were all the hunters who responded to the call of Japan. Seung-hoon answered that another candidate from America should arrive soon. Our hero stood in front of the grinning guys and understood that it was safe to say that each of their guys has the skills of an S-rank hunter. The brunette stared ahead and understood that the challenger from the other world that appeared in the Tokyo area was a real monster that even the three of them might not be able to defeat, and he hoped that the challenger that was supposed to come from America would be just as strong. Suddenly, the door to their office opened. Sun Ji-yoon tried to look to the side. Then his eyes widened. A red-haired girl named Catherine entered the room and recognized him as well. The brunette in a suit looked at the protagonist and was surprised that the guys could know each other. Sun Ji-yoon replied that they had crossed paths in the tower once. Catherine scratched her head in embarrassment and looked away, saying that she really didn't want to meet him under such circumstances. The guy replied that they could hardly meet differently. The brunette looked at the indignant Catherine, who wanted their meeting to take place in a more normal setting. He explained that they had initially met in a less than normal setting and asked how she planned to make the meeting a normal life. She pointed out that he was right about this and asked if he couldn't have said the same thing in a softer way. Seung-hoon watched through his mask and realized that it looked like a lover's quarrel. All the guys looked at the couple who were talking to each other, and Sun Ji-yoon replied that it was not like that. The girl in the suit put her hand on her chest and was glad that all the candidates had finally gathered and apologized for the late introduction because she was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association named Eri Chika. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise because this was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, and when she came to meet him at the airport, he thought that this was a staff member and this must mean that Japan is currently in despair. Melina spread her arms out to the hunters and said that no other support was expected and the situation was more serious than expected, so other countries carefully monitor the dispatch of their hunters. Chunseok and Catherine looked around in confusion and realized that even if it was a strict control, how could only 4 people come from all over the world when the situation was even worse than they thought? Alina's hand shook convulsively, clenching her fists, and said that no one wanted to help them at the moment. Alina immediately bowed to the hunters and said that they were all who came to the situation. She was sincerely grateful to them. Catherine watched as the protagonist helped Aerie stand up and said that now was not the time to bend her back. Catherine continued to look at the protagonist in surprise, who was about to help the president, and realized that he looked so emotionless on the outside, but there was still something in him. The protagonist at this time replied that instead of bending her back, Aerie should better give them a higher reward. Sun Ji-yoon put his hand to his chest and cried out that he asked for the promised reward to be double, and then they would actively support Japan to solve the problem that had arisen. The main character smiled maliciously through his bangs and realized that growth was waiting for him, because he was not here to be a hero or to show humanism, because he was only interested in the rewards and growth that he would receive by killing Namgung. The brunette looked at the player and said that in such a crisis situation, she acted too emotionally, and the creature that appeared in the Tokyo area was definitely an unusual monster, so she would have to risk her life, and they promised to double the reward. Then Aerie stretched out her hand towards Ka and said that it was not only that the situation was hopeless, because they also had chances. She imagined the image of Catherine, who emitted fire and sparks of light from herself because her abilities could change the situation in this battle. It was a fiery core that was controlled, because she has the power to suppress flames. All the hunters looked at the American girl in surprise as she said that if she could touch an opponent stronger than herself with her flames, all of the opponent's stats would drop by 10 and some of their skills would be randomly sealed. Catherine clenched her fire fist and looked away, noting that with this power, they could seize the initiative, and of course, if only she could touch Namgung. The brunette looked coolly through his bangs and said that in a word, they must create a situation so that they would have a chance to use this power. A military helicopter was flying in the sky, and this was the latest news. A military helicopter was flying over the ruined city, and the news said that the Chinese hunter Peng, who went to the Tokyo area alone to provide support, had just met a challenger from another world. While Namgung was sitting on the destroyed car, a hunter came up to him, and the news said that they were not moving, but both sides looked like they were talking to each other. The news discussed that this was a possible situation. As far as they knew, all the challengers of the trial tower could talk to each other regardless of the dimension or country. At this time, the heavenly dragon looked at the fighter and thought that he might be Sun Ji-yoon. This guy in green armor said that he was Peng from China and would make him live for looking down on the earth dimension so disdainfully. Namgung frowned in displeasure, closed his eyes, and did not understand why the one he told to come did not come, and there were only bugs walking around. At this time, Peng quickly rushed and punched Namgung. This brunette tilted his head and noticed this fist technique. With slight bruises on his face, he looked at the fighter arrogantly and found it interesting. Then Peng suddenly froze and his eyes widened. There was a powerful explosion that threw everything around. The hunters watched the helicopters for this explosion and realized that the Chinese hunter had started acting alone, and the situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. Catherine looked at the protagonist in the red suit, who turned to her and said that if she ended up in the air, she should land correctly. The brunette looked through his bangs and said that he had a very good idea. Catherine looked closely at the protagonist and said that there was a skill called the Purity Jump, which makes her immune to all damage from falling, and that would be enough. Sun Ji-yoon looked at the girl and said, if the plan is from work, then he will be able to deal a strong blow to the enemy, and at that moment it will be necessary to immediately activate his power. He immediately grabbed the girl by the waist, who was scared, and said that they needed to get out. They immediately quickly jumped off the helicopter and the power of steel wings was activated. At this time, Chunseok along with Seung-hoon grabbed onto the side of the helicopter and were about to jump when the magician suggested that Sun Ji-yoon was doing his best to do it himself. They both immediately jumped down. Catherine flew face to face with the main characters and realized that he really was not okay to hit. Where did you see a person in such a situation throwing himself into the air without giving any explanation? The two of them flew down, and Sun Ji-yoon noted that he was glad that the Chinese hunter had pissed off Namgung. Sun Ji-yoon hugged the girl by the waist in flight and said that as soon as Namgung opened up, she should immediately use her strength. He then abruptly tore away from the girl with his steel wings. He saw Namgung fighting with Peng at this time. At this time, the Chinese player put up his shield, which was instantly destroyed. The Sky Dragon swung his blade and realized that the Chinese player was not even able to properly concentrate the energy in his fist, but he was using a fist technique. Peng immediately flew back from the numerous magical punches. Namgung swung his punch, which sent Peng flying hard into the ground. Then the brunette from the other world tried to look to the side. He cast an angry look to the side. He saw a red beam flying at him. Namgung managed to cross his arms in front of his face and flew back slightly. He immediately crashed into the ground and crumbled everything around him. These were concrete fragments and light drops of blood. After such a blow, Namgung was slightly landed, kneeling on one knee. A huge blister appeared on his hand. Our main character appeared, leaning his hand on the wall and walking with a sword. Sun Ji-yoon stood in front of his opponent and said that falling from the real sky is something that can be done twice. Namgung looked at our hero with an evil eye and asked who he was. Our character bared his teeth with glee and said that Namgung had been desperately looking for him, and when he met him face to face, he had no idea who was in front of him. A notification began to pop up that the skill Ashen Blood had been activated, and all types of more damage caused to users were reduced by 40%. Because he had survived, being on the brink of death, and skill mastery was increased by 20%. The main character stood in a fighting pose with his sword. Namgung slightly closed his lips and realized that it was him. Sun Jiun looked at his opponent with an evil eye and said that he was that player. A notification that the power, Sword Master, had been activated. He pulled out his magic blade. Namgung stood in a fighting pose with blisters on his fists and could not wait to find out who he was. He added that it was about a worthless scoundrel using a fake art of released energy. He immediately struck with his fists to break the blisters. Then he grinned bloodthirstily, looking at the enemy, and said that he could not even imagine how much this consciousness angered him. The protagonist immediately ran to attack and understood that now he needed to make a preemptive strike while he had no weapon in his hands. Namgung immediately put out his hand. Suddenly, this sword from the ground flew into his hands. The hunters clashed in a fierce battle, from which pieces of earth flew off. The protective sphere of the protagonist cracked, because a direct clash was extremely dangerous. The skill Ash Blood was activated when the protagonist hid behind the magic sphere and thought that he had inflicted much more damage on him with an airstrike, but it did not work. Our hero with a bleeding lip looked at the enemy with anger and realized that the counterattack shield was broken with just one blow, and in this situation the reflective ability of the shield would be extremely difficult to use. He assumed that this was the true released energy when a bright light was emitted from Namgung's sword. He assumed that his opponent had time to spread out and saw that he relied entirely on the magic techniques obtained in the tower. The main character immediately swung his blade, but his attack did not reach the target because he activated the lightning sword skill. Namgung looked at the light strikes flying past in bewilderment. Then he waved his hand and sent a fiery explosion towards Sun Jiun. At this time, Seung-hoon and Chunseok flew to help their friend. They tried to get close to the enemy from all sides. Suddenly, Catherine appeared behind Nikolai, who was about to use her magic. She immediately released a fireball from behind under the flame suppression skill. The description is that this skill reduces his skills when it hits the target. A powerful fire explosion occurred. Catherine looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that the power was not activated. Chunseok ran past in a hat and extended his index finger. The guys saw Namgung rise on a lamppost and use his magic, calling everyone bugs, and they really provoked him. He pulled out his magic blade, because it was said that even despite the instinct of a hunter who has gone through many fights not for life, but for death, this attack cannot be blocked. Namgung frowned bloodthirstily and shouted that he would kill everyone. All the guys immediately began to run to different places and dodge the powerful light attack. The main character extended his hand to the girl. It was the receptionist who gave him a small gift through her hand in the form of an injection of ordinary mana. She transmitted a purple glow to him through a handshake and said that he should not perceive this process. The main character was completely enveloped in purple flames, was surprised, because they explained to him how a simple injection of ordinary mana was about establishing a connection. Then they reached out to each other with their hands, and she asked him if he felt a difference. Sun Jiun thoughtfully looked at his hand, saying that at first he simply felt a surge of ordinary mana, but then another sensation arose. The main character imagined how the long-haired girl stood in front of him, putting her hands on her shoulders. He said that it was as if she, the white crane sword, was inside him. The white-haired girl smiled widely, saying that this was great, and now he would need to apply this ability to the sword. She added that, however, after leaving her abode, he should try to conduct a trial training after waiting for some time, noting that she did not want to be punished for the excessive interference of the administrator. A bright pillar of energy struck the ground. Namgung watched in surprise. The system announced that the released Kai energy was achieved through enlightenment, not strength or skill, adding that this was the first time someone independently used the released Kai energy in the earthly dimension. The system announced that the test tower paid respect to the challenger Sana. The protagonist pulled out his sword, from which a blue aura emanated. The system announced that he had obtained the achievement of the unification of body and sword, adding that the penalty of increasing mana consumption when using the power of the Sword Master Kai was removed. Catherine noted that this was perfect in the released Kai energy. The protagonist looked behind him, asking if everyone was okay. Catherine said that they were okay thanks to him. The red-haired girl looked ahead in surprise, remembering the fight between the protagonist and Namgung. She thought that Sun Jiun had instantly struck a slash and neutralized the shadows and probably a powerful attack, adding that they had both already become monsters. The boys turned their attention upward. Namgung smiled madly, saying that if it had been like that from the very beginning, he would have almost been disappointed. The long-haired boy remembered how he destroyed a sand castle as a child. He noted that the more complex the sand castle, the more fun it was to destroy it. Namgung put his weapon in front of him, rushing towards the protagonist. The hunter put his weapon in front of him, gritting his teeth. He thought that all the challengers from other worlds were still terribly annoying. This scoundrel was a real psychopath. The hunter was thrown aside. He furrowed his brows, asking the boys if they could all wait in a safer place, adding that if he had to protect them again, he would lose all concentration. Seung-hoon put his hand in front of the red-haired girl, saying that although it was a shame, he was right. Seung-hoon thought that in the last test, that this time, he could not help him. Seung-hoon stared at the protagonist from under his mask. He said that when he saw an opportunity and was confident in success, he would give the go-ahead to carry out Operation Fireworks. The boys ran away from the protagonist. Seung-hoon told him to be careful. Slashing blows met each other. The protagonist and Namgung fought in the air. The windows of the building cracked from the powerful energy. The car was thrown to the side due to the strong flow of energy. The boys fought each other fiercely. Sunbeams were visible from under the gray clouds. Explosions could be seen in the air. The boys stood behind the wall, watching the scene. Chunseok said that he now understood why he told them to leave. Catherine noted that he was still fighting equally with that monster. Seung-hoon narrowed his eyes, stating that it was not so and it felt like he was one step behind the enemy. Blood sprayed in the air. Seung-hoon added that at this rate, he would miss the attack sooner or later. The hunter blocked Namgung's attack. He thought that he would be able to resist if his Kai skills improved. The white-haired girl looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that she guessed that Namgung's sword skill level was a Sun Ji-yoon thought that all of his sword skills were at rank C. The protagonist imagined the huge Namgung in front of him. He thought that even without skills, he was monstrously strong. Namgung stood in front of the hunter, asking if he was already exhausted. The hunter looked at the guy with an exhausted look, thinking that he used too much stamina to recover and if he spent more stamina, it would affect his fight. Catherine threw a bottle towards the protagonist, telling him to catch it. The protagonist grabbed the bottle and said that it was great. He removed the cap from the bottle, looking away. Namgung kicked the protagonist with his foot. The long-haired guy grabbed the bottle, pouring it into his mouth. He said that he would enjoy drinking it. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Chunseok asked what kind of a thorn he was. The hunter looked at the guy with annoyance, clutching his stomach. Namgung smiled maliciously, saying that people always have something called hope, and he is no different from others in this regard. The system announced that a small amount of stamina had been restored. Namgung asked that perhaps he could gain the upper hand in this fight. If he tried his best, he would eventually be able to defeat the opponent somehow and maybe he would survive. The long-haired boy held his head with his hand. He smiled maliciously, looking at the protagonist. Namgung said that when these thoughts were torn to shreds, a seal appeared on his face, despair instead of hope, and only this expression gave him pleasure. Namgung drove the protagonist to the wall. He looked at the hunter with displeasure, wondering how this scoundrel dared, adding that he still saw a glimmer of hope in his gaze. The protagonist bared his teeth, his gaze flashing. Namgung gritted his teeth in displeasure. He struck the protagonist. The attack sent the protagonist flying backwards. He fell onto the broken rocks. Sun Ji-yoon looked up. Namgung looked at the protagonist furiously. He thought that he didn't even have the strength to move now, wondering why he kept looking at him like that. The long-haired guy swung his blade in front of the hunter's face. He told him to taste despair as much as possible. Blood gushed out from the protagonist's eyes. The hunter gritted his teeth, noting that the stamina that was the fuel for recovery had also reached its limit, and if he gathered all his strength, he would only be able to attack once. Namgung exuded a malicious aura. The protagonist thought that he couldn't see a thing, so even attacking him just once wouldn't work. The protagonist bared his teeth in annoyance, wondering what he should do. The guys ran towards the protagonist. The red-haired girl called out to the hunter. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. He thought that if they came closer now, they would just die a miserable death. The hunter put his hand in front of him, telling them not to come closer. Namgung slightly opened his mouth. He looked at the guys with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that these were his comrades, and that was why he had this annoying expression on his face. Catherine shot a fireball towards the enemy. Suddenly, Namgung unexpectedly appeared in front of the girl. The long-haired guy attacked the girl with his sword, drawing it across her back. Seung-hoon looked to the side, calling out to Catherine. He appeared in front of the enemy, attacking him with yellow lightning. Namgung's leg appeared above the guy's head. The long-haired guy kicked the guy, pinning him to the ground. Blood was streaming down the protagonist's face. Namgung grabbed the girl by the hair, presenting the blade to her. Catherine told him to let go. Namgung pressed his blade to the girl's neck. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The long-haired guy said that he could smell the burning flesh of his comrade. Sun Ji-yoon told him to stop. The long-haired guy smiled bloodthirstily, saying that it was a wonderful expression. Chunseok's hands appeared in space. The mage stood to the side of the enemy, casting a spell. The mage created a magic circle using the ice shackles skill. Chunseok grabbed the red-haired girl, running away from the enemy. He noted that she needed urgent help from healers. Namgung looked away angrily, saying that he was a nasty fly, after which he broke the ice that froze his hands. The long-haired guy rushed towards the guys. The mage surrounded the girl with a barrier using the Zor ball skill. The barrier in the form of a ball began to bounce along the ground. Chunseok noted that he threw her as far as possible, and this is the most he can do, adding that now he needs to open up again. Chunseok looked behind him, using the concealment skill. Suddenly, Namgung grabbed the mage by the head. The long-haired boy attacked the mage with his blade. Seung-hoon was lying on the ground. The protagonist thought that everything was exactly the same as that day 7 years ago, and now he was also unable to protect anyone. The protagonist gritted his teeth, raising his hand to his face. A rat with red eyes was running along the ground. Not far from the protagonist, a crowd of rats was visible. The rats were shining with their red eyes. Sun Ji-yoon noted that this was a disaster and acknowledged his battle of disaster, and tens of thousands of rats ran out to the surface to survive, and he reproduced the only attack he had left. A blue pillar of energy appeared from the protagonist as the rats flew into the air. A red aura was gathering in the protagonist's chest. The system announced that he had recovered his stamina by using up all the souls in his possession. Namgung held Seung-hoon's severed arm, looking behind him. Sun Ji-yoon told him to know when to stop. The main character was emitting a dark aura. He said that he was a Muram crazy scoundrel. The long-haired guy smiled bloodthirstily, saying that he did not want it and he liked to watch his reaction, as it amused him. Pang swung his fist, emitting a golden aura. He used the dash skill. Pang struck the opponent's stomach. Namgung bared his teeth. The system notified that the ability of the person who touched the fire was greatly reduced by the effect of the fire suppression power. Fencing and flame sword are sealed for 10 minutes. The system notified that everyone except Namgung of the specified user is immune to this flame. Peng looked at the opponent angrily, saying that he is the Chinese hero Peng and he is not dead yet. After which the brown-haired man abruptly ran to the side, saying that he delivered the flame to Catherine and now dares to take his leave. Namgung looked ahead with displeasure, saying that this little fly was trying to do something until the very end. The system announced that he couldn't use swordsmanship because the fire suppression skill had been sealed. The long-haired boy bared his teeth in anger. He raised his blade above his head when swords appeared in the air. He used the skill battle of the strongest. The swords began to fall to the ground around the guys. The protagonist and Namgung were in the center of the barrier. The system announced that a duel zone was formed within a radius of 30 meters by the unique characteristic battle of the strongest. With the exception of Sun Ji-yoon and Namgung, everyone else was prohibited from the duel zone. The protagonist looked ahead with confusion. Namgung smiled bloodthirstily, swinging his fist. He thought that if swordsmanship was sealed, then he could use fist techniques. The long-haired boy appeared above the protagonist's head. He wondered what someone who could not see anything could do to him. The protagonist stood motionless, wondering since when did this happen. Sun Ji-yoon dodged his opponent's attack. He noted that the spiritual eye was a skill that allowed him to see things that were outside his line of sight, and this was what he thought about this ability. The protagonist jumped to the side, away from his opponent. He noted that he could not only see the wall that was spread out in a radius of 30 meters. Green light spread across the ground. Sun Ji-yoon noted that he could feel every pebble in this area. The hunter kept his eyes closed. He thought that he had seen more than just his sightlessness, and until now he had never used the spiritual eye correctly. An eye appeared on the protagonist's forehead. Sun Ji-yoon noted that it felt like the opening of a third eye. A purple aura appeared in the space. The system announced that he had realized the true nature of the spiritual eye, and the spiritual eye skill had been upgraded to rank B. The system announced that there was a battle going on in which he had put his life on the line by relying on his senses, and the sixth sense skill had been upgraded to rank B. The protagonist noted that the sixth sense skill, which he had completely forgotten about after acquiring, had developed and his senses had become clearer. A dark aura was visible in the space. The system announced that he had managed to put up a mortal fight with a sword master, and the demon slayer skill had been upgraded to rank B. The system announced that in a short period of time, he had experienced countless crises and a reincarnation beyond his capabilities. The Ashen Blood skill had been upgraded to rank B+. Namgung watched the scene in bewilderment. The protagonist swung his blade as Namgung jumped aside. The protagonist opened his eyes, flashing a red light. He noted that he could now fight equally with the weakened Namgung. The protagonist ran towards his opponent. Namgung wondered what kind of situation this was. He looked at the protagonist with annoyance, wondering why he was moving better and better with each step and why each subsequent thrust of his sword, or rather the previous one. The protagonist moved his hand with the blade to the side. The system notified that the skill Secret Walk in the Shadow was activated, and he was moving by stepping on the shadowed space, adding that the user's movement speed was increased by 30%. The protagonist bounced off the ground. The system notified that the skill Instant Acceleration and Grace of the Wind was activated. All speed increased by 70%. The current stacking progress is 7 out of 7. The hunter collided with his opponent. The system notified that the skill Furious Swordplay was activated. The sword attack speed was increased by 20%. The current stacking progress is 10 out of 10. Sun Jun tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack. He noted that even with everything in his arsenal, he was barely close to the point of fighting on equal terms, and he was in a high-risk zone. Namgung clenched his fists. Sun Jun noted that his stamina would soon drop to 0, and Namgung's reduced abilities would return to their previous state in 10 minutes, adding that he should deal with him while the flames were active. The protagonist raised his hand with the blade, thinking that it was the only thing that could turn the tide of close combat. The hunter threw his blade towards his opponent. He noted that this was a sudden change. Namgung dodged the blade with a malicious smile, saying that he made a stupid choice because he was cornered. The long-haired guy swung his fist, saying that he was a fool. The hunter leaned to the side, dodging the attack. He looked ahead with a cold gaze, using the blood steel sword skill. A blade appeared in front of the protagonist's foot. The system announced that the power, the Sword of Steel Blood, had been activated. The hunter stabbed the blade into his opponent's body with his foot. Blood flowed from the mouth of the long-haired guy. A red blade was sticking out of his body. Namgung gritted his teeth, thinking that he had touched the core of Kai energy and he needed to act quickly if he wanted to fully recover later. The long-haired guy looked down in bewilderment. The system announced that the effect of the power, flame suppression, had ended. The purple barrier gradually began to disappear. The system announced that the action of the unique characteristic, the Battle of the Strongest, had ended and the duel zone within a radius of 30 meters was unlocked and outside interference became possible. Chunseok said that the barrier had disappeared. Namgung began to sheath his blade, saying that he had played too much and would finish this battle next time. The long-haired guy took out a stone with a mark. A blue portal appeared in space. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Chunseok asked what the portal was. Pang noted that he was going to return to the Muram dimension. Namgung was moving towards the portal. At that moment, everyone instinctively felt that if they couldn't kill Namgung here and now. The guys looked at the enemy with an angry look. The author noted that one day he would become a real disaster for the earthly dimension. The guys moved from their place, heading towards Namgung. Pang said that they couldn't let him go. The guy said that they shouldn't let him escape. The long-haired guy looked behind him. He narrowed his eyes, asking what they said about escaping. Namgung raised his blade, declaring it on fire. He used the flaming sword skill. Namgung directed a fire attack towards the guys. Catherine looked at what was happening in bewilderment. A bright flash occurred on the ground. The debris of buildings lay on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the boys, protecting them from the attack. Sun Jun looked away when his arm was torn off. The system notified that the counterattack shield skill was disabled, making it impossible to reflect the accumulated damage. Catherine looked at the protagonist in fear, saying that his arm. The protagonist looked behind him, telling her not to pay attention to her since the enemy was still in front of them. The hunter gritted his teeth, looking away. Namgung called out to the protagonist. The long-haired guy looked at the hunter with a menacing look. He noted that he could kill him with one hit from the very beginning, asking that he really wants him to go to the very end. The protagonist looked at the guy furiously, thinking that this was terribly angry, but he could not answer him. Namgung looked behind him with narrowed eyes, saying that he would be back soon. The long-haired boy entered the blue portal. The protagonist fell to the ground. The long-haired boy was welcomed into his world, the Muram dimension. The boy said that he had returned. Namgung rested his knee on the ground, coughing up blood. The boy asked the young master if he was okay. Namgung shouted for them to quickly call a doctor. The long-haired boy looked ahead angrily, wiping the blood from his mouth. He thought that no matter what, he would drive him to despair. A white light was visible in the addition. A hospital near Tokyo. The protagonist slightly opened his eyes. Eri looked at the protagonist worriedly, asking that he had regained consciousness. The protagonist slightly raised himself, asking where he was. Eri noted that he was in the hospital and was not allowed to make any sudden movements yet. The protagonist looked away as his body was bandaged. Eri told Sun Jun that he was badly hurt. The association president leaned down in front of the protagonist, noting that she didn't even know what to say in response to his great sacrifice. The brunette looked at the protagonist's arm in surprise as it recovered. The system announced that the Ash Blood skill had been activated. The protagonist looked at his arm, saying that he was fine, asking where the others were. The protagonist pulled back the curtains, asking Catherine how she was. Catherine looked at the hunter in confusion. The dim light illuminated the hospital room. Chunseok was moving along the corridor on crutches, after which he smiled widely, calling out to the protagonist. On the protagonist's cheek, there was a mark marked by hand. Chunseok asked what was wrong with his face. Sun Jun said that it was because he looked into Catherine's tent and saw that she was full of energy, concluding that she was fine. The boys stood opposite each other. The protagonist said that Seung-hoon was not in the room, asking if he knew where he was now. Chun-seok noted that he himself had only seen him briefly early in the morning. The guy looked sadly in front of him, saying that he thought he was in a depressed state now because he had lost his right arm. Seung-hoon stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. The hunter came up to the guy from behind, saying that this is where he was. Seung-hoon said that the ghost of the sword had come here. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist's arm, asking if he had restored his left arm with a skill. Sun-joon said that he had. Seung-hoon noted that it was an unimaginable skill, and it never ceases to amaze people. The white-haired guy lifted his sleeve, saying that, as he had probably already heard, his arm could not be saved. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist in surprise when he apologized. The hunter slightly opened his mouth, saying that if he was just a little stronger, then perhaps such consequences could have been avoided. Seung-hoon created a magic hand, telling him not to worry too much about it, since, fortunately, he has the skill, so this disadvantage does not hinder his activities much. The hunter lowered his head, saying that he climbed the tower like a madman only for his own height. Seung-hoon held a cigarette in his fingers. He said that it was not so bad, because this thought alone makes him much stronger. The white-haired guy looked ahead, saying that however, the strong should always help the weak, at least this is his life credo. The protagonist looked sadly ahead. He said that he also realized a lot in this fight, and it turns out that he forgot something very important. Seung-hoon began to remove the mask from his face. He stated that however, in one, he can be calm, although he is strong, but at the same time he is not a psychopath who abuses power. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy. Seung-hoon said that when they first met in the tower, he had no idea what was on his mind, asking if he should give him a light. The protagonist looked at the guy dumbfounded, saying that he does not drink alcohol or smoke. After which Sun Ji-eun asked what he was. The protagonist looked sadly in front of him, saying that he also realized a lot in this fight, and it turns out that he forgot something very important. Seung-hoon began to take off his mask, saying that however, in one, he can be calm, although he is strong, but at the same time he is not a psychopath who abuses power, adding that when they first met in the tower, he had no idea what was on his mind. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy. The guy asked if he wanted a light. The protagonist said that he neither drank alcohol nor smoked. After which the protagonist looked at the guy in surprise. The white-haired guy looked towards the protagonist, after which he smiled widely, saying that he forgot to introduce himself. The guys were standing behind the association president and the people when they were being filmed. The protagonist was sitting opposite the girl, giving an interview. The protagonist was handing the red-haired girl a choker. Catherine smiled widely, putting the choker around her neck. The protagonist waved to the guys as they left. Sun Ji-eun pulled the red coat over himself. He looked at his hand with a smile, thinking that the design of the tailcoat had been slightly improved. Sun Ji-eun stood in the ward, saying that the equipment items were licked to a shine. From Japan's point of view, they had prevented a disaster, so such an attitude was not something out of the ordinary. The protagonist lay down on the bed, saying that these 3 days he returned to Earth for were filled with endless chaos, and he did not want to become so famous. The protagonist looked at his phone, noting that there was even a video of their battle already circulating on the internet, noting that the filming was done from a helicopter of the Japanese Hunters Association. Comments from viewers were visible on the phone. People were talking about how strong the protagonist was. The protagonist noted that this is why Seung-hoon called him a sword ghost. The hunter looked at the ceiling with a serious look. He thought that he never expected Gennady to be the Lightning Emperor. The white-haired guy crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist noted that the Lightning Emperor, even among 30s rank hunters, he was rightfully considered the strongest. The Lightning Emperor stood on a cliff in front of the people. The hunter noted that he cleared portals at a speed that other S-rank hunters could not even dream of, and he was a true hero of Korea. Seung-hoon handed his business card to the protagonist. He said that if he needed his help in the future, he could call him anytime, noting that he would be honest and he would not mind recruiting him, adding that he could contact him for any personal matter or for any other reason. The protagonist thought about recruiting. The system announced that the time was up. The protagonist rose from the bed, saying that he needed to become stronger to deserve the nickname of the Ghost of the Sword. The hunter grinned maliciously, saying that it was time to return to the tower. The system announced that he was returning to the test tower. The protagonist sat on the bed. The system announced that the waiting room on the 11th floor had been entered. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that he had learned some lessons from the fight with Namgoong. The protagonist opened a store. He imagined himself running fast on the ground. Sun Ji-eun noted that it was about endurance. He remembered his arm being torn off. Sun Ji-eun noted that Ashen Blood is a recovery skill that boasts excellent efficiency among his current skills, but it will not activate if his stamina is at 0. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that it was time to acquire a new skill that would instantly restore stamina. The protagonist browsed the store, saying that all the skills looked pretty good and the best way to deal with doubts while shopping was to buy everything that was available. A huge number of system notifications appeared. The system notified that he had purchased the skill Automatic Stamina Recovery, Moonlight Absorption, Sunlight Absorption, Excessive Growth, and Blood Call. The protagonist looked at the system notification with a smirk, noting that he had accumulated enough points to afford all the necessary skills. System notifications appeared. Skill Synthesis Power activated. The system notified that he should look at the list of skills and select a material for synthesis from the currently available skills. 2 yellow plates were reunited into one. The protagonist noted that he would first synthesize the most compatible skills. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and the photosynthesis skill was created. A card appeared with a description of the photosynthesis skill, which, when exposed to moonlight or sunlight, the basic ability to restore health increases by 200%. The protagonist thought that this was an excellent rank, grew, and the strengths of the 2 skills were well intertwined into a single whole. The photosynthesis and Call of Blood skill plates appeared, merging together. The protagonist noted that now he needed to add Call of Blood there for a greater effect. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and the Blood Contract skill was created. An image with a red sphere appeared. A system window appeared with a description of the skill. Vitality, stamina, and mana can be extracted from the blood of a creature, and this only applies to creatures and directly killed users. The protagonist looked at the window in confusion. He said that this time he failed, the rank did not increase, and the benefits of photosynthesis disappeared. The protagonist looked at the system window. The system notified that he bought the skill Blood Call and 20,000 points would be deducted from his account. Sunjun said that he would buy another skill of the same kind and that would be the end of it. The skill plates began to connect. The protagonist noted that he would now try to combine the Blood Contract with the Call of Blood. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and a new skill was created. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise. The system notified that the skill Blood Seekers was created. The protagonist was surprised that he was ranked B. A red hand card appeared with a description of the skill. Life Force Stamina magical energy can be extracted from the blood of a living being and gain a powerful blood manipulation ability. All the blood that flows out of the user's body is automatically restored little by little at regular intervals. The protagonist imagined how he sucked the energy out of a person. He asked that he could now extract health, stamina, and mana from the blood, as well as manipulate the blood. Sunjun cut his hand with a blade. He stretched his hand out in front of him as the blood began to rise. The hunter grinned maliciously, thinking that he was able to literally manipulate blood. A small ball with spikes was created from the blood. The protagonist created a blade from the blood. He noted that he could give it any shape. The protagonist raised a finger, noting that he would try something like that. The protagonist grinned at the finger from which the blood rose. He noted that now it is not even necessary to make a cut to draw blood out, although he will still have to make a cut if he suddenly needs a lot of blood. The protagonist grinned contentedly, thinking that blood seekers would be very useful. The skill plates began to shine. The hunter noted that now all that was left was to improve the Eye of Truth. The system notified that the synthesis of skills was complete and a new skill was created. A new Eye of the Fire Dragon was created. A picture with an eye of the dragon and a description of the skill appeared. The power of the fire dragon lives in the eyes, allowing one to see invisible things. It can see information about things and it becomes possible to determine the lie of another person. Blue light began to emanate from the eyes of the protagonist. The system notified that the skill of the Eye of the Fire Dragon was activated. The protagonist looked at his tailcoat. The system notified that this was an old frag of the vampire count and the user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina or blood. The protagonist looked at his black boots. The system announced that these were speed boots and that the acceleration period would be increased when filled with mana. The protagonist stared ahead, noting that this was a phrase he had not seen before. The protagonist turned his attention to his weapon. The system announced that this was a bloody heavenly demon blade and that when a user who had reached the flame sword stage fully activated, the blade's exclusive ability would be unlocked. The protagonist recalled the huge flash on the battlefield. He noted that the flame sword was what Namgun had used to destroy the entire Shinjuku district. The protagonist imagined an image of a sword emitting a blue aura. He noted that only those who had reached the flame sword stage could awaken the bloody heavenly demon blade's true ability, and he simply thought that it was a pretty good sword, but he could not even imagine that such an ability was locked in it. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window, saying that he would continue conquering the tower. There were many system notifications. The system notified that the 11th floor of the testing tower had been entered, the difficulty was high, and the theme of this test was a mentality test. The time was 7 days. The system notified that the condition for successfully passing the test was to break through all 7 gates within the allotted time. The conditions for failing the test were the death of the applicant or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward for successfully breaking through was an ancient testing mirror. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. A man appeared in front of the protagonist and greeted him in the testing temple. Sun Ji-yoon asked what kind of testing temple this was. The man crossed his arms over his chest and crossed his legs. He said that from now on, he would go through the tests given by the testing god, and these tests would continue until his death. The man added that since he, despite being a simple adventurer, had decided to go through the testing god, he would have to bear full responsibility for the consequences. The protagonist stood opposite the man. He asked what he should do to pass through the first gate. The man asked that he didn't know the rules of the Ares family of Supreme God's trials. Sun Ji-yoon said that he didn't know, thinking that this must be the same or dimension from which the Black Knight came, invading his trial on the 5th floor. The man sighed heavily, saying that he had no idea what kind of wind had brought such a stupid adventurer there and nothing could be done. He would have to explain. The man imagined 3 images of men. He said that the trial and the temple of the tests are simple. It is a test of the body, faith, and spirit. The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the man. The long-haired man said that at the beginning there is the body, and at the very end they reach the most difficult one, the test of mentality, and breaking through the gate is very easy. The protagonist looked at the man with a serious look. The man said that in each test room, a high priest would be waiting for him, and he had to convince them or kill them. All he had to do was move on to the next room. The man grinned wickedly, saying that he had given him enough information, so he thought he could draw his own conclusions. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth and said that in one word, he just needed to break through the gate, no matter what. The man planted his foot on the ground, saying that they would begin the first test. The long-haired man bounced off the ground, heading towards the protagonist. The long-haired man and the protagonist began to grapple. The hunter slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that such strength was enough to become a contender who had received the qualification of a pioneer who had passed all the tests in high difficulty. The protagonist pulled his hand back, releasing blood from his finger. The system notified that the blood seeker skill had been activated. The protagonist shot blood towards the man. The blood bullet hit the long-haired man's forehead. The man fell to the ground. The protagonist thought that, as expected, this was a mind-blowing skill. Sun Ji-yoon thanked the man for explaining what was going on. The red aura was directed towards the protagonist. The system notified that he had absorbed the spirit of the priest Johan. Mastery increased by 5.8%. Many system notifications appeared in front of the protagonist. The administrator priest of the 7 gods was shocked and outrageous by his behavior when he accidentally saw this scene. The administrator godslayer swordsman nods approvingly at his inhumane and cruel actions. The administrator hero of the ruined world looks at him and praises him for demonstrating an interesting spectacle. The administrator seeker of divinity says that he has nothing to worry about because he is flawlessly coping with the test. The protagonist frowned, looking at the notification. He thought that if he took into account the nicknames of the administrators, he believes that he attracted their attention because these tests are related to the god. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. The system notified that the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions. The administrator of the White Crane Sword was upset that he went to the test without saying a word about it. The protagonist said that he did not even know how to contact the administrators. The protagonist approached the priest lying on the floor. The protagonist picked up the mirror, saying that there was an item here. System notifications appeared. The administrator of the priest of the 7 gods is watching his actions. The administrator of the hero of the ruined world admires his greed. The administrator of the godslayer swordsman nods as if he completely understands him. The eyes of the protagonist began to emit a blue aura. The system notified that the fire dragon's eye was activated. System windows appeared. Divine mirror of the high priest. The user can use this divinity to create a divine shield only once, the creation of which can shake his mentality. Perhaps the divine power of the god of verification contained in the mirror can motivate the user to prove their destiny. The protagonist noted that the main information ends there, and after that a phrase is revealed that can only be seen through the eye of the fire dragon. The protagonist looked at the mirror curiously, asking what can motivate the user to prove their destiny and what it means, adding that he thinks it can simply be considered a one-time protective barrier. The protagonist began to head to the side. He put his hand on the wall, thinking that he would like to receive more of these things during the body check. The protagonist opened the door. The girl said that she never expected that an adventurer whose name is unknown to him would get to this place so quickly. A girl with red eyes was sitting in the chair. The blonde said that, apparently, Johan's glory days are already in the past. The protagonist stood in front of the girl, asking if she is the priestess in charge of the second trial. The blonde grinned maliciously, saying that she is. The blonde placed her hand on the armrest, saying that she was the priestess in charge of the second trial, Jane. Jane threw the chair towards the protagonist, saying that it was nice to meet him. The protagonist stopped the chair with his hand, saying that since she was using violence, it was indeed a body test. Sun Ji-eun glared at the blonde. Jane jumped off the ground. She swung her weapon at the protagonist, saying that he hit the bullseye. The blonde threw a chair at him and said that it was nice to meet him, and the young man caught it and replied that since he was using violence, it really was a body check. Then he raised his eyes and looked straight at her. At that moment, the girl jumped up and ran towards him. She swung and shouted that she had hit the bullseye. Then she struck with her sword. The guy managed to bend over and said that this energy was familiar to him, similar to the one he had used earlier. Then he turned around and saw something else. Notifications appeared in front of him. The power of the sword master was activated and the lightning sword skill. The girl saw this and was very surprised. Then blood began to flow. After some time, she leaned against the wall and said that she knew this aura more than an ordinary adventurer and owned a complete aura. And the brunette came closer and replied that since he was able to use it, then what prevents him from doing the same? Then the blonde frowned and explained that the divine power granted by the god of verification belongs only to the priests who receive this power and use it. However, she was just a little surprised that the guy who does not even have a hint of divine power owns such a powerful fencing technique. At that moment, he was wondering what is meant by divine power, and the priestess extended her hand and activated her energy. Then the woman ran towards him, trying to attack, and the young man thought that perhaps it should have been a fatal blow, because divine power always reaches its target. Their swords were 0. When the young man extended his hand and said that according to the first priest, in order to break through the gate, there is no need to kill the priest, do you think it is enough to convince in your actions? The priestess smiled at him and said that she did not even know, most likely it would be possible if she acted as if she was not inferior to God in anything. And the log turned around and answered that after checking the body, how much more time will remain to pass? The woman's eyes lit up with a bright light. She once said that the more she listens, the more impudent this man seems to her, quite relaxed, even too much. Do they really think that she has already won? Then she jumped up and shouted that it is better to ask such questions after defeating her. However, the young man did not even move from the spot. He threw her sword back with one blow, activated the skill instant acceleration, and a moment later grabbed her hand and pressed it to the wall. Then he came closer and said that now he has definitely won. And the girl looked up and answered that this is not so. How did he manage to do it so quickly? And the young man replied that as promised, now we need to talk about the verification process. At that moment, the priest had no choice but to tell and ask if he is really going to take her powers or something like that. Then notifications began to appear. Administrator Hero of the Ruined World patiently waits for his answer, and Lord of Steel Blood looks at them, squints his eyes, and Sword of the White Crane worries because of the unexpected question. The young man looked at her again and said that he is not fond of something so vile. For her it was a relief. New notifications immediately appeared. Administrator Lord of Steel Blood completely agrees with the words of the priestess. Administrator Sword of the White Crane believes in him and trusts him, and Administrator Seeker of Divinity watches his choice with interest. Then the guy raised his head and asked if there is anyone who would take such a step, who managed to get here. The answer was surprise and the question whether he really thinks so. For a lawyer too naive, one way or another, she will have to fulfill her promise and share information about the check. After the girl introduced several players, said that now there are 2 body checks left. The faith check will begin at the 5th gate and end with the eared ones. It turns out that the mentality check is carried out only at the 7th gate. Then she folded her hands and said that before challenging the 7th brother, she would advise him to think once about giving up. Then she smiled sarcastically and said that no one had ever managed to pass the 7th gate. Everyone who entered there went crazy or died in agony, bleeding. The guy's eyes lit up after that. The Fire Dragon Eye skill determined that there was no lie in the enemy's words. Then the blonde smiled and said that her end had come. As a last word they would say that for the first time in a long time she enjoyed the battle. And most importantly, the hero answered that if there was a way to pass the gate without killing her, it would be better to tell him about it. But in response he only heard that with his current abilities this was impossible and decided to ask her if she was afraid of death. The woman began to laugh and replied that she was not afraid at all. In any case, even if she died, she would only end up next to God. The young man immediately struck with his sword and thought the longer he delayed it, the more disgusting he would feel. Then he absorbed the priestess's soul and his skill was increased by 8.8%. While the guy was leaving there, he thought about what to do. His mood was now spoiled. After some time, he reached his brother and opened them. A man with a sword appeared in front of him. A huge muscular man raised his weapon and looked straight at him. Then he came closer and said that his name was Lucilian, the man who would become the sword that the god of testing would wield. He pointed the sword at the young man and said that from now on he would test his martial arts. He had to prove that he was worthy of entering the next gate. Then he raised it above himself and the sword began to blaze with fire. It was an aura blade. The guy saw this and was very surprised, although the stage was unstable, but it was clearly a flaming sword. He frowned and thought that things were not very good. Right in front of him was a blade blazing with fire. Then he took out his weapon and thought that already on the third test he should deal with the flaming sword. Here finally the guys clashed in a duel. Most likely, now the main character will have to risk his life. Although the young man dodged, something still seemed strange to him. When he looked up, he thought that not only the statistics associated with his physical abilities, but also the strength emanating from the sword was clearly inferior to his own power. The enemy was already approaching him at that moment. The young man was able to reflect this blow as well while he was thinking about the fact that it was his energy that was losing now. At that moment, it was as if another person was in front of his eyes. Seeing how Namgung Hayek used the flaming sword earlier, of course he thought that this was about high-level sword skills. Perhaps the whole point is that that person, a crazy bastard, was simply too strong, and the so-called flame skill may not be easy high-level sword skill. Suddenly it dawned on him. At the same moment, the man struck again. But the blade remained intact. It was expected for him. The guy frowned and thought that no matter how much he attacked, only his energy suffered. The fight continued for some time. The brunette actively dodged the blows. Then the man came closer and said that no matter how strong his aura, it would not be able to break his sword, only the one who could break it. He looked up and explained that this could be done by the one who could cope with what is invisible to the eye. After that, the young man lowered his head and thought that this man was weaker than him, but owned a flame sword. It was like that. Then he smiled and said how when the one who studies worse than him passes the exam with a much better result. Then he took the sword more firmly and thought if he really said that he needed to cope with what is invisible to the eye, in that case he would certainly break his sword, and immediately ran to his opponent. Their swords clashed again in a duel. The man continued to fight and shouted that only the one who knows how to handle the invisible creates a sword that pierces all existence. The brunette at that moment continued to think that no matter what he could break him, and continued to listen that in this way a magic blade called aura with absolute powers is born. And finally the young man swung and again thought that the only goal was to break it. He managed to cut the sword in half. This greatly surprised his opponent. And the guy landed on the ground and thought that now he understood what the difference was between released energy and a flaming sword. The principle of activating a flaming sword is willpower, dense enough to be expressed in real physical strength. At that moment, his sword blazed brighter than ever, and blood dripped onto the ground. The man lowered his head and began to laugh. He realized that he was defeated. Afterwards he raised his hand and laughed even louder, saying that it was not that imperfect flaming sword borrowed from the god of verification, but the real thing, and this guy really did it. The main character couldn't understand whether this man was really happy now. He turned to him and thought that he was more interested in the achievements of others than his own death, like he had his own mission, but he did not understand whether it was time or madness. Finally, Lucilian raised a trembling hand and said that this man had learned the whole essence at once. This fact makes his heart ache 3 times from bliss, passed the test of his martial arts. Then he smiled and with tears in his eyes said that it was better to continue in the same spirit, to go forward, like this. Literally a moment later, this man lost his head, and the young man said that now he would not feel pain. And while the guy was accumulating energy, he received a notification that he had absorbed the spirit of the priest Lucilian and his skill was increased by 14%. A bright light also appeared. The skill of the unique characteristic necromancy reached 100%. The rank of the unique characteristic necromancy increases by 1 level. The brunette looked at this and thought, what ability will his arsenal be replenished this time? Then a notification appeared where it was written that these are additional effects 6. When absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent, after evaluation, you can get the ability to extract power. The guy looked at it and was surprised. The ability to extract the enemy's power is something interesting. Every time a necromancer raises a level, it never disappoints. Besides, it's only a B rank and already revealed such huge opportunities. Then he took a step forward and thought about how curious it is to know what awaits him at rank NS. Then another notification appeared where his characteristics appeared in the status window. Ruler area, strength 86, agility 85, stamina 81, endurance 84, mana 79, unique characteristic, necromancy, unique power, synthesis of skills, strength, more details, skills, more details. The young man raised his head and thought that even the statuses have already come close to 3-star numbers. When he studied, wanting to become a hunter, he considered it something unattainable. Then he tilted his head and began to receive notifications that he had absorbed the spirit of a priest, thereby increasing his stats, absorbed the spirit of a priestess, thereby increasing his stats, absorbed the spirit of another priest, thereby increasing his stats. Strength was increased by 8, agility was increased by 6, endurance by 7, mana was increased by 8, and stamina was increased by 9. Several more notifications also appeared that one of the skills that the last priest had was absorbed. He received the skill Indomitable Will Mastery 27%. Description: a symbol of those who challenge the impossible to the end without giving in to despair. The main effect: when faced with an opponent stronger than the user, physical ability and concentration are significantly increased. Additional effects: when activating the skill, it becomes easier to achieve enlightenment, and the ability to mental defense is enhanced. After the guy went forward, he walked along some corridor. There were broken glasses around. He finally reached the door. He opened it and looked forward. At that moment, a large room appeared in front of him. The young man tensed up because there was no one, but it turns out that a person was flying above his head all this time, who noted that he was watching. The previous priest had left this mortal world. It was a blonde man, similar to an angel, who said that the situation was contrary to his expectations. Notifications immediately began to appear that the administrator of the God Slayer, the swordsman, asks him to be careful. The administrator of the hero of the destructive world advises not to realize, since a real enemy has appeared. The administrator of the Sword of the White Crane says that he uses real skills of mastering the released energy, and not fake ones. And the administrator of the Lord of Steel Blood admires the powerful energy and iron which the god of verification serves. At the same moment, the young man raised his sword and struck the first blow. The blonde then landed and replied that he was watching. He did not really want to waste time talking. He looked at him and added that then, we must immediately begin the test of the fourth kind. Then the boy walked towards him and introduced himself, said that his name was Chiron, a candidate for the apostle, serving the god of verification, and you, following the law and verification, will begin to check his body. Comments immediately flew that he had encountered a strong opponent, with whom he, as a user, would be difficult to compare, and the skill of Indomitable Will was activated. The brunette raised his head and thought that he had enormous energy that could not be compared with that of the previous priests. Immediately, some kind of fragment appeared in front of him. The brunette pulled it out and was going to attack. From this small object came incredible energy and a blow that flew straight towards him. Miraculously, the main character managed to dodge, but nevertheless, the blow ricocheted off the glass walls and flew into his back. Nevertheless, the young man managed to pull out his sword and again reflect the projectile thanks to the skill of the Eye of the Fire Dragon. He turned and thought that these rays, reflected in the mirrors, were very annoying and were flying towards him again. Then he tried to attack and thought that he should attack him before he started attacking him endlessly with these beams. After that, the guy swung and flew straight towards the enemy. He did not lose his head and immediately took off into the air. At the same time, he threw the boy back with his wings. Literally a moment later, the candidate for apostles raised his mini dagger and began to accumulate energy. Immediately, he flew up to the main character and tried to attack, and then he thought that now he could feel the flaming sword. After some time, the blonde flew up again, and the brunette looked at him and thought that this was most likely his guaranteed method of detection by victory. If he thinks like that, then they attack with a beam from a distance. Even if he penetrates and dodges the beam, mirrors installed around the perimeter reflect the beam at an angle where the enemy has a blind spot. In close combat, he uses his wings to create a gust of wind to disrupt the opponent's sense of balance, after which he counterattacks with a flaming sword. Because of this, the young man flew down. As soon as he landed, he thought that this was a very shitty template, and immediately after that, he flew away again because of the wingspan. The protagonist decided to act, so he took out his sword and thought that despite the stupidity of the scheme, it would also be quite difficult to deal with the mirrors in a hurry. He stood in the middle of the hall and thought that by breaking into smaller fragments, the mirrors would split that beam even more, so it would be simply impossible to dodge all of them, although maybe the fire dragon's evil eye would succeed. Then the guy smiled and began to receive notifications that the administrator king was not starting to doubt the difficulty level and the test on the 11th floor. And another administrator priest of the generation was surprised if this was really just an apostle candidate, and the black devil wondered how the protagonist would die. Then 2 more notifications appeared. The administrator Lord of Steel Blood considers the apostle candidate an annoying fly who is wasting his time. The eyes of the administrator Sword of the White Crane light up in anticipation of his actions. Afterwards, the brunette raised his sword and thought that it seemed that his administrators were not worried about something like this at all. The blonde stood opposite him all this time and watched his actions. He looked up and said that this time it would not be easy, he had to try hard. And then he aimed his blow at him. A bright light illuminated the entire room and several beams were directed towards the main character. A moment later, a serious explosion occurred. A notification appeared that the charging was complete. The blonde was surprised by what he saw. In front of him stood an opponent, completely intact, who activated the counterattack shield skill and reached the maximum damage absorption limit. The young man raised his head and said that he had used release. He immediately struck, released the accumulated damage and reflected it back. This beam immediately pierced his opponent. The apostle candidate began to bleed and did not understand what had happened. Then he bit his teeth and said, "What the hell was this?" There were clearly no traces of magic training on him. And she added, "Do they really use the power of a god?" The brunette was surprised again and said that he had no idea what the power of a god is. At this moment, the apostle candidate flew closer, said that he did not flee the battlefield and did not lose the battle. In accordance with the law of verification, they announced that all physical checks are complete. Then he flew to the ground and added that he acknowledged that this person passed the check. Notifications began to pop up that the young man absorbed the spirit of the same person. The skill was increased by 8.8%. When absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, an assessment is made for the disappearance of power. The guy was surprised when he saw after the completion of the assessment that it was confirmed that the spirit of the person has power, and this power will be extracted. A bright light appeared in front of him, and information that the divine power is now engraved on his soul. The protagonist watched this and thought that it turns out that it is about the power that the local priests use like him. Then he raised his hand and thought that he felt some energy penetrated his heart, but did not circulate at all, said that the methods of managing divine power in mana apparently are very different. Notifications appeared that the administrator between the white crane asks why the divine power penetrated his core and energy, and the administrator Lord of Steel Blood is perplexed when he feels that in the divine power of his heart there is no trace of battle. The young man alive at that moment only thought about the possession of divine power and something extremely significant, and received information that he absorbed the spirit of the priest, thereby increasing his statistics. Strength was increased by 4, agility increased by 3, endurance increased by 3, mana increased by 4, stamina increased by 5. Suddenly, the next door opened in front of him. The guy raised his head and heard someone greet him. An old man stood there who said that this was the one who was overcome by the madness of martial arts. These people stood opposite each other. At first the heroes did not understand what his words meant and asked what they meant. And the old man lowered his head and said that victories, victories, more victories, isn't his goal to grow endlessly to become the strongest. At that moment, it dawned on the brunette that it was true that he wanted to become stronger, continued to grow, but wasn't this man exaggerating too much when he said that he wanted to become the strongest? Suddenly the elder appeared behind him and added that he was not exaggerating, but simply voicing the conclusion that the young man would come to in the end. This surprised him very much. The guy immediately turned around and tried to strike, but there was no one in front, and the old man immediately appeared on his head and said that he shouldn't talk like that and get excited. While he was trying to find him, the elder moved from place to place and said that these gates do not check his body. Here is a test of faith. However, the main character continued to swing his sword and did not understand what was happening. He clenched his teeth and thought that his movements were beyond imagination. Then several elders appeared behind him at once. How did this man penetrate his mind? At that moment, hands reached out to him from all sides. These hands grabbed the guy, while here he thought that the strength left his body. He raised his head and tried to get out, but nothing worked. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in front of him. It was an old man who literally began to suck in all his clones. And then he looked at him and said, "This is what this taste means." Finally, the guy turned around and realized that there was no one around him. He heard that he passed from the old man. After that, he turned and asked again, also asked what they were talking about. In response, he heard that he said that the 5th gate was passed by him. Then the elder came closer and said that he could go to the next gate. The young man said that he did not agree. How did this happen at all? The man explained that initially the 5th gate begins with the contemplation of mental images. In other words, only those who have an unshakable will have the right to look into their own world of images. Then he raised his head and added that he felt this unshakable will in him. Oh, this frantic will to cut the throat of anyone to become stronger. He raised his hand and said that he very clearly feels the desire to kill anyone and become even stronger. All these feelings are hidden in the depths of his consciousness. The protagonist listened attentively while he said that if he wants to kill him, a feeble old man, then he must do it faster. Fortunately, he will be able to learn a little in the arms of God before his parasite senile dementia. But then the old man heard something that surprised him. The young man said that he will not do this. Then he raised his head and asked why, and the guy came closer to him and explained that they had already said that the tests had been passed, so he saw no point in killing a person without any reason. Why ask about something so obvious? The elder listened to him and thought about it, said that this was indeed an unexpected turn for him. Then he came even closer and said that he thought he would have coped, even if he had officially given him the tests of the 5th to lie, but he repeated again, the tests had already been passed. Then he patted him on the shoulder and added that his friend could go further, wished him to successfully pass all the stages of the test. The guy looked at him and did so, went forward, but suddenly it dawned on him. It was as if the main character found himself in some kind of emptiness. There was darkness around him, and the surface of the mirror was swallowed by the darkness, and soon he found himself in a void where there was not a glimmer of light. Then a woman appeared near his ear, who greeted him. The young man did not hesitate and immediately took out his weapon, but there was no one around. He looked around and wondered if this was happening again. Then he gritted his teeth when he heard that everything was right. He was already in the world of mental images. It turned out as he thought. And when a sprout grew on his back, the woman added that the previous priest had planted a family so that he could penetrate the world of mental images. Suddenly it dawned on the brunette that when the old man patted him on the shoulder, he did this, and the woman continued to answer his thoughts. A moment later, the young man seemed to be in a huge web, and the priestess said that he should not worry too much. Then she looked at him and said that it was because she would take good care of his physical shell. The brunette looked up and thought that her words, on the contrary, made him more nervous, and the girl took out her dagger and said why people are so cruel, that for rude comments addressed to a girl, she only has to want and his neck will be pierced through, but he will not be satisfied with such an arrangement, will he? Here the main character looked ahead and wondered if he could ask how he should now pass the test of his faith. And the woman began to smile and noted how polite this man had suddenly become. How sweet. Okay, she would explain everything now. Then she pointed to the valley and said that the space he was in now was the world of his mental images. Here he just needed to be able to see his own world of mental images. As soon as he completed the task, the sixth gate would be passed. Here he thought that he did not understand what it meant to be able to see his own world of mental images. And the girl bandaged his eyes and explained that the world of a person's mental images largely depended on his beliefs, and was created on their basis. But no one was able to contemplate this spectacle. The world of mental images was like when you close your eyes and see only a solid black curtain. Then the young man was left alone in the middle of this place and thought that in this way they wanted to tell him that he needed to be able to see the essence of this world of mental images, where there is nothing. A moment later, a woman appeared above his head and answered that this was again on point, and introduced herself, said that she was a priestess of Alien, serving the god of verification, announcing the beginning of the sixth test. And then the ground fell under him, as if all this time he had been standing on the surface of the water, and began to drown. After some time, the young man landed on the bottom of the reservoir. Only these were thoughts. In reality, the girl held his hand and asked if the guy was really surprised, because the pain would be similar to real pain and he needed to quickly find a solution to this problem. Otherwise, she smiled and explained that he would drown without any water around. But suddenly the power of the serene mind was activated. This surprised her. At the same time, the guy was underwater, and thanks to the power of a serene mind, he did not lose his composure, and the limitation of mental images weakened. He also thought that this was great. It was much better until he was subject to panic, able to hold his breath underwater. Then the wasp looked there and thought that much more importantly, that for a moment he seemed to feel a tingling in his fingertips. The young man frowned when he heard that his willpower was really impressive. She did not expect that not only would he break out of mental images, but he would also be able to move his body. The woman raised her hand and thought that this guy was able to protect himself even at an unconscious level. What kind of monster was this man? Then she came closer and thought that it was better to keep a secret that his actions almost left her without a head on her shoulders. And the young man, meanwhile, was still underwater and thought that he was gradually beginning to feel his body. The brunette was very surprised by this, asked again and said that in the world of mental images he should not feel anything. How in just 2 hours he was able to completely regain control over his body. What kind of monster is this? The brunette was surprised to hear about 2 hours, but after all, no more than a minute had passed since he got here. In response, he heard that in reality time moves much faster than in the world of mental images. This news also surprised him and made him think that it was very dangerous. If he spent more than part of the remaining time from the allotted 7 days in this sixth gate, he could die from the penalty for failing the test. Immediately after, he tried to surface and thought that he needed to see the world of mental images as soon as possible. His eyes at that moment began to change color, and his thoughts were such that if he could again feel his body through the use of the power of the serene mind, then it meant that activating this skill was also possible. Then the guy spread his hands and activated the skill of the eyes of the fire dragon. He raised his head and thought that he finally saw. There was something on him that looked like a huge whirlpool. The water at that very second began to diverge in different directions, freeing up space for him to pass, while the brunette was thinking whether he should call what he saw a sea of blood. The priestess watched all this and did not understand what was happening. It was some kind of nonsense for her. How is this even possible? Why did the world of mental images open up to him? At the same time, his body in the real world was also moving. A sword appeared in his hands. After that, the girl stepped back and answered that she had a question. Is this really a person? Why did steel wings appear behind his back? He needed these steel wings in order to fly up in a parallel world, so he had to activate this skill. The young man literally flew up into the sky in a split second and found himself at the top. Some time passed, the guy flew over the world of mental images and thought that he saw it with the help of the eye of the fire dragon. Although he did not have a single guess what this means at all, but the surrounding environment looks extremely ominous and alarming. Finally, some circles with a large number of swords appeared in front of him. and the young man looked at them and tried to understand what it was. But it was also decided not to waste time and stretch out his hand forward. A moment later, he grabbed one of the swords, and immediately after, he landed on the ground with a loud roar. Everything around him began to collapse. The young man raised his head and looked ahead. In front of him was a priestess, to whom the guy immediately asked if this was all his doing. That's what he heard. Why does her world look like this? Notifications from the administrator also began to appear. The Sword of the White Crane is glad that the main character woke up. The administrator Lord of Steel Blood choked with relief that he came to his senses, and the administrator Hero of the Destroyed World, and the task is that he woke up faster than he thought. Therefore, the young man went forward and said that it turns out he was able to pass the test of faith. How is this even connected with faith? And the woman looked at him and answered that the test of faith is the path to recognizing oneself. Of course, the brunette immediately asked again. So the girl led him to the mirror and answered that it was amazing that people themselves did not really understand what they believed in, and never even tried to think about what exactly they believed in. The purpose of testing this gate was to encounter the world of mental images created through the processes of faith, thinking, and action. And as he walked down the corridor, she added that he would overcome his miserable past and become stronger without losing his humanity. That's what she read in his world of mental images. Everything is very simple and clear, isn't it? Then she added to the woman that even having such simple desires and thoughts, remaining faithful to them at the same time is a different story. When the guy finally opened the next door, she wished him luck and said that this adventurer did not look like a person at all. The brunette meanwhile had practically moved into a new room. Something like space appeared through the front and a notification that he had reached the 7th gate. There was some kind of core filled with energy and electricity in front of him. It was so incredible that the young man could not take his eyes off it. And then this core turned into his reflection of the eye. It turned out that it was the god of verification who was watching him. Immediately, memories of the priestess who said that no one had yet managed to pass the 7th gate popped into his head. Then the young man landed on one knee with a crash and did not understand what had happened. He exhaled and realized that everything was going wrong. It looked more like something else. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared in front of him. The situation was similar to when I encountered something insurmountable. Camillo's body and completely refused to take any steps to survive. Then he felt very hot, and the thoughts were that an eye had simply appeared in front of him, and it really was a god. The young man clenched his teeth and said that he would never do this again. And in his head were thoughts and memories of the death of his parents. As a very young man, he sat at home and cried. Because of these memories, the protagonist took out his weapon and began to scream frantically. Then he stuck his sword into his own palm, activated the skill Ashen Blood. All types of pain caused to the user decreased by 17%. And the young man continued to mutilate himself and screamed that he was not going to helplessly stand and watch as he was trampled here. And as soon as he pulled the dagger out of his palm, he thought that he lived to break through any trials that fell to his lot. After he looked around and thought that he was sure that this training place was built exactly on this principle. New snowy teeth and decided that although they do not know whether he will be able to wake up that pupil at all, however, if there is at least a small chance, then he must try it. And immediately jumped up from the spot, running towards it. If he can get at least another 1 centimeter closer to it, then the blow will be delivered. Complete confidence was read in the eyes of the young man. And finally he reached the target, swung and struck, thought that this god was so-so. The blast wave went to the side. Only it flew to him and stopped nearby, and even the smallest impulse could not reach the retina. The young man raised his head then and thought that this was some kind of look. Any such nonsense bothers him. And the eye still continued to watch him, and a notification appeared that the god of verification appreciates the spirit of the applicant. The god of verification is glad to see the applicant with such high spiritual strength after a long time and tells him to prove himself, looking into his confident eyes. The guy was very surprised when he saw another notification that the god of verification remembers the existence of the applicant and announces the beginning of the test of the 7th gate. Suddenly the eye began to move and change color. Everything around began to collapse and the god of verification himself disappeared. The brunette lowered his head and tiredly thought, does this god really exist? At that very second, a huge mirror appeared in front of him. The young man saw it and jumped back. It was that very mirror. It reflected the main character, slightly modified, and it was necessary to establish contact with himself in the future and begin synchronization. Therefore, the main character raised his hand and tried to touch the mirror. Then a bright light appeared, and then followed a notification that a mentality test was beginning. The speed of assimilation with him inside the mirror slowly increased as if the mirror was going to absorb him, and the applicant had to pass the most suitable test for checking mentality. Also, a notification appeared that it was necessary to prove that his beliefs would not change in the future. This was already the most difficult for him. Immediately after, the young man fell into some strange room, and below sat a man who asked if this was really the same. The brunette immediately realized that this was the same priest and the first doctor who sat and asked where his mirror went. As soon as the young man landed, the fresco behind him began to move apart. He turned and looked there, and what he saw surprised him very much, because it was Christmas, a place similar to South Korea. There were people walking, strolling and chatting in the square, and somewhere between the houses the main character in the future was passing. Now he thought that he didn't understand what the hell was going on. There in the gateway, a young man in the future cut his forearm. The young man saw this and didn't understand what he was going to do now. I just thought about it, as his blood immediately turned into arrows and began to kill people in the square. And the young man began to scream and didn't understand what kind of crazy bastard this was. I immediately received a notification that the assimilation speed with him inside the mirror was forcibly increased to 10%. As if it caused him great pain, his chest literally burst with pain, as if someone was tearing off pieces of flesh from him alive. The boy clenched his teeth and thought that this disgusting whirlwind of mixed hair irritated him. The feeling of guilt grew into madness and anger. Then a priest appeared behind him, who recognized him, and asked if this man really took his mirror. Immediately after this, the man grabbed him by the head and began to cause incredible pain. Strange energy fetters appeared around the protagonist's head, accompanied by a notification that from now on all skills and powers that interfere with the applicant's spirit would be sealed. Of course, the protagonist tried to attack the tenant and almost immediately deprived him of his head. But he seemed to be mad, he was only worried about the mirror. The guy then grabbed his head and thought that during the mentality check, where the psychic defense was released, the power of the serene mind was blocked. Then he looked around and saw that the magic was still working. His future incarnation smiled and said that if he had known about this, he would have crossed the line from the very beginning, and the simulation speed with him inside the mirror suddenly increased forcibly by 20%. When the young man realized this, he was surprised and received a notification that due to the unbearable psychological shock, the applicant suffered from an abnormal condition called Kai intoxication. He immediately began to spit blood and did not understand how to stop it. Then he understood his head and thought about what had happened, why was this happening, and why was he doing something so disgusting? Why would he kill all these innocent people in the future? It is true that he is obsessed with power, but he will never go that far. Notifications immediately began to appear that he was under the influence of an abnormal intoxication status. If he failed to remove the abnormal intoxication status, then the mastery of the magic chain skill would drop to a maximum of 10%. The mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.3%, the mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.7%, and the mastery of the magic chain skill would decrease by 0.4%. The young man saw this and thought that the magic chain was now working at its limit. Then another person appeared before his eyes. It turned out that this was the world of Muram, where the man approached the soldiers and ordered them to immediately bring the head of the Union here. After that, the brunette looked at them and said that in this case, at least he would save the lives of those who were here now. But a man came out to meet him and said that he had heard that a madman called the Sword Ghost had recently appeared there, and now that he had seen him in person, he could say that he was worthy of his nickname. A middle-aged man approached him and said that he was pleased to meet him, introduced himself as Lee Jinwon, the head of the Union, and asked what the child's name was. But he did not answer and immediately ran towards him, and the man saw this from the group. Literally a moment later, the two began to fight. All the people around were already dead, and the head was bleeding after a while and said that he simply had no words. Then he raised his head and said that this guy had killed all the members of the Union. Although he himself had said that he would not touch anyone, was he not ashamed at all? But the brunette came closer and said that he felt no shame at all. Then he lowered his eyes and added that these ragged, worthless things were just his fighting resources. Resources that did not make him tired, did not get sick, and were no longer of any value. And immediately after he cut off the head of the Union leader, the main character continued to watch this and spit blood, and the speed of assimilation with him inside the mirror was forcibly increased to 30%. Some time passed, and the location in the mirror changed dozens of times. The future incarnation of the hero, who became infinitely stronger, destroyed 1,000 enemies, was in the state of a monster, imbued with madness and seeking only growth. Finally, he even got to the priest, who cursed him before his death and said that he prayed to all the gods for his death. Then he killed the king of animals, who asked him to stop and asked if he hadn't said that it was better to kill only him to visit his subjects, but in the end they all died. Crazy monsters who never lost. That's who this man was. Then the guy got to the next opponent, who looked at him and said that this was some kind of nonsense. Why did the one who conquered the dimension come to such a wretched place? The young man felt all this and literally screamed in pain. The assimilation rate had already increased to 40%, then to 50%, it did not stop. Then the young man raised his head and thought that if the assimilation level continued to grow like this, then eventually the worst would happen. He smiled and said that it was a feeling, it turns out, pleasure and not a joke. The location changed again. There was a bright flash of light. People burst into some room, kicking down the door. A man who looked like a cyborg entered and said that the one who commits such inhumane actions and really thinks to remain unpunished. The future incarnation of the main character stood there and had already killed one person. A brunette was standing nearby, and when she lowered her head she asked why this man was doing this. She could not cope with tears and screamed for what reason she was killing innocent people, to become stronger, for what? The young man turned around and asked again about the reason, and then asked why ask about the obvious. He immediately threw the corpse on the ground. Then he smiled and said that he was killing them because they were the raw material for his growth. The man approached him and asked if he would know that he had the ability to control lightning. Then he frowned and said that in such weather he had better prepare himself and give up the ghost. He pounced on the young man and ordered him to die, calling him a demonic spawn. In response he heard that it was true, even he should reckon with him. After that, the brunette smiled and said that it was more accurate to say that it was like that when he was a previous incarnation of himself. And a moment later he cut this man in half. The girl who was sitting next to him continued to cry and began to beg him to stop. Then she screamed that she was asking him to come to his senses. Song-yoon himself continued to fight, although it was very difficult for him. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that one wrong move and this crazy entity would simply absorb him. It felt like even 50% assimilation was capable of completely destroying his mind. Before it was too late, he needed to find a solution. Then notifications began to appear that the simulation speed had been forcibly increased to 60%. The mastery of the magic chain skill had decreased by 0.1%. The mastery of the magic chain skill had decreased by another 0.5%, and then by another 0.2%. Blood was literally flowing even from the eyes. But the young man was not going to give up and continued to strike the eye of the god. Then the stimulation speed increased to 70%, and the brunette fell to his knees and thought that he could no longer stand it. Psychologically the silk was too big, and he could not even say whether it hurt or pleased him. Then he fell into this seething liquid and thought that he felt good. Almost immediately the liquid began to absorb him and completely sucked him into itself. However, the consciousness of the protagonist was still functioning and a memory of the priest's question appeared, who took his mirror. Finally, it dawned on him that something had appeared in him during the murder. The young man was able to pull his hand out and held a small mirror in his hands. It was the divine mirror of the high priest, a mirror that the high priest imbued with his divinity daily. The user can use this divinity to create a divine shield only once, and creating a divine account can restore his mentality. The protagonist was also able to remove these fetters from his head and activated the effect of the divine mirror. A divine shield surrounded him, dispelling all levels of clouding of the mind. A notification also appeared that the abnormal status of spiritual instability was cancelled, and the future incarnation suddenly woke up and stopped. Suddenly, his head was torn apart and came apart at the seams. From there, as if from a suit, Sunjun climbed out and began to scream loudly. He looked around and asked if this monster thought that he would allow himself to be absorbed. The light was so bright that it was visible even from below the building. Then the protagonist received the achievement of Steel Spirit and endurance was increased by 1. Finally, the mirror broke and shattered into pieces. The young man proved that his beliefs remained unchanged. The mentality check was completed. He was surprised and thought that he had been standing here all this time. Comments from the administrator began to appear. For example, the Lord of Steel Blood felt a sense of relief that the contractor had overcome a critical obstacle. The administrator of the hero of the destroyed world laughed. They say that he could not even think of the method he used, and the administrator of the White Crane Sword was very glad that the guy's condition had stabilized. And while the brunette was falling down, the god of verification was satisfied with the results of the applicant's check. The god wanted to see him personally and forcibly summoned him to his land. The adventurer raised his head and thought, "What kind of holy land is this?" and a forced summoning. Then there were notifications that the god of verification temporarily concentrated power in his hands. Using divine power in the test tower, all administrators associated with the applicant will be forced to stop monitoring the tests. And also, while the main character continued to climb up, the test tower allowed him to be called on the condition that his personal safety would be ensured. Then he entered the sacred abode of the god of verification. For some time, the brunette did not understand what was happening and just screamed. Finally, he found himself in some strange place and did not understand what it was. A bright light appeared ahead, and from there a human silhouette flew out. This image approached him and asked who it was, why divine power was felt from him. Apparently it was the god of verification. The man flew even closer and said that it was not necessary to drill him with a look. In any case, now he will not see anything except foggy outlines. Now that they met him in person, he sees that this person is extremely heterogeneous. It turns out this pseudo deity was created by the tower. The brunette looked at him and said that he had no idea what the term pseudo deity meant. The god of verification then lowered his head and explained that in the tower they are also called administrators. Asks if this guy is a being who received quasi-divine status under a contract with the tower. In response, he heard that the young men are not an administrator, just a candidate disassembling the tower. Then the god said something that surprised the main character very much, or rather that in fact, it differs from other pseudo-deities, has its own divine power. The man also added that he had not looked into the tower for a long time, and it turns out that a lot of interesting things happened in it. Asked if the main character realizes that it is impossible to create something real with the power of a pseudo deity. And then he added that being an apostle of a pseudo deity, he created a real thing. It is clear, the candidate is clearly an unusual creature. The brunette still did not understand what was happening. He remembered one of the priests and thought that it sounded like he had done something great. But in reality he had just accidentally obtained divine power after killing that man, and asked if it was true or if divine power was that important. God told him that he had extracted divinity himself and didn't know it had he done the extraction process, completely removing the traces of God. Not because he knew everything, the man became wary and said that he could see from his face that he had no idea what divine power was. Finally, the boy raised his head and said that he had just accidentally obtained it. God continued to fly in the sky and replied that even if it was a fake, a reproduced tower, then such a result could only be obtained from the divine power given to the future apostle by God. But how did this boy manage to stroke this power, completely erase the traces of God? He also said that even if his actions were unconscious, it was not by chance that he extracted Chiron's divine power. I feel that there is a reason here, therefore a connection. Now the boy was very surprised. And when God added that it was absolutely clear that the testing tower expected a lot from him, he immediately understood everything and thought that the testing tower was pinning its hopes on the average president. For some time, the two looked at each other. Then God turned away and said that he had made a mistake. Seeing the anger of the tower, one could safely say that this information cannot be disclosed, so it was time to say goodbye. He would definitely watch him from heaven. The brunette immediately raised his hand and began to shout that he still had many questions. Why did he become such a monster in the future? What else is divinity? And what did he mean by causality? But it was too late and his body began to fall down. Nevertheless, God lowered his head and said that it seemed that this man had looked too deeply into his future. When he peers into the void also peers into him. The same thing happened when the boy tore apart his future incarnation. The void is always looking for a gap through which it can penetrate his mind. This is what he should beware of. Immediately after what was said, the young man grabbed his head and heard that he would soon return to where he came from. Then he listened to him attentively and raised his head. Then he shouted if the god could talk to him a little more. But the man looked at him and replied that unfortunately, this was the end of their conversation. No matter what god was in front of him, the tower was a creature that was not easy to deal with, so nothing could be done about it. If he visited the temple of testing in the future, then perhaps he could shed light on his questions. But at parting he would give him one last piece of advice, not to trust other gods, now they would consider him an enemy. Congratulations, notifications immediately began to appear. They had overcome the 11th floor of the test tower. As a reward for breaking through, an ancient mirror about testing would be sent to his inventory. As a reward for breaking through, 70,000 points were awarded. As a reward for breaking through, 3,000 were awarded, and another 1,500. The movement to the waiting room was started. The young man landed there and for some time tried to comprehend what was happening. He thought about it, thought about God and about the creature that happened to her before him, told him more than everything he had heard so far, especially the words about how even if his actions were unconscious, that he had extracted divine power, not by chance. I feel that there is a reason here, therefore a connection. Then the protagonist imagined the tower and thought that it was by the will of the tower that divine power was extracted and acquired as power. He assumes that this is the reason. Besides, he said that the tower has high hopes for him, an ordinary applicant, and that he concluded a contract as an administrator in an apostolic agreement, and that divine power was extracted as power from the spirit. Let's assume that everything was done with the submission of the tower. Immediately, priests began to emerge in his memories, and the question is, what are the intentions of the tower that does all this? The guy frowned and began to list all this in his head: the apostolic agreement, divinity, and also the creation of the present, and the words of the god of verification that you should not trust other gods. He sat down on the bed and said that he didn't understand a thing. He lowered his head and thought that what consoled him a little was the fact that even if the gods were hostile, they couldn't touch him as long as he was protected by the tower. Notifications began to appear that the system had expanded. The Earth dimension had been registered as an official dimension for ascending the test tower. Thanks to the formal registration of ascension in dimensions, the Earth was somewhat protected from interdimensional invasion. When applicants from other dimensions now face a penalty when moving to the Earth dimension, as an advantage of formal registration of ascension in the tower, applicants who are not pioneers can also earn ore. The restrictions on observing the applicants' tests were lifted. The guy raised his head and saw that the administrators were talking to him again. The first administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, was relieved to see that the youth had returned and was safe, and the administrator White Crane Sword looked at him with tears in his eyes. Only then did he immediately remember the phrase of the god that all pseudo-deities are also called administrators. The guy realized that the administrators were also deities, and then it dawned on him that he probably shouldn't trust them. The young man began to bite his lip and think that in this situation no one could be trusted, and the situation was pretty disgusting. After some time, he moved and entered the world of Steel Blood. A blonde appeared in front of him, running towards him and asking if this guy was badly hurt. But instead of an answer, she received a blow from a sword. The girl dodged and didn't understand what was happening, and the young man lowered his head and turned to her. Then he looked into her eyes and asked if the administrator was right to collude with the tower and use it. The blonde grinned and thought that it looked like a side effect of the mentality check, and the guy continued to attack her and bit his own hand. Then he swung his sword, but missed. The girl raised her head and thought that this guy bit his own hand. She shouted that she needed to come to her senses. He was completely out of his mind right now. And the young man continued to attack and shouted that he connected the administrators and the tower. This was the only question that worried him. He looked up and said that they were trying to exploit the applicants in every possible way. The blonde jumped back and replied that what she was saying now was complete nonsense, so she swung and sent a counter blow, adding that she needed to regain her composure already. But the guy lowered his head and asked why he had been insisting for a while now that he should come to his senses. His eyes were filled with madness, and it was said that in fact now his brain is than ever. The administrator looked at him and understood what was happening, asked to stop. But it was too late. The brunette attacked her again. With one blow he cut the ground, when he heard that if you put all your strength into the blow. Only it was too late. The young man cut her house with one blow. The woman looked there and told him that he was big, and then he took out his sword. And in addition to it, a dozen other swords appeared, which were aimed at the young man. All of them flew sharply straight at him. But the guy managed to dodge and thought. Only then the blonde instantly appeared behind him and asked, "Where are you going?" Then she did what the young man did not expect at all. The girl thrust him into the ground with all her might. His face turned out to be snow. Everything around began to shake and collapse. The guy tried to attack back right away, but surprisingly the girl dodged. And then she did something that surprised him again. Her swords appeared there, trying to pierce him as close as possible. Thus, a kind of cage of swords was formed around him. After some time, the young man suspended from the ceiling looked at her and apologized, said that he had returned to normal, so it was possible to untie these bonds. But the blonde raised her head and answered that of course she should untie him, but to worry that his next visit, nothing would be left of her house. Then she put the cup on the ground. She imagined his future incarnation and said that the remnants of the emptiness we'll see that I witnessed during the mentality check were not completely removed and were fixed in his personality. Then she looked at him and added that even if that essence was greatly distorted, it is still his other future. In other words, the suspicions regarding the administrator may not have been completely false. Then she took out her sword and said what she would say to clarify the situation. No one is able to read the intentions of the tower. This fact remains unchanged even if they are the administrator. She turned around and when asked if it was obvious that the tower expected something from him, she said that maybe yes and maybe not. And a moment later, she sharply cut something with her weapon. The rope that held the guy under the ceiling was cut right there. And finally, the young man took a chair, said that as far as he knew, the tower had never revealed its will to a candidate before, so it seems even more insane that the tower makes special wishes to someone candidate. The girl turned around and said since he had such doubts, apparently he heard something from someone, that was exactly it. The guy replied that the god of verification said that the tower had some kind of plans for him. This information surprised the blonde very much. She smiled and thought about the god of verification, so that's where his doubts came from. Then she stood up and said that as she had already said, she was also only a subordinate of the tower. At that moment the protagonist realized that, as expected, he would not be able to find out more about her. The girl came closer and said that she was glad that he liked the tea. It was based on the urine of a black dragon, so you can drink as much as you like. It is a very valuable thing. The brunette was very surprised and immediately spat out this horror. Then he wiped his mouth and said that he remembered something. The god of verification said something else. Having concluded a contract with the tower, the administrators received the status of a quasi-deity. Then the woman put the sweets on the table and answered that as for the status of a pseudo-deity, she cannot answer him this question right now. But if we are talking about him, then even if he did not want to know this, well, He will find out everything in the very near future. The young man looked at her and said that now he had one last question for her. Immediately a question came up, and the guy asked, didn't they say earlier that she had a long-standing wish that she wanted to fulfill? In fact, it was so. The protagonist came closer and said that the administrator of the White Crane Sword said that a long-standing wish is a right granted by the tower to the administrator, and that it is possible to achieve the fulfillment of this wish with the help of a candidate with whom an apostolic contract was signed. The girl immediately asked again and said that it seems that she has already told him everything about her long-standing wish. Sun Ji-eun looked at her and asked why she still hasn't told him about her long-standing wish. The girl thought about it. Then she stood up and said that it was all about the feeling of fear. Of course, the guy did not understand what was meant. Then the woman turned around and added that he greatly underestimates himself, which resulted in an excessive obsession with growth. She looked down and said that that was why she thought that maybe, for the sake of growth, she could make him challenge the test related to her long-standing desire. To which you fly like a moth to a flame, she will not deny that she had no choice but to do so. And the guy heard this and was upset, said that he was a real mediocrity. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and replied that she did not know what meaning the word talent puts in, but she would soon understand how much he underestimated himself because the tests on the 12th floor are a fight with himself. This information surprised him very much, and then the main character teleported back to his room, thought about the gift. He imagined another candidate and thought that these God-given qualities that cannot be changed after birth, and which in the world of hunters are divided into three categories: the acquisition of skills, an increase in statistics, and the awakening of a unique characteristic, the so-called three main qualities of a hunter. He also thought that he was not destined to be born with one of these qualities. Skills were not acquired, statistics did not increase, and the unique characteristic did not appear, as if he was left alone in the middle of a dark room without the ability to fight. The guy also thought that many things in his life had changed since he entered the testing tower, but this fact does not change the fact that a talentless guy who demonstrated growth only thanks to unique characteristics. And when he imagined the sword, he thought that the Lord of Steel Blood was clearly mistaken, saying that he has talent. For some time, the young man sat on the bed and thought that if he had something like this, he would also be a famous hunter without entering the territory of the tower. Memories of her words floated up in his head, that he would soon understand how much he did not underestimate himself, because the tests on the 12th floor are a fight with himself. It turns out that he will have to meet the other side of himself. The tests on the 12th floor are tests in which he will have to win a duel with his own clone created by the tower. The protagonist activated the status window and said, what's the point of sitting and thinking about it? This test is to look at yourself objectively. You can perceive it as an opportunity to improve your combat abilities. Then a potion appeared, and a characteristic for it. It was a potion to increase mastery of skills, a potion specially created by the tower for creatures with skills. When taken, you can arbitrarily increase the level of mastery of one of his skills by 10%. I thought that after that incident, this is one of the awards received from the Japanese government, potions that increase mastery. Now he had as many as 3 because the girl gave her potion. When the guy drank it, a notification appeared that he drank a potion to increase mastery, and you could choose a skill to increase mastery. His choice was mana management. The young man immediately imagined his energy and thought that the skill acquired during the hunt for the Lord, devouring asshole, during the test on the 10th floor, mana management, it is worth investing in, since this is the basis of all skills. At the same time, notifications appeared that the skill mastery of mana management increased by 10%, then by another 10% and by another 10%. The young man also decided to look at the reward received on the 11th floor. It was an ancient verification mirror, a mirror that can only be obtained by applicants who have successfully passed the test given by the god of verification. When mana is placed in the mirror, you can activate the exclusive effect of residual thoughts once. Then he activated the skill of the fire dragon's eye and saw that despite the one-time limitation, he can acquire the skill contained in the residual thoughts, but at present the user cannot set which skill from the residual thoughts will be acquired. The god of verification changed some effects specifically for one applicant. And when the guy looked in the mirror, he thought about residual thoughts. Is it really about what he thought before? And the exclusive effect of the ancient verification mirror, residual thoughts, was activated. There was also a notification that residual thoughts and activated as an exclusive effect. Ancient mirror check, the skill contained in residual thoughts is acquired randomly. In front of him, a new icon appeared and information that the skill combat concentration was adopted, which is imbued with the combat experience of residual thoughts, but its mastery increases by 11%. The description is transcendental concentration, allowing you to concentrate to the limits of a combat situation. The effect is concentration can be increased arbitrarily. At present, concentration can be increased up to 20 times, but with peaceful use, this is accompanied by a corresponding amount of recoil. The young man smiled when he saw all this and said that this is a pretty useful skill. Immediately after this, several more notifications appeared that the theme of this test is overcoming boundaries. The 12th floor test begins. The remaining time is 48 hours. The condition for successfully completing the test will be kill your clown for a certain time. The condition of the right to pass the test is the death of the applicant or the expiration of a separate time. The reward for a successful breakthrough is the gray crown of the ancient emperor. The penalty in case of failure is death. A moment later, the main character found himself in some room. Immediately in front of him, energy began to accumulate, and information that the blessing granted by the god of darkness felt the evil minds of the nicknames in the ancient palace and creates warriors. Guards, now the attacker will have to think about how well he knows himself. His double appeared in front of him. The item, the old tailcoat of the vampire count, was duplicated. It was necessary to kill another self created by the god of darkness. Again, I remembered the blonde's words that the scale of self-reproduction does not end there. Experience is also copied. In other words, his reproduced version will know all the strategies that he will use now, and his cloning even copies his talents. Opposite at that moment stood a clone of the main character. If he underestimates his talent, he will seriously suffer. Therefore, Sun Jiun decided not to languish and immediately attack, to check what will come of it and how gifted he is. The brunette looked at him again and thought, is it really the god of darkness again? Why so often encounters tasks called gods? His old enemy, should he call him his clone? And while the clone was approaching, I thought that he really looked so much like him that it turned his stomach inside out. And I also remembered the blonde's words and thought that on the recommendation of the ant of the rest of the blood, I spent a question ticket and received additional information. He continued to look at him and thought that he had specifically learned that there was only one item that a clone could duplicate. The old frock coat of the vampire count naturally chose what would become his armor. Then he swung and thought that if this was really his full-fledged clone, then this battle was a good opportunity to objectively assess his strength. While the young man was running towards him, the skill's instant acceleration, Grace of the Wind, began to activate, and the entire speed increased by 70%, the current progress summing up 7 out of 7. At the same moment, the skill Combat Concentration was activated, and the user's concentration increased twofold, as if the protagonist had split into two parts. He felt as if time around him had slowed down, and at the same time the movements were too fast. He smiled and thought that this was exactly what Combat Concentration was. Then he swung and activated the power of the Sword Master. Suddenly, a bright light appeared right above him. The clone jumped back from the blow. Then he took out his sword. The protagonist immediately realized that it was a sword of steel blood. He frowned and thought that the choice was obvious, and here by the concentration of mana in his left hand, this is a counterattack shield. Indeed, in the left hand of the slope there was a large red shield. The young man glanced around and thought that the combination of the sword of steel blood and the counterattack shield was the only working option for the clone. But suddenly something dawned on him. This sword seemed to begin to change its shape and began to glow even brighter. At that moment, his clone already had two weapons in his hands. It turns out that he managed to transform the counterattack shield into a sword. This was quite unexpected. For some time, the opponents stood opposite each other. The brunette looked at himself and thought that although he was the original, he had never used the dual sword technique before. It was not that he could not use this technique. It was just that when using a modified counterattack shield, it was used through an excessive amount of spiritual energy and mana. Then he imagined how this happens. The guy lowered his head and began to reason, why did the clone choose such an ineffective method? Afterwards he turned around and thought, of course, he also considered fencing with two swords, but is it right to use it in a real fight where his life is at stake? And when his clone finally attacked, he thought that they did not understand his train of thought. The guys had to act pretty quickly, while he thought that this was just a training fight. A moment later, the guys clashed in battle, moving from place to place. It was at this moment that the main character realized that, although barely perceptible, but in terms of pure skills, he was one step behind. But the clone continued to attack and seemed to be in the lead. Miraculously, the brunette managed to dodge and did not understand why this was happening. And while he was falling to the ground, he thought maybe it was all about his indomitable will. If we recall this skill, the mastery was 27%. The description is a symbol of those who challenge the impossible to the end. Do not give in to despair. The main effect is when facing an opponent stronger than the user. Physical and ability and concentration are significantly increased. Additional effects are when activating the skill, it becomes easier to achieve enlightenment, and the ability to mental defense is enhanced. The brunette continued to fight and thought that at present he was significantly ahead of him in terms of the number of items. Therefore, the skill called Indomitable Will, which he had absorbed before, was activated, so his physical abilities are higher than the original. He also provided information about combat concentration. Mastery 11%. The description is transcendental concentration, allowing you to concentrate to the limits of a combat situation. The effect is that concentration can be increased arbitrarily. At present, concentration can be increased up to 20 times. But with excessive use, this is accompanied by a corresponding amount of recoil. He thought that if the clone maximizes his combat concentration and demonstrates a concentration that goes beyond imagination, then he will have a good chance of winning. And just at that moment the enemy began to attack even more actively. The young man again teeth and thought that the most serious problem is the fencing art used by him. The clone stood in front and was very confident in his victory. Suddenly he struck, and the young man thought that although it was clearly based on the technique of fencing on dual swords, but this is clearly a bastard's dream. And from one blow he flew back with incredible speed. The main character crushed the wall with his body, the blow was so strong. Then he got up and thought that he had no doubts, this sword was familiar to him. Behind the slope was the heavenly sword, the dragon Nemgun Hayek. He remembered their last battle, and thought that although I saw that sword in action only once, I still clearly remember every detail. He also imagined his opponent, and thought about his terrifying skill, like overpowering a god, before whom his skills turned into nothing, neither skills nor strength, but the most pure art. He also imagined a bright flash of light and thought that these techniques made him really think about whether they could exceed skills in general, as his teacher had told him before. Then he stood in a stance and thought since fencing and art are not skills, he believed that he would not be able to learn this. He also remembered the blonde's words that he would soon understand how much he underestimated himself. Then he lowered his head and thought that this was the very real talent that the steel-blooded lord had spoken of. While the clone was running towards him, a notification appeared that the user had encountered a strong opponent that he was having a hard time dealing with. So the indomitable will skill was activated. He thought that now the system determines that he is at a disadvantage, even though he is far ahead of him in terms of items. Why is this happening? The young man thought and gritted his teeth. Then he looked at his opponent and thought what was going on. Did he suddenly become stronger? At that moment, the guy gathered his remaining strength, activated the combat concentration skill, thanks to which the user's concentration increases 10 times. Then he stood up and was ready to continue the battle. A moment later he struck, but the enemy parried it, and then he was able to slip under his sword. Blood suddenly appeared. The young man jumped back and did not understand what happened. A cut appeared on his ribs, and thoughts in that dam said that they have the same level, his opponent is a real monster. Then he swung and the concentration increased by another 15 times. The guy suddenly found himself behind his clown, he did not even understand what happened. Then he struck him and thereby stuck him in the ground. A notification appeared that the power of steel wings was activated. Flight at maximum speed was also activated. The young man flew forward and continued to attack. He swung his sword, the concentration then increased by another 17 times. While his opponent sat below and looked with surprised eyes, he shouted that this man was caught. But suddenly the brunette stretched out his hand, which acquired a strange shape. And then it exploded, as if it had specially soaked in blood before that. Sun Ji-eun frowned and thought that his vision was suffering now. Nevertheless, the guy flew to Paul and hit him with all his might. Only when he landed, he thought where the enemy had gone, he had escaped, while blowing up his own hand. Then a bright light appeared behind him. It was the enemy, who had directed a projectile of energy at him. This projectile was like a bright beam. When the brunette turned around, he thought that it was too late to change anything and that he was finished. Then there was a strong explosion. The beam literally hit him on the forehead and threw him back. The concentration at that moment increased by another 20 times, and he entered a state of concentration that exceeded his limit. Because of this, the main characters began to move very quickly, as if disintegrating into different particles. Then he grabbed his head and thought that things were bad. His opponent did not understand what was happening and looked at him questioningly, but the brunette came closer and began to laugh, said that he really almost died now. Then he looked up and began to insult his clown, said that he was in deep trouble. Then he entered a state of concentration that exceeded his limit. Side effects can lead to unpredictable psychological reactions. The clone also did not hesitate and ran towards him. Then he struck a blow, which the main character could not parry. Because of this, he flew back with incredible speed. From the force of the blow, he flew into the wall and broke it. The young man raised his hand and quickly collected bloody energy. Then he directed it straight at his opponent. The projectiles were so strong that they began to develop columns around. The clone turned around and was very surprised at what was happening, and everything behind him at that moment began to resolve. The young man smiled and asked if he liked this attack. Only he did not notice that the enemy at that moment was already behind him. A bright light immediately appeared, and the guys flew away from each other on different sides. There was a wound on the clown's hand. Sun Ji-eun looked at it and said how he got him. At that moment, the blonde was watching the battle. She abruptly put the mug on the table and said that everything turned out this way again. She grabbed her head and said that she was in a difficult situation. She couldn't help him directly, but she couldn't just watch silently from the side either. Then she turned around and said with a smile that she was worried about how the tower would react, but suddenly a notification appeared that a message had been sent to the challenger. Immediately after that, her portal was torn to pieces. The woman smiled when she saw that the administrator's messages were temporarily disabled to prevent the appearance of messages with recommendations. She said that she needed to be understanding. She just wanted to send her friend a cup of tea. The protagonist at that moment looked at his hand and didn't understand what was happening to it. Then the hand hit his own club. The clone watched this and didn't understand what was happening, and Sun Jiun smiled sharply and said that it was dangerous to lose control during a fight. Then he shouted and ordered them to stop interfering with this body and get the hell out of here. At that moment, a strange web began to form around him, as if he had been closed again, and the young man raised his head and began to shout if the confrontation with the shitty version of him from the future had not ended during the previous test. It also infuriated him. Opposite then some strange monster began to appear, and immediately the young man heard the words that he fought for him because he was on the verge of death, and in his eyes there was not a drop of gratitude. It was surprising for him to hear this. It turns out that then his future version appeared there. Sun Jiun tried to attack him and began to order him to quickly get out of his body, called him a damned creature. But he got even more angry when he heard that this stupid bastard still did not understand. It is better to look at what was happening. The future he came closer and said something you trained for so long, but even now having risen to the 12th floor of the tower, you are not able to objectively look at yourself. It is a pity for wretchedness. The main character was unpleasant to listen to all this, so he swung and asked what's wrong, immediately after he tried to hit. But the man raised his hand, and in a moment, bloody bars formed between them. Then the brunette turned around and just silently left. And the main character continued to beat this great and asked where he was going. They need to go back, but he heard in response that he was just an annoying bug. Sun Jiun was surprised when he offered to tell him something, said that if you do not get rid of the habit of relying on skills, then you will not be able to use true art, then asked did you get it. The man walked forward and said that you just need to continue to sit here until the end of his days and watch what is happening. And when he almost went underwater, he added that from that moment on he will take control of this body. For some time, the main character tried to break the grate and get out of there, but it was useless. But the battle continued on the surface at that moment. Now the new main character smiled and said that it seems that he is slowly beginning to understand what's what. He just caught the right wave. He was surprised when he saw that the administrator of the Lord of Steel Blood sent him an item, a product of the Black Dragon, a potion prepared by specially processing the bodily fluids of the Black Dragon. When consumed, mental strength and immunity are increased and the mind becomes clearer. And then something dawned on him. The soul of the real hero was then able to still spread his chest and get out of the shackles. Because of this, his body again stopped obeying the captured demon. Sun Jiun reached into the status window. Then he took out a potion from there and stretched it out to himself. Only something happened. The clone did not lose his head and immediately cut off his hand so that he could not drink the potion. The main character was not going to give up. With all his might he pushed off the liquid that did not allow him to get out, and he flew up. Then he opened his mouth well, and with his teeth on the fly he grabbed the potion, breaking the bottle. The enemy looked at all this and did not understand how this was possible. He could not do anything, he just watched what was happening. Sun Jiun himself drank the potion and spat out the rest of the glass. Then he wiped his mouth and smiled, saying that he had finally returned to his body. And while he was watching his clone, he thought that earlier, when another version of him was fighting, he had clearly felt this feeling of liberation from dependence and skills. So now he decided to do the same. He grabbed his sword and thought that if the clone was capable of this, then he would be able to do it too. Then he stood in a stance and increased his concentration by 20 times. The young man fell asleep with his teeth and thought that the flow of thoughts had accelerated, and his crazy ego was waking up again. Then he exhaled and thought that now he himself was finally able to feel how his thoughts had accelerated. Enlightenment had happened in an instant, which seemed to last forever. At that moment, his opponent was already running at him and was about to strike. Only when he was about to strike, with incredible speed, Sun Jiun was able to return and thought that he needed to abandon all his dependence on the skills he had accumulated so far. After dodging again and thought that the only thing he needed to do was empty everything and adapt to something new. When the guy stopped, he thought that he was giving up common sense, and thanks to self-enlightenment, the skill of mana management increased by 10%. Literally, with one glance, the main characters were able to cut off part of his opponent's hair, eventually decided to clear his mind of stupid stubbornness, received the achievement of enlightenment, and stamina was increased by 1. Sun Jiun was very determined, received the achievement of the state of absence of oneself, and mana was increased by 4. The user is dealing with an opponent with whom he is able to cope, so the skill of Indomitable Will was deactivated. This fact did not anger his clone. The young man himself was approaching him at that moment and swung again, thinking that from that moment everything would change by 180 degrees. While he was running, he calculated the trajectory of the attack, and with one blow he was able to split several stones at once in a round. Then he smiled and thought that he was now able to use the fencing art of the master, who had previously suppressed him with his power, a strange feeling. Then he continued to strike blow after blow. He frowned and thought that the highest speed using the grace of the wind and instant acceleration, it was now felt. Then he pushed off the ground and tried to attack, only the enemy was faster this time. He turned around and began to create some kind of field behind Sun Jun. The young man at that moment lost his balance and did not realize what was happening. But nevertheless, he quickly gathered his thoughts and landed on the ground. The clone saw this and tensed up even more. He did not understand why it did not work. The member broke off for a moment and tried to strike again. But again a miss. Sun Jun parried his blow and thought that as the battle continued on the slope, it was becoming easier and easier for him to understand what was happening. Now he looked at the fight from the point of view of skills and from the point of view of technique, and began to understand the principles of the technique itself. Besides, with this incredible speed it was much easier for him. Therefore, he smiled and continued to fight. He dealt blow after blow. The enemy was already having a hard time coping, but he continued to hold on with all his might. Some time passed, the brunette still tried to attack again. Only here he missed again. The main character thought that he had realized the principle of the technique itself, and thanks to this he felt safe using two swords. And this clone, instead of completely mastering the art of fencing, pays a lot of attention to imitating that master. Indeed, behind his back, as if a portrait of this man was emerging, Sun Jun decided to get another sword, activated the power of the Iron Blood sword, thought that in this situation, thoughts of mistrust can weaken the released energy of the flame sword, capable of cutting everything in the world. And when he took it in his hand, he thought what it means. Practicing the fencing of this master, I should focus even more on strengthening the flame sword. In his hands were two weapons that predicted success for him. The battle continued for some time. The clone, although actively dodging, began to receive earlier. The Bloodseeker skill was activated, and literally with one movement in his hands activated another skill. In front of his opponent in an instant, several bloody spears appeared at once. All of them flew straight towards him. He looked around and realized that something needed to be corrected. Therefore, he pulled out his sword and tried to reflect the blow, which literally slid under his feet. An explosion occurred immediately. Only this explosion occurred behind the enemy, so the brunette turned around and looked there in surprise. And due to his own carelessness, he immediately received a blow to the shoulder. He quickly got his bearings, activated his shield and threw the protagonist back. Then he looked at his shoulder and got angry. A second later, his wound healed. Sun Jun looked at this and thought that he instantly transformed the sword into a shield and avoided the crisis. Things were bad. Then the enemy decided to create a whirlwind of two swords, which surprised the protagonist very much. The young man struck again, tried to stop him. Their swords touched and a spark appeared. Then Sun Jun swung and thought what it was. Just a second ago it was about rough and aggressive swordplay, but now the clone switched to soft swordplay with smooth and measured movements. He stood opposite and seemed to be waiting for his next blow. At that moment, the boy raised his sword and thought about soft sword mastery. Also this sword mastery technique that the teacher demonstrated to him. I wonder how far the opponent can go in demonstrating techniques, although he understands that this is his talent, but still irritates. As expected, he will not be able to win easily without any risk. He immediately decided to get rid of the second weapon and fight with one sword. Then he activated the skill with the counter-attack shield, and another sword appeared in front of him. The enemy saw this and was surprised, and the young man raised his new weapon and asked what was so surprising. Then he smiled and added that if the clone is capable of this, then he can do it too. A second later, he jumped up and flew into the attack. The opponent's swords clashed again. The fight was so intense that sparks flew in different directions, and this continued for some time. The guys seemed to be floating in the air. Sun Jun looked at the enemy and thought that, as expected, the cop's sword charges before him, then should he go on a small adventure? He immediately turned around and tried to do something unexpected. The decision was to kick the brunette in the chest. He was so surprised that he couldn't block the blow and flew straight towards the ceiling. He got even more angry and ran off at incredible speed, trying to attack. Sun Jun was already waiting for him at that moment and thought that he had parried his attack with the counterattack sword, a modified version of the counterattack count. A bright light immediately appeared, and the brunette thought that then he had to charge the sword once, and of course, the suspension of such ignorant attacks would simply break. That's exactly what happened. The copper split into two parts. The clone had to throw the second weapon back, while the protagonist thought that if they were both one, then now was the time when the counterattack energy emissions, the most threatening attacks they had, would disappear. The same thing happened with the sword, which simply dissolved. The enemy flew forward, and the young man decided that he would judge this as a chance. Immediately, a strong blow was dealt, from which everything began to fly apart in different directions. Sun Jiun smiled and thought that he himself was incredibly strong, and the same one received a blow to the stomach, such a strong blow that he was thrown back several meters. When the young man got up, he saw that the enemy was already approaching him at full speed, and a moment later, he received another blow with a sword. Only this time, this blow was expected, so the guy extended his hand and thought that his enemy was caught. At the same second, the clone was pierced by a sword from behind. He turned around and realized that this was all planned. Another sword was lying nearby and was thrown out in advance. He also looked at it and thought that his impatience also played into his hands, and the use of these two components turned out to be extremely effective. Therefore, he smiled and waited for what would happen next. Then he swung and decided that it was time to finish. Only the one who penetrated was not going to give up, spread his arms and began to accumulate energy. Sun Jiun did not understand what was happening. The clone immediately increased in size several times and began to turn into a huge monster. It was unclear what the hell it was. This huge monster began to move towards the main character and destroyed everything around it. A second later, it bit off its fingers and spat them straight towards the young man. These huge fingers with claws began to destroy everything around, and Sun Jiun turned around and thought what kind of monster it was, a little confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed dramatically. At that moment, a wall appeared in front of him. The young man had to destroy it to get out of there, and immediately behind his back, a huge enemy hand appeared. When the guy fell down, he realized that the monster could not get out of this ball, and a moment later there was a strong explosion. The clone was still above and did not understand what was happening, and Sun Jiun himself had already landed and activated a protective shield. Then he transformed it into a sword and thought that fortunately the recovery time had expired. He pulled it out and said, "Why did he stand up? Is he really not going to attack?" The enemy did not hesitate and immediately fell down. The fight continued. The guys fought for some time. The main character thought that this bastard monster had completely lost his mind, using the explosion of his own body. He was surprised and thought that no matter how strange it looked, as a surprise attack in close combat, such a technique could be very effective. Then he looked at the enemy again and thought that because he lost his temper and constantly made explosions, the ashen blood would absorb too much stamina. And as expected, after some time the monster began to shrink while shaking and losing strength. Therefore, when the stamina is at 0, his attacks will stop. It was at this moment that Sun Jiun struck back and cut off his hand. Then he frowned and said that there was no point in dragging it out anymore, he was finished. And the clone was still angry and perhaps even hoped for his victory. They began to move across the battlefield with incredible speed. The young man looked up and asked where he was going, quickly catching up with him. Then he swung and saw something that surprised him. It turned out that the enemy had been running all this time and accumulating blood energy. Then he turned around and struck. The projectile flew straight at Sun Jiun, but he was able to activate the shield. Thanks to this, there was no damage, only the young man was thrown back strongly. He smiled and thought that he was still grateful to him for such an ignorant use of this power. The charging was complete. The counterattack shield skill reached the maximum damage absorption limit. At that moment, the young man stretched out his hand and collected all this energy in his palm, thought that the accumulated energy of the counterattack account was filled to the limit. Then he swung and wished the enemy a quick death. He was still screaming and running towards him. A second later, Sun Jiun raised his hand and released the projectile. Then he swung well, and with his own sword he directed it towards the clone. Thanks to this, the projectile flew straight into his face. The monster flew back and clearly did not expect this blow, and the brunette looked up and said that this was his release. The counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage, and all this entailed a strong explosion that destroyed even the building. Literally before our eyes, the clone began to collapse. A notification appeared with congratulations, and overcoming the 12th floor of the test tower. As a breakthrough reward, the Grey Crown of the Ancient Emperor will be sent to his inventory. As a breakthrough reward, 80,000 points are awarded. As a breakthrough reward, 3,500 so are awarded, and as an additional reward, the skill Last Resistance is received. Moving to the waiting room began. When the young man exhaled, he saw another notification that the mastery of the counterattack shield skill has reached 100%. The rank of the counterattack shield skill increases by 1 level. And also new combat concentration was deactivated, and soon there will be a rebound of concentration, exceeding the user's limit. At first it was unclear what this means, but a second later, the young man felt incredible nausea. He began to vomit his own blood. This blood poured out of him in huge quantities for some time, and a notification appeared that the ash blood skill was activated. Then the guy wiped his mouth and thought that as expected, the ash blood did not fail. Until the end he believed that this skill would heal and rebound, which arose as a side effect of concentrating in the Bayou. Then he turned around and thought that if he did not have such a teacher's skill in recovery as ash blood in his arsenal, he would not have been able to go so far. He looked around and thought that when he can climb the tower with a calm soul, but is it even possible? Suddenly, some kind of accumulation of energy appeared in front of him above the corpse of the enemy. The guy came closer and thought that it was the spirit of another him, funny, and immediately was distracted by the notification that the administrator's message, which was limited to prevent advisory messages, would be activated. Immediately a message came from the administrator Lord of Steel Blood, who complained about the sanctions for treating him to a cup of tea and asked him to treat him well from now on. Sun Ji-eun looked at this and remembered about the help. Then he rolled his eyes and thanked her for the bottle, thinking that he also unintentionally learned a new fact. He presented this potion, and the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord sent him an item. It was a product of the Black Dragon, a potion made by specially processing the bodily fluids of the Black Dragon. When consumed, mental strength and immunity are increased, and the mind becomes clearer, and administrators are also subject to sanctions if they interact too much with adventurers. At the same time, a lot of dialogue boxes appeared because all the messages of the administrators, which were limited until now, began to be printed at the same time. There were an incredible number of them. The administrator of the Wandering Knight who lost his master is amazed by his crazy talent. The administrator of the Vampire Lords is interested in where a monster like this guy came from. The administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1000 years admires the difficulty of the test on the 12th floor and the fact that the hero confidently overcame it. And many more messages. The boy read them and thought that there were so many administrators watching him, it was amazing. The messages kept coming and coming. The boy thought that some administrators were shocked by his talent and the difficulty level of the trial, saying that he looked like a monster, while others were reacting as if they were bored, asking if the challenger who was still only on the 12th floor was really there. Then something happened that surprised the protagonist. Notifications started appearing that the administrator servant of the Soul Holy Knight was looking at him. The administrator Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Church was staring at you, and the administrator Seeker of Divinity was looking at him as if she was expecting something from him, but they began to dissolve. Sun Ji-eun came closer and thought that the administrator who only said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest were sending messages without any purpose. Then he raised his head and asked why everyone was acting like this, what was the matter? He frowned and thought, of all people, why would there be so much interest in him? Besides, his contract was already concluded, but why were they trying to get his attention? Then he imagined this entire communication system and thought maybe there was an expansion of the system that gives administrators the opportunity to contact him with a request. Their casual reaction turns the assumption into a certainty. Then he smiled and thought, since there are so many. He looked at all these comments and said that it seems that as the system expands in the future, administrators who are not bound by a contract with him will also be able to benefit. He threw up his hands and asked if they didn't think it was a little wrong when everyone was just bombarding him with messages. And he also added that if they needed something from him, they should send him a force as support, then he would definitely remember them later when the system was expanded. New notifications immediately started pouring in, saying that the administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1000 years was unhappy with the arrogance of a single applicant. The administrator of the Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Church snorted and said that this was out of the question. The administrator of the Hero of the Ruined World asked him to hold his horses, saying that perhaps this man was very vain. The brunette smiled and said that he was informing them that this offer was only valid for 3 people in order of priority. At that moment, there were even more notifications. Various administrators began to contact him. For example, the administrator of the Heir of the Blood Demon Church would like to add power to a store intended only for his contractor. The administrator of the Hero of the Ruined World would like to add power to a store intended only for a contractor. And the administrator of the first Dragon Slayer born in 1000 years would like to add power to a store intended only for a contractor. At that moment, the guy thought about it. Then he turned around and thought that what was really important now was that the enemy not only had the same statistics as him, but also skills and powers. The enemy's corpse was still emitting energy and was nearby. The guy looked at it and thought what he would get when he absorbed his soul. A moment later, he did just that, absorbed the spirit of the false challenger. The skill increased by 28%. Then a bright light appeared, and information that the composition of the soul was completely identical to the soul of the challenger Sun Ji-eun. The power of the divine power is activated when the conditions are met, and an attempt was made to extract divinity. The young man looked at this and was very surprised. What kind of extraction of divinity is this? A notification also appeared that the protagonist used spirit absorption to permanently increase his statistics. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 10, endurance increased by 10, mana increased by 10, tenacity increased by 10. His body was still lying on the ground, and the spirit was still evaporating in energy. A notification began to appear that one of the enemy's skills had been absorbed. The young man had received the lightning sword skill, and errors also appeared that these were already acquired crushes. Skill mastery was being combined. Lightning sword skill mastery had reached 100%. The skill rank was increasing by 1 level. The brunette looked at this and smiled. He was clearly pleased with what was happening. But suddenly a bright light appeared. Something else happened. A status window appeared where it was written that the composition of the enemy's soul was completely identical to the composition of the protagonist's soul. The divine power was activated when the conditions were met. Another attempt to extract divinity had occurred. The young man was surprised. He did not understand what it was. And then a notification appeared that the extraction of divinity had been successfully completed. The divine power rank was increasing by 1 level. And thanks to this power, the transformation of divinity and the accumulation of altered divinity became possible. He looked up and thought what was happening, some kind of transformation, accumulation, all these words were an empty sound for him, really. Immediately after, another notification appeared that the power of divinity was engraved on his soul. He did not know how to use it, so he just gave up, but it turns out that now he can use divine power. Some symbol appeared on his chest, and a bright light appeared. And immediately after, comments poured in that the waiting room of the 13th floor was entered. The expansion of the system was beginning. The community, which was divided by country at the global level, was fully integrated, and communities of different difficulty levels were now available. Team members assigned to combined trials were no longer tied to a specific country. Individual rankings by country at the county level would also be fully integrated. Now the young man would also be able to view the final rankings of other difficulty levels. He stretched out his hand and thought that it turns out that now he will encounter foreigners in combined trials, but this is a largely meaningless expansion of the system. Then he lowered his head and thought that if this goes on, the community will eventually be integrated with other dimensions, which will allow travel to different planets. Suddenly, another screen appeared. The young man raised his head and paid attention to it. It was written about the results of the 12th floor test. First place Hunter, second place Great Shaman, third place Kim Seung-hoon, fourth place Catherine Bennett, fifth place Bloodlight Sword, sixth place Clock Tower Wizard, and seventh place Tarkovsky.